Ike and Tina Turner are the house band today. It's Bennington. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Hello.
Nutbush City Limit.
Nutbush.
You know, I know that it must have hurt physically to live with Ike Turner, but I way prefer her with Ike Turner than that whole, I don't know, what a private dancer, whatever the hell she was doing in the 80s that people seem to love.
It was a good professional relationship.
It's all like Mr. Rock and Roll. Heard Rock Johnny is already tweeting that he's crabbing, right? I don't.
Early morning.
Yeah.
You got to get started.
Yeah. He eats some sushi style right there in the boat. Just pops the bottom off and sucks that crab meat out. There's something just filthy about eating crabs. I know it's delicious. I get it. But when you're sucking into the exoskeleton of these beings, I'm just going to say it. They're beings. I'm not going to try to get PETA on everyone.
Sure. I mean, if you really think about it while you're doing it, it can be pretty gross.
Now I got faux Tinas.
I got faux Tinas.
That was my one Ike Turner conversation. So more Ike and Tina. Ike and Tina Turner.
Both.
Look at TD writes this to us on the Twitter tweets. Like sausage and gravy biscuits. Hashtag Bennington is a perfect way to start the day. That's nice.
I want some sausage and gravy biscuits.
Well, I'd rather think of us as the sausage and gravy biscuits of all radio. Adam says this. I'm going to walk around the house this morning and listen to hashtag Bennington while I carry an egg on a spoon.
Spoon.
Guess he's a Philly guy.
Man, how old are you? I'm looking this up on Google right now. You met a lot of dead people. That was a crazy end of the show yesterday, but I can guarantee you, not only do people in Philly not say spoon, but nowhere on the planet Earth does anyone call a spoon a spoon.
No, I'm not even sure what that would be. It's kind of a twisted British accent, maybe, but not even.
I can't even imagine. I think the monster in Alien actually said spoon when it would attack and suck and jump out of people's chest. He's out of his mean. When somebody hasn't been somewhere for, it sounds like at least 40 years, maybe 45 years, and they still act like it hasn't changed at all. Liz Sets Fire, who I now call Mrs. Robot because she loves that show so much, says, praise be to hashtag Bennington. And then it looks like she has a penis and a square at Bennington show. I don't know what these emojis mean. This doesn't look like a cock and balls to you.
Those are praying hands.
Oh my God. That looks like to me like a cock and balls.
It's cock and balls emoji.
All right, you're with me on this, Chris?
It's a penis and testes.
Okay, there you have it, folks. Mr. Conservative himself, Chris Stanley, who doesn't see a cock and balls in everything that he looks at, sees it there.
It's turgid.
Now, Chris, you say that you're keeping up with the Mr. Rowboat, and then you don't at all.
No, I've missed the last 2 weeks.
I'm just going to fill you in, and this is a spoiler alert.
Okay.
Everyone he sees is not really there, no matter who they are.
Nothing's real.
All I can tell you about Mr. Robot, I'd never let him drive. Because he just sees shit that ain't there. He doesn't see shit that is. This is the thing. So you know how we were saying that they've been ripping off Fight Club for... So there's a big fucking... It's the 90th swerve of the season. The short eight fucking game season that they played so far. And they start to play a piano version of There Is My Mind.
Oh, come on.
Completely acting like none of us have ever seen Fight Club, or, yeah, I know we're ripping off Fight Club, but just subtly. It's an homage.
Screw that. I'm glad I stopped watching 2 weeks ago. That's terrible. 3 or 4 weeks ago, I was like, all right.
You still reading the wiki updates, though?
I read the wiki updates for last week after you told me what happened. This week I kept dark on, but to say that they're actually doing it, a wink at the audience, as they'd probably fucking say with.
No, they don't.
They would. Though. They would. They would.
He quoted something he didn't know was a quote.
Oh, I like this though. Here, this was sent to hashtag Bennington from Hug Slap. Reese Witherspoon.
Love her work.
Spoon.
Look, I'm the one who covers all the comedy clubs. They don't like you around here. Checking things out. I'll be taken out of my column.
That's my thing.
This is beat.
Joseph says, I call it Nut Bush.
D's Nuts Butch City Limits.
Oh my God. What did you say, Butch?
Butch.
Anthony said 1 month to live in a pre-Pope Philadelphia world. Hashtag Bennington. Joseph says crabs are just sea spiders. Big, gross, scary, delicious sea spiders.
They are bottom feeders. A lot of people are turned off by that. Filtering the sea.
Otto's girl says 13-hour shift yesterday, but am I feeling tired and lazy? More like fired up and crazy. Thanks to hashtag Bennington in the AM. I adore her. Jay says, it's so early in the morning I couldn't tell if she was singing Nut Bush or Shed Juice. Shed Juice City Limits.
Delicious.
If you listen closely to that, you just hear whack in her neck from Mike.
Ow! Do it better.
What's going on with you and Phil? Honey, I got a lock in the closet where I dance with my bitches in my white pants and my white shoes. He's the greatest, though. Ike Turner.
Got to give it to him.
He's amazing. Just amazing.
Man, she really, she went from doing stuff with him, and then he was jealous of Phil because Phil took her for a song. And you're like, why are you with the two craziest bastards of the 1960s, Tina? After a while, it's your fault, honey. You're attracted to that weirdness.
That's on you.
Yeah.
Two craziest bastards you ever seen.
Ba-ba-dee-dee-dee-doo. Nut bush. Shed juice in the lips. Why did you even say shed juice? I already forgot.
It was just crazy gibberish talk. Before I was able to actually form a sentence.
Do you remember what?
He was
trying to say schedule.
Was he?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Because I think now we're just trying to fix it. I think he just yelled out shed juice for
I
no
think
reason.
he was just simply objecting to something you said, and he was trying to defend himself, and it was just like, shed juice!
Shed juice. No. Ignore the shed juice part.
Scott says if hashtag Bennington is the player to be named later in the Utley trade, I guess I'm okay with it. Healer says hashtag Bennington doubled up on a Friday is the best thing since handjob karaoke. I didn't even know such a thing.
Wow.
I'm honored to think we're better than that.
Way better. All right, Dead Cat Skippy says, Pepper quote, D's nut butch. I'm going to need a cup of shed juice to get over that.
Long pull off some shed juice.
Oh, okay. The handjob karaoke was on Ant Show yesterday with Bobo and a stripper. Now I'm just disgusted thinking of Bobo getting a handy.
Oh, no.
So other people are saying that shed juice was scheduled. I don't know if I know that though. I think it's close to what Chris thought, that he just mumbled out some words during a panic.
Yeah.
I thought he was just flailing.
And then his friends just leapt upon it and just, shed juice, is that right? You drinking shed juice?
No. Didn't mean to say that.
Those kind of high school buddies will grab one thing that you do and just...
And then it's brought up for 4 years.
Yeah. Because you went to Pitch Perfect 2, then you get the nickname Pitch Perfect. Where's Pitch at? What are you out singing again, Pitch? Dude, give it a fucking rest. I went to one movie.
Play the cup song for me. Do it.
Where's
man,
Pitchy?
You know deep, don't you? That you're getting into the Cup song.
Cup, who doesn't love the Cup song?
You really did go to this Shed Juice. All right, JP writes, rolling down the street, smoking Indo, sipping on Shed Juice. Got my mind on no money and no money on my mind. I like just calling him Click Track.
I think that's
I
a
can't
great.
seem to get that to catch on in the industry, though. And by the industry, I'm talking about the business.
The business we call show.
Yeah, and the show that we call programming. Great grab, Chris.
Thanks.
Beautiful. So you're going to get this Sister Christian on my mind. They're playing across the street today. And next week, Long Island's own Blue Oyster Cult.
Yes. Can't wait.
Even though the song makes it a lot of sense to me, I still fear the Reaper. I don't care what they say.
He's terrifying.
Yeah. But I want to live. Ryan says 2 heaping spoonfuls of hashtag Bennington today. Listening hashtag Bennington featuring Chris yelling Stanley. You are a yeller.
Yeah, it's.
And then Old Yeller came in yesterday, too, with Gurian, and you guys were just screaming back and forth.
Felt as quiet as a mouse over
I know
here.
you were.
I beep. And I'm here, too.
Look, everybody. It's Mousy Mouse Mouse.
I hope that nickname catches on.
Yeah. While we're doing those 2 characters, fucking Dan is over there writing a goddamn new script for Adult Swim or wherever he wants to pitch this show. It's the story of Mousy Mouse Mouse.
I want royalties on that.
Yeah. I'll come up with a cartoon now. 2 cigars and a lint rag. Is that what you guys watch now? How does that make sense to children?
I would watch
no.
that.
No, kids don't watch cartoons anymore.
Adults.
Adult Swims do.
For 10 minutes at a time.
All the kids out of the pool.
Carlos says, great 80s show. Silver Spoons. Oh, my God. Pearl Jammy says, more Abner Doubleday jokes than anywhere else in radio. Get freaky with hashtag Bennington. See, here's what happened. Fucking Gurian thought that we didn't get the reference Abner Doubleday just because no one laughed at it. We all know who invented baseball. It's not a fun fact that none of us, you know what I mean?
This is crazy. It's Doubleday. First of all, if it was like an obscure name.
Yeah.
But the fucking guy's name's Doubleday.
Right.
You're never going to forget that. Bro from said that it's the sweet sound of Ron and Gail this morning.
Oh.
She actually lives out in the land of Blue Oyster Cult.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a Long Island out there, though. You know, you're not even close. It's long.
So true. Well named.
Yeah, it is. It's the best name ever. I mean, it's no fooling. You just drive and you drive and you drive. Beaches on each side of you. It's the fucking sandbar. It rushes all the way out to Montauk. And there's just this feeling when you get out there to, well, I guess we made it. Heading back, I didn't see one fruit stand the whole way. Someone's always telling you, the fruits and vegetables out there is amazing.
Oh, the fruit.
Oh, my God.
The fruit.
The fruit alone is worth going to. All right. Richard says he remembers everything that happens. Richard, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good morning.
Hey,
so what I remember about Shed Juice was the thing that you were asking Chris why he didn't respond to text messages and or emails, and I think he was trying to go with 14 different answers at once, and 2 of them came out at the same time.
Yeah, I guess we're never going to know. I mean, yours is as good as anyone else. I know it probably wasn't as big a deal as we're making out of it, but nothing ever is around here.
It's all what you make of it.
Let it live in infamy. Let it live.
Just anything that we could come up with at any given time that we said destroyed the show. You just ruined the show today.
With Shed Juice?
Yes. Fuck it. Go into best stuff. There's no sense of even doing this. Stupid now. Everyone thinks we're dumb.
No, they'll just think I'm dumb. That's
because
all.
of you.
No.
So in the end turned out to get us 2 baskets of eggs that we can throw against the windows.
That might have been overrated, but spoon was perfectly
spoon. Because they say spoon there.
Here's the thing. Of all the crazy Philly talking that we do, I think they actually say spoon totally normal.
Normal.
It's one of the few words I think.
They say it like Walter Cronkite. There's nothing you can bust their balls about. This is Gary yesterday too. A fuck shit. You know?
Why was he doing
asshole cunny, you know?
I swear I've never heard him curse so much in my life.
We should just fucking pick out, you know, because he's a story repeater. We should just get him to do the same story for as many times as we can. Like yesterday, I threw it in the Patrice thing just because I've heard it a million times. Did you do a show with Patrice at all? Oh, yeah. It was the Black Phillip show.
Matter of fact, I did.
You know, it's interesting that you would say that. Spoon. Here's a Coke spoon if anybody wants to do a little Coke with me.
Korean, stop saying spoon.
Just be like, were you a dentist? You never bring that up.
How'd you meet Woody Allen?
Oh, God. That story still makes me though. Spoons. I have Stanley head down to the mall and get a cool Shed Julia.
Oh, your favorite.
Yeah,
I do
Zach
love it.
Ward all over your ass.
I love Shed Julius. Orange Julius. Why did I call it Shed Julius?
Sweating Donkey says my favorite way to sober up and contemplate these nuts. Nut butt city limits.
Shed juice city limit.
Be careful for the police when you're driving through Shed Juice. Tina Turner is somewhere. I forget. You know, she gave up her American citizenship and she like lives somewhere wacky. I don't know if it's wacky to them, but it's like Holland or Denmark or some shit.
Sounds pretty wacky.
She's just over there, just like seriously afraid of fucking zombie Ike will somehow come out of the ground and start slapping her again.
Tina, it's okay. He's gone now.
Tina seemed like she could have kicked his ass. She probably lived with the one guy that could whip her ass, Ike.
She lives in Zurich.
I mean, her lower body strength alone, those legs.
I know.
Those legs.
Yeah. I went to see her and one time she just started snapping walnuts for her thighs.
Wow.
That was the encore. Cracking up.
She's so powerful.
Oh, she's ripped.
How many of y'all want to see me crack some walnuts, but nothing with my thighs?
Nut bush.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Ow. Poor Caitlin was in the news because they said they're going to send her to prison. Because she thought it was funny to run over a non-fucking whatever. But now they're saying, what if she does go to prison? Which would she go to, a men's prison or a woman's prison? I just thinking fucking Caitlin yelling at the TV, this is my life, motherfuckers. Stop acting like, hey, isn't this funny and interesting?
I'm looking at time.
The cops are coming for me.
Good luck getting into that compound of hers.
You'd probably put on a dress if you could live on the top of that fucking dank hill of hers without a blade of grass growing anywhere.
Who wouldn't?
Ugh.
Just to walk around in a dress on the grounds.
Bitching about the paparazzi. Why don't you move any place that there isn't paparazzi? All right, Hicks sent in this story yesterday. And this is, I'm going to say every 7 years this pops up. Bison meat is the next thing.
Oh, is it?
Why do you still fall for that?
It's sad. Look, all right, so the angle this time is that it's a healthier meat.
It's that angle every time because it's leaner. And guess what leaner means?
What's that?
Less tasty.
I know.
Have you ever eaten bison?
Oh, yeah, one. I ate with you at Ted Turner's place.
And how long ago was that?
Years ago.
And did we like it?
It was whatever. It was like it's meat. Beef is better.
There's no way it happened. At most, what they try to do is just grind up some bison in your hamburger.
I mean, it's still not going to become more popular than beef, no matter what. Even if it goes through like a little trend, it's not going to be cheaper than beef.
I don't think Americans have strong enough jaws to sit there and enjoy just bison steaks.
And we like our fat content.
Yeah. Fat is where the taste is.
Mm-hmm.
I guess if you poured some fat on it, could work. But why does this thing keep coming out? And then why do people believe it time and time again? Ted Turner has the biggest buffalo herd in the world. He had to open up his own restaurant chain to attempt to sell these, and still people didn't show up. Because we like the idea of it, like old-time cowboys. Yeah, I'll give it a try. Once.
Yeah. A bison burger is okay. Something happens again, but then again, I would still prefer a marbled patty.
Yeah, I mean, everyone would. That's why we eat them.
The fat makes everything taste better.
I wish they would just cut off all the lean. So where are you going with this, Stanley?
Well, they said that the sales of bison is going higher than the sale of steak right now.
You mean in percentages?
Yeah, in percentages.
Yes. You know why?
Why is that?
Because if I had 100 of something, right?
Yeah.
And I added 5 more, I'd only go up 5%. If you were selling 1 of something and then you sold 2, you would fucking double your fucking sales. So those are the percentages that we do not, they sound great when you're in last place and trying to get something going, but no one else is noticing.
It's not based on truth.
No. It's just based on the fact of double 1.
These statistics have fooled me.
This is why you're in fantasy leagues, because the stats will get to you. Did you see the latest Brian Gumbel get-together show? They had that guy out there whose team never punts no matter what happens. And somebody who had a kid on that team called us years ago and said that these are the funniest fucking games he's ever seen. They won't punt and they won't kick off. It's an onside kick every day. And if they need to punt, they just don't. They just don't give a shit about it. This guy was up to, and he keeps winning all the time because he's got better kids than anybody else. But Columbia University had taken a look at him 3 years ago, and even they didn't bring him into college.
Why? It was just like not at the same level, or
because he's a fucking mad dog, and even if you're in the stupid Ivy League and you got 18 people going to your fucking dumb game up in the Bronx, you still don't want anybody to laugh at you. You've been to Columbia games, right?
I have. I've been to one Columbia game against Harvard.
Yeah, and you can lay down in the stands. You can relax up there.
It was very, very dead. It was a chillier day, but still it was very dead.
Well, all football games are chilly, and they're all packed almost in every place in the world.
You got to give him a 2-season contract just to see what happens.
You'd love to see it, right?
Who wouldn't? Everyone will watch this crazy ass game where there's no fucking bunting. It'd be amazing. Just to see what happens.
Well, here's the thing, Bisonberger. No one trusts you now because you came out with that story. And if it's healthier, right, why not stop there? Why not fucking go even healthier and have a broccoli burger?
Oh,
I know, because it fucking tastes like bison. That's why you're not doing it.
You're the bicentennial man over there.
You are. Hey, everybody. Buffalo dance. We'll dress you up in a bison suit and have you running up and down Broadway all day.
Buy this.
You like hamburgers, then you'll love a bison burger.
Bison, get one free.
Oh, shit.
What the fuck?
Oh, shit. He's right. You're an asshole.
What?
We always hang in the buffalo stands.
Liz at Fire says, don't forget, Gary used to carry a gun. I'd mentioned that to him, but he blocked me. He blocks everybody. Hit the Brick says, the only buffalo I am eating is wings. John Jen says, pound tag, Bennington.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about pound tag.
Who could forget about pound tag? That was fucking Stanley's nickname for 3 days.
Surprised that one didn't stick.
None of them stick.
There's too many.
That's the beauty.
You're bicentennial man.
Bison got some free.
Then like a good fucking bison steak in the morning.
Joe, maybe you could take us out to eat some bison burgers. I don't know what it is if you've got any money.
Oh, but money's not an issue for me.
Yay!
You did it.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing since Loonies and Toonies.
I think Loonies and Toonies might have been better.
That didn't. The problem wasn't that was basically his Abner Doubleday. Is that he thought that we didn't hear him, not that we just looked over like this. Oh God!
In his mind, he's like, oh, "I guess they didn't hear. I'll try it again later."
The second he gets off the plane, he's running to exchange his money. Stop it! We're not in the Ukraine. We're in fucking Canada. You can take one of those loonies, chuck it, and it would land in New York. We're going during the best of week in Labor Day. We're going to take a look back at our Montreal trip because we never really talked about it much.
No, we didn't. It was a fun one.
Was it?
Oh yeah.
Because you look like you're having a breakdown and screaming, "I don't have time to go eat with you, Don.
I have to send. There's no fucking Wi-Fi." That was where I was at every time I saw him.
By the way, you consider that fun? What you're doing right now? Because that's how you were acting.
I'm gonna look back on it fondly.
I checked in with the boys and they both were like, everything's going good. Chris is a little tense. And I'm like, little tense means he's losing it if it's a little tense.
You came up with the idea yesterday that we should have a once-a-week staff meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
All of us. Not the segregated meetings. Them, us, and them.
What?
All together.
But why is there even an us and them?
Well, we've got this glass between us.
I'm only half Puerto Rican.
That's the behind the glass gang. What do you think, Chris?
It could be a trial period of an integrated meeting.
You'll be out in the meetings. The meetings
only once a week.
Yeah.
No, well, trial. This is a trial.
The problem with any meeting is it comes down to your blockage. Because everyone always says whenever we get together, well, I told Chris, he didn't tell you?
I am getting better at communication.
You are not.
And the trial meetings will show that. And once it shows that, we can stop them. We can stop the trial.
How long to trial? The problem with fucking staff meetings is they're open-ended and they never... The people should be working instead of trial meetings.
Then I will set a time limit. And maybe that will motivate us to talk.
All right.
I don't know. All right, I'm going to do my impression of Chris doing a trial meeting.
Okay.
Because this is one of the reasons why we stopped. So you start to bring up a topic.
Oh, you know something that...
Sorry, I have to get this out.
Chris?
All right.
Remember the last trial meeting?
Yes.
I'm like, Chris, can we get you involved in here? Huh? I'm writing this back to booking.
They need to know immediately.
Why?
So they cannot do it.
I don't know what your fucking connection is to booking, but it's going to end during the trial meetings.
So no, there won't be any booking connection then.
Why don't you bring up your normal thing, bison lunches?
Hey, you guys want to get some more bison? I'm just going to get Chuck.
I, for one, think we should start having bison lunches.
First order of the meeting, bison.
He was looking at a fan. Oh, fuck, I thought it said bison. God damn it.
Let's vote on the bison lunch. Secret ballots, of course.
Anybody want to rate these on buffalo skin?
Damn it.
He loves it.
What's your stake in this?
Oh, look, Fox News is playing a Name the Model where they don't show you
so stupid.
her face.
I've never seen something so stupid. Why would anyone know that?
It's Caitlyn Jenner.
Here's the thing. If you showed me the face, I wouldn't know the name of the model.
It's really hard to know who models are. That one there is Jimmy Carter.
Oh, I know that left tit. I know exactly who that is.
Nice side boob, Jimmy.
Spoon. Should Gurian be at the trial meetings?
No, Gurian shouldn't be at the trial. Well, maybe one. He can have a trial in the trial meeting. See how it goes.
Chris, I was going to ask you a question.
Yeah, Jeffrey?
He was still bringing up that JoJo was. You see, the Gurion had his new assistant in.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
I thought you guys were gonna
kind of hurt.
Yeah, that was his first day, and he brought him here to watch him on the show.
Some good assisting.
He was very smiley.
Yeah, just a homeless twink that Jeffrey's been spoon feeding him Bison for the last 3 days.
Found him at the shelter.
Would you prefer to be little spoon or big spoon?
All right. Random twerp writes in this. Oh, shed juice. Our love holds on. Mike says, Bison, eat like a native. Chev says, Bison jerky is tasty. Centaur jerky must taste like shed juice.
So it tastes good.
Dances with Minotaurs shows up from Jimmy. Loki. The old Twitter there, the old hashtag Bennington. Reading off some of those today.
It's the best way to get a hold of us.
Yeah, no one wants to do that. I see a lot of people are doing hashtag pound tag. Pound tag, more like pound fag. No, that's not right.
Come on, man.
I don't want that to catch on.
No. Even though now with the transgenders. But by the way, did you see me get corrected when I said transvestite the other day with Amy Schumer, her co-creator? When when you had the transvestite on, transgender person that came in and did her show. Really, I say everything wrong? No matter it is, even when I'm trying to help? Come on, man.
I just say trans.
Everybody
tranny. I think that's okay.
But you know what? Like, I totally get that you don't call people colored. So I caught up. But you can't just catch me on stuff that switched from yesterday and act like you don't understand. What is the... this is... Now they were mad at Jeb Bush for this. But he'd picked up the term from Trump. Anchor babies. So they decided that anchor baby is like the new worst thing that you could say. And an anchor baby is when two illegal aliens come here, have a baby. That baby is an American because it was born on American soil. We want to get rid of that. We're striking down the 14th Amendment. But the term anchor baby, I had never even heard before, but it's already the most offensive thing, and they're mad at Jeb Bush for saying it. And Jeb Bush was like this. I don't think that anchor baby's such a bad thing to say. He's so low-key.
Sorry, I drifted off. What were you just saying?
I forget. My brother and dad were both presidents. So I'd like to be president, too.
So this kind of makes
sense. I've got 3 babies, and 2 of them are anchor babies. So had you heard the term anchor baby before?
No, I think it's...
Don't use it.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
It's a slur.
Yeah.
It's a terrible, awful... Even though the anchor baby is just Americans.
I'm an anchor baby.
Well, Hillary came up even better. She goes, another name for anchor babies is just babies. And that made everybody look stupid.
Yeah.
You shut up, Hill.
Because it's like when somebody goes like this to you. This black guy at work said something the other day. It was so funny. You're like, what are you going to point out? Color. What was the point of you mentioning a color?
Well, it's funny because when somebody goes to tell a story, you assume when they say that it's going to play into the story, and then it's best when it doesn't.
Yeah.
Like, this black woman was standing behind me in line, and, boy, was that line long. And you're just like, wait, why did you
even point that out?
And we really were annoyed with it. Anyway.
Here's what I hate. I hate when someone stops their own fucking thing to go back to first base with it. You know what I mean? So they're like, they'll start telling the story like this. Well, the other day I'm watching TV. And, you probably already know this because you watch a lot of TV and, you know, you're from Pennsylvania. But,
what?
You're like, when are you going to fucking tell me what you saw on TV? What is this thing that you've now lost confidence in what you were telling me?
That's not the important part where I was watching. I just wanted to bring that up with you.
I just say that. That has nothing to do with anything.
I just want to give you the respect you deserve.
This story is going nowhere.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not going to finish it. I'm done.
Yeah. I just also want to point out that juicy fruit is just such a delicious. It doesn't last very long. It doesn't last that long.
I know you like a gum that lasts long.
Yeah,
That's
you like
your
a gum. I'm always saying you were bubblicious. But anyway, this black guy at work, he said the funniest thing. I always think that that's the funniest shit is when you can catch somebody that you act like has crossed the line, but you're only doing it for your own amusement. It has nothing to do with anything.
Can't believe you'd say that.
Disgusting and racist.
I, for one, wouldn't say that.
I would never. I'd never say anchor babies.
Never.
These anchor babies, do you use them to keep your boat in place? So that's become the number one thing that we're talking about on this selection. Look, fucking packed in there for Night Ranger.
Yes. I knew it'd fill out.
Yeah.
Looking great.
Yeah. Oh, she remembers times.
They look good, huh?
Yeah, they look fantastic.
Night Ranger rocks.
Yeah, it's true, though. Night Ranger does rock. I'll tell you, you got to give it to somebody in August that they're still wearing a scarf.
Mm-hmm. Looks great on him. Nice pashmina, actually.
Then we did a song called Sister Christian.
And then what? What after that?
You heard me. Sister Christian.
But we kept playing it. And playing it.
I think it's the weirdest thing in the world that you could just walk down the street and Night Ranger is just playing. Sister Christian was considered one of the biggest hits of the 1980s.
Considered?
They're really...
Oh, you got to turn this up so we can
really
catch
yucking it up.
Yeah, they're having a ball.
I mean...
They just ran down Obama to the Fox guys.
Stage 48th and 6th Avenue. Come on down. Yeah. Night Rangers, thank you very much.
People to come.
Yes, that guy's awesome.
Yeah, he's great.
Sister Christian.
We're gonna be doing Sister Christian. Oh, there you go. Here's Anchor Baby. Turn it
It's
up.
not politically correct, and yet everybody uses it.
Anchor Baby. Is that not bombastic?
No, it isn't. Give me another one. Give me another word.
Is the term anchor baby offensive? Our next guest's mom came from South America, so we'll talk about
Jesus.
that.
They're finding some person of color who wasn't turned off by Anchor Baby.
Did they put in the laugh track after Anchor
Yeah.
Baby?
They love it over there.
Anchor Baby, now your time has come. There's a guy wearing a New Year's Eve hat for no fucking apparent reason. All summer concert series. Oh man, we're gonna be fucking bummed out when the concert series is over.
Does it end after Labor Day?
It's only a summer concert series.
Yeah. And they just give it up. They trash that stage of theirs they have out there.
What do you mean they trash it?
They
It's the
set it on
fucking
fire at the
theater.
end.
You're not even making sense, shit. Yeah, rock and roll talk. Joseph said they tried to shame Trump for using Anchor Baby first, and he basically said, quote, tough shit, end quote. All right, now, Craig Bellini said, did the Centaur get wine at Starbucks last night? Now, I said at the time he would never do it. He just wanted to say yes on the air. But did you go?
No, I did not. I did not make it to Brooklyn last night.
Hashtag NewFest.
Did not make it.
Knew it would never happen.
Forgot it was actually, I said I would, to be totally honest.
Everyone showed up. We were all waiting for you.
Now I feel really bad.
And we had a delicious glass of wine together.
And shed juice.
And it was our first trial meeting, actually.
Really?
You missed it.
I want a trial separation from the trial meeting.
We have to try first.
Original David Price, not like that fucking fake David Price, said when Trump said Anchor Baby, he was talking about Megyn Kelly. Which says, what's better than a Friday? A hashtag Bennington Friday. And then he sent it to @Bennington Show and @Gail Ann with a lot of A's.
No E's. AAA double N.
You got your motor in. I want you to keep an eye on that. The second Sister Christian comes on, we're going right to the Fox feed.
I'm cranking it.
Can't wait.
Jojo, I want you to come in here in your tidy whities and throw in firecrackers.
I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it.
Good.
I'm rolling my own this year.
Sean in Philly.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's easy. Right through the phone.
Anchor Baby was popularized by Ruxin on the League when his hot wife was thinking about leaving him, and he wanted to have another baby to keep her with him.
So you think that's where it came from first?
Yes, that's the original source about 4 years ago.
All right.
Hilarious episode.
All right, thanks, man.
All right. Yes.
Trump must watch that.
Who doesn't watch the League? Raise of hands if you don't. You do, Joe?
I've seen like the first 3 seasons.
What happened then?
It seems like a lot.
That's a shitload of episodes.
What happened then? Deflate gate, turn you off football?
Turned me off football forever.
Stop saying Anchor Baby. It's like using the N-word. What? We just made it up.
Yeah, it can't have too much power.
It's a 2015 N-word, Anchor Baby.
Plus, nothing offends a baby. They don't even know what you're saying.
That's a great thing about babies.
Sounds like a bad cartoon, like babies who are anchors on the news. You know?
Today in the news.
On the lighter side of the news.
Yeah. Today in the Middle East. I need to be changed. I got some Anchor Baby.
Dan, are you getting this?
They're also like supervillains or superheroes or I don't know.
Why are you trying to jump into superheroes and supervillains?
I'm trying to develop the characters because Dan and I are going to pitch a show.
Dan is right there. If you say anything out loud, you got to yell out TM after it.
TM.
I think it's best to say it before, just in case.
You're trademark
TM,
everything
you're right.
about that bastard. So Brad says this. I'm confused. Does someone who is half horse and half slob, does that make them an Anchor Baby? Hashtag Bennington.
I'm no Anchor Baby. Or is that bad to say? Is that bad? Okay.
That's offensive. You should have said I'm no slob.
Yeah, that would have been better.
Yeah, no slob.
You keep a nice, tidy area for yourself.
Look, I got cold papers here.
Yeah.
Some water.
Who else used to stack papers? Queen Elizabeth says, he'll stomp his hooves before he weeps. Hashtag do Fez. Hashtag Bennington. It's a hoof, really. Paw.
Yeah.
Like a paw.
Horse paw.
It's so weird they have no like toes, right? Or fingers. It's just a stump. They have fucking 4 stumps with this weird hoof on it. It's very weird.
The hoof is a nail.
That's a nail?
Yeah. It's like a big, thick nail.
Which is going to happen to you if you don't start and trim some of that back. They're all going to grow together.
I'm trying to get the Guinness World Record.
This says Stanley isn't an Anchor Baby. He's an anger baby.
That you can't deny.
No. There's anger issues. I'll work through them.
You talk
What
to
do you
anyone?
think you're so angry about?
No
Stanley?
idea. But it's the one most available emotion to me.
Yeah, it is. It's right there for you. There's a thing up on the iBank today about this toddler who was so happy to be in the summer rain. And I was looking at it this morning on the iBank. I was thinking, oh man, I remember when I was a little kid, I loved to run out in the rain.
Oh yeah, babies love rain.
I wasn't even a baby. Like if I was still 10, it was like raining. I'd just fucking take off outside. It all seemed great to me. Now it's like the rain actually fucking stings.
Yeah, it's a very big difference in adulthood where you're like actually depressed. Like you wake up and you look
right.
Like I'm gonna have to be out in that. I can't do it. I just can't do it.
I remember whenever it was really coming down hard, my cousins would always yell, "It's teeming. It's teeming." I don't know where they got it from.
Teeming with water?
Like, huh?
Yes.
Teeming with droplets out there.
It's teeming outside. Look how happy that kid is because he got to run in the fucking rain. Well, you know, when you're a little kid like that, you have to take a bath. You can't even shower. That's always a big step up when you go from bath time to shower time.
I'm trusted to stand. I've been trusted to stand in water. Very excited about it.
I've been warned about the slippage problem, so keeping a real good eye on it. That kid loves fucking getting team done. Look how happy. This is a kid who doesn't even yet know that he's got all that fucking schooling ahead of him.
So much. It's going to stink so long.
The other kids are going to hate him because of his fucking thin blonde hair.
And love of rain.
Your hair's so wispy.
Hey, Wispy, you're a freak. We're all going to hit you in the back with our lunch boxes.
Bully him.
Yeah.
We'll be teeming with lunch boxes every day.
His hair's so fucking thin, isn't it, guys? Let's get him. His parents love him. Let's start kicking and punching him.
They'll show them.
I remember when there was this kid in our school that used to get beat up all the time because he had braces on his legs.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. They go after him hard. And then another kid who got jumped by everybody because he took a bus to a different school. And like years later, I'll just say his name was David H. So later in like I saw him in high school, and he said to me, you guys were so fucking rough on me. He goes, you guys would wait. Why would all you guys attack me and punch me? I go like this. Didn't you take a bus? You left his little choice. You got off a bus. We walked to our school. I don't know what happened. We'd see that fucking bus and all
get him.
Everybody he'd come out of the bus hauling ass, trying to get it home. If he could make to his yard, his mom would run outside with a broom and call us all animals. Get away from him. He takes a bus. He can't help it. He was just in a big yellow bus. Let's fuck him up.
We hate public transportation.
Fucking every kid is just looking to see who fucking Piggy with the glasses is that they can smash his skull.
In grade school, there was a kid who, at the time, I remember thinking this kid's mentally handicapped, but looking back, he was just Eastern European. And we all and he drank skim milk. So those two things, he was ostracized and treated like garbage.
First of all, I like the fact that you think that somebody with special needs to be attacked, you fucking dick. Now looking back,
actually turns out I felt like such a jerk.
Here's the funny part of the story.
Yeah.
He was Polish. It's fucked up how terrible kids are.
Worst.
Skim milk?
That's the blue box. That's disgusting, you freak.
Oh, they actually, like, in front of kids, he drank skim milk?
Yeah. With his lunch. It was disgusting. Everyone was like, chocolate or whole, dude?
Yeah. First of all, chocolate if you got that extra fucking coin on you. Because who's going to say, no, I don't want chocolate. Give me fucking vanilla milk. That's so funny. So the fucking the little box of skim just made him stick out like a super freak in front of everyone.
He's different.
Yeah.
Get him.
It's fucking, that's the thing that when you have kids, is like, you're like, are they going to fucking pick them apart or just let them chill? But know this, even if you're like an abusive parent, you will still treat those children better than the outside world will treat them.
Yeah. They're still going to get it rougher when they walk out the door.
Yeah, it's going to be a fucking disaster when they go to school. I had a friend whose sister was overweight, so everybody would throw rocks at her at the bus stop. And he said that he used to get up early in the morning to go down to the bus stop to get some rocks so that he would fit in with everybody else chucking rocks at his own sister.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he told us that like later, and we're like, well, why didn't you stick up for her? And he was like, well, she was pretty heavy.
Everybody had a point.
Maybe a couple rocks would get her moving.
Motivation.
Nothing.
That's how I saw it.
Yeah, nothing the other kids fucking do helps at all either. I a terrible picture. I'm not even going to comment on that. A lot of people are sending in weird pictures of Chris.
Cool.
Joseph says, #NewFez, that's what they're also calling Chris, goes to detox instead of cardiac unit to relax. Oh, I'm not going to post this online, but I will show this to you guys. Fez sent me scar pics.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. I really want to see this chicken wire chest.
I'd put it online, but he doesn't live a public life.
Whoa.
Yeah. That's pretty scary looking, huh?
Whoa. Man, what's that from?
That's from just not washing. And look, that's his arm where they took out.
Whoa, that's gnarly too.
Yeah, to take the vein. He says he's still in fucking crazy pain.
Couldn't they have at least made it even? I hate how it curves up at the top.
Shrekalov had a dream about Fezzy the other night. And I don't want to give too much away. I just did believe that it was a fuck dream.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He's wearing the upside down cross scar.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's big.
Oh my God.
It's really intense. Yeah. It's his...
And that's his arm.
Oh!
Really intense.
It's huge. The entire chest.
Takes up the whole torso there.
He says everything is painful and exhausting. Incisions are sore. And I go, does it ever feel like it's getting better? And he goes, slightly better, but then moments of intense pain all over again. And when I can fall asleep for a longer period, I wake up and it hurts really bad.
Ugh.
It sucks, huh?
It's so shitty.
And like people are like, well, is he going to be? Yeah, everything about it is textbook, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't fucking hurt like shit. You know, they bust this chest bone open.
Yeah. Spread those ribs open.
Yeah, they spread them open, so he lost his heart virginity when you think about it.
Wow.
Even though he'd done everything else, right. What was stenting and all. We did everything but.
Everything but.
Everything but was my nickname for a while. Look, bastard, you're missing it. I asked you to do one thing. Oh, no, that wasn't the fucking hit. That was not the hit.
You said bastard.
Well, he's like, yo, I'll keep an eye on it. Then he doesn't look up again.
He was mesmerized by that chest scar.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the Gaffigan show last night?
No, I didn't.
All the New York comedians were in it. What do you watch, Chris, now? Nothing but Mr. Robot fucking reruns?
He just reads the wiki.
Just read the wikis of Mr. Robot.
I like the way when you said you would read the wiki, that was going to be a punishment to us. Yeah. I will read the wiki if you don't tell me right now.
Tell me. I'd rather hear it from you guys first.
I trust you guys.
I've started watching the HBO show Show Me a Hero about this desegregating the Yonkers with Oscar Isaac.
Okay.
You know, Oscar Isaac.
I'm not going to judge you for this.
Yeah.
It's a good show.
Have you been watching documentary now?
Oh, no, I haven't.
It's fucking great.
Last
night they did a parody of your favorite of all time. Those Long Island women.
Grey Gardens.
Yeah. I forget what they called it. And then they did a Vice parody that's really fucking funny. It's a funny fucking show. Those guys are so weird.
So how did he do did he have to do the impression?
I'm just going to let you watch it and enjoy it. I don't go to the wiki.
I won't. I definitely won't. But you know I love Grey Gardens.
I know you do.
I feel like...
You are Grey Gardens.
I know. But it's going to be you and me doing radio into old age. Father always wanted me to get into radio. We had all the best comedians in the day. Joe List would come on. Tammy Pescatelli would come on. Judy, you remember Judah Friedlander. Father wanted me to come out in a kimono. We had quite a fight. He better do it that good.
You better just only do that voice from now on. That was funny as shit. The Joe Liz part was killing me. Father always wanted me to do radio. They're so psycho, these people.
I could talk and talk about radio, but I could never do it.
Yeah. How do you, a dead cat, Skippy says, #Bennington is trending in the U.S., and he's all happy about it.
Yes. The U.S. of A.
I guess it was that piece that pushed us over that you were just doing.
Oh, thank God.
The Grey Gardens. No, that's the younger one, right?
Yes, that's Little Edie.
Little Edie?
Little Edie, yeah.
Great fucking name.
Little Edie and Big Edie.
Yeah. And they were related to the Kennedys?
They were related to Jackie O.
Yeah.
So Little Edie would be Jackie O's cousin.
Who did that documentary? Was it the brothers?
Yeah, the brothers. I can't think of their names, but they're super.
Yeah, they kind of started the documentary thing.
Yes, I can't think of their names, but they're incredible.
It's driving me crazy.
Albert and David Maisels.
The Maisel brothers.
Why didn't I know that?
They basically started, and then the other documentary guy who did Don't Look Back. Remember the day he came in and you guys came down to see him? The funniest thing about that is that they used to shoot these documentaries with these giant fucking cameras that they had to carry around.
Yeah.
And you're like, how are you going to be on a fly on the wall when your camera is the size of a fucking refrigerator?
You're just leaning in, talking to somebody, and there's just this giant...
There's a box, and there's like a little fucking bird in there pecking out pictures one after another. Oh, I got confused with the Flintstones.
That's how it used to be.
Little Edie.
Oh, hi.
And where do they live? Montauk? Out that way?
Yeah, I think they lived in the Hamptons or near the Hamptons. Certainly somewhere on that very long island. I like that
they had like a tree was growing in their home because they had taken such bad care of it.
They had a million cats.
What's going on, Chris?
Little Night Rangers coming on.
Oh, good. All right. Crowd is just, instead of enjoying, they're holding their phones up. This isn't Sister Christian. He's never given up the rock and roll dream.
She knows every word, though.
Yeah, there's
one woman.
Well, they're the wives. That's the Ranger wives.
I remember the 80s, kind of, but it's all coming back.
What do you mean, kind of? Like you were all fucked up, dude? Is that what you're saying?
Come on.
American Summer Concert Series brought to us by...
I remember the 80s, except I was all whacked out on mescaline and the Vietnam War, you know?
Turning tricks on the street.
Turning tricks on the street. I used to blow sailors coming into the city.
What?
Yeah, and Chinese guys.
Bill, what are you saying?
It was the 80s. Everyone was blowing sailors back then.
No, we weren't.
Want to break here?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's break. Bennington.
You're listening to Bennington on Opie Radio, XM 103, Sirius 206.
Ike and Tina Turner from the album Tina, You Fucked That Up. That's one of your favorite songs of all time.
That's my favorite. Funkier than a mosquito's tweeter.
That's true, though. It is absolutely true.
Was just so wild. It was a Nina Simone song before that.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty, like, jiving song.
But Nina was decades ahead of herself. I don't even know where her shit came from. It was just unbelievable. Hey, coming up a little later on, we're doing the Bennington Show on Raw Dog with some special guests today. Tony Hale will be stopping by. And who else, Chris?
Mr. Jack Tempchin.
Oh, Jack Tempchin, who wrote and co-wrote songs with the Eagles for many years, including the solo writer of Peaceful, Easy Feeling.
The best song. Gives me a peaceful, easy feeling.
Out of all your Eagles songs,
I think it could be my favorite, yeah.
For me, it's always going to be the Desperado album. So I'll either take Desperado or Doolin Dalton.
Doolin Dalton? Which one's that?
They were Doolin, because you're telling the whole story there.
Yeah.
They were talking about the Doolin Dalton gang. Doolin Dalton. For some reason, it's my favorite Eagles album and the only one that didn't sell. The only album that people are like, this is crazy. All the rest of them were like monster hits, and that was their big disappointment. But I do think I like a themed album. Not everyone does.
Right. Like where it has a storyline theme, or they're going with a different genre, you mean?
No, I mean a beginning, middle, and end to the album. You're following along. This is about the Old West, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I wish I could remember the name of the band, but there was one a couple years ago that was like Civil War themed or something, but it was really cool. It's like a Civil War concept album. And I was like, I don't know if like newer bands do that anymore.
Yeah,
and
it's a very rare thing. Well, first of all, you can't, if you're a newer band now, you don't think anyone's going to listen to more than one song.
Yeah.
No matter who it is, they're like, look, they're just going to buy the one song. They're not going to sit around and buy our whole PBS Civil War album and try to stay all the way with it. By the way, the Ken Burns Civil War thing I saw the other day, they remastered it, and they're taking it back to PBS. It's 25 years ago that he did it. But probably out of all those Ken Burns things, that's probably the most famous. And that's the one of, Dearest Petunia, cold has come to Tennessee, and the bluebellies have us on the run. I think of you and mint juleps and Negroes playing ukulele out in the yard. What? Everybody loved those. That one in particular. So that's going to be back, and I'm gonna lock it in. The problem is, whenever PBS gets something good, they stop every 15 minutes and start telling it you can buy it, and here's other people. I caught the Simon and Garfunkel in Central Park a couple weeks ago. It was freaking amazing. But then they would stop and bring somebody in from CBS FM. Well, this was a great concert. Really? Why don't you play it, dude? Instead of you talking about it. But
stop talking.
They never do that kind of stuff in Central Park where they will just put 500,000 people.
Yeah.
They try to limit it now because, everyone just... All right, Bill in Jersey wants to help you out with this. Bill, what do you got?
Talking about Titus Andronicus.
Yes.
That's a Jersey band.
Yes, it is.
It is a Jersey band. That's right.
That's why Bill
That's a great album.
It's such a good album.
Yeah.
Yes. Give it a listen. I think the big song you might want to check out. It's called "The Monitor." Is the name of the song? The name of the album, and I can't remember the name of the actual. They had a couple big songs, but listen to a couple tracks off of "The Monitor." Awesome album. Good New Jersey band.
All right, thanks.
Perhaps they need a Friday. Old Titus Andronicus.
Well, I'm all open to it. We'll go right through the entire album. They can house band it and do the whole thing. I keep looking up for a sister Christian to jump in. I don't know whether you saw this up on the iBang, but it's amazing. This giant red ball from an art installation kind of rolled off, and people were chasing after it.
Oh my God!
Holy shit!
It's monstrous. Look at the people look like tiny ants trying to catch up with it, and it's just blowing down the street. But that thing's got to be about 30 feet high.
That's insane. That looks incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, I know.
No, this should be happening in all cities.
Why?
This looks incredibly fun.
It looks fun. It looks really fun. The best thing that could happen is that thing would roll over you.
Did you guys see that?
A giant red ball just rolled over top of me.
I got hit.
No, guy, you won't drop that guy doing that. It's the best. Giant red ball was rolling past today.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's great.
Look at it come up by the car.
It's about 5 times bigger than a car.
Yeah.
There should be more people chasing after it.
There's just 2 dudes like,
those guys are the shit.
Help!
Well, first of all, it was those guys' jobs to keep it there. They fucked up. Those two guys are fired. That's them going, oh shit, this is the easiest job we ever had.
The ball's loose.
But look how, like when it's rolling, look how faster it is than a man running at full speed. They have no chance. That ball's going like 40 miles an hour. Doug in Illinois.
Hey, Ron, how you doing today?
Which, by the way, was another themed album from a couple years ago, Illinois. What do you got, Doug?
Hey, I don't know if you know or not, but this is a quick little trivia question for all you Tina Turner fans. You know that they never used the clap sound, the clap drum sound in Tina Turner songs because it would make her flinch?
Really?
Make her scared?
Let me see, because she got hit so much.
Because, you know.
Here's Brian. Brian, what's up, buddy?
How's it going? There's a band called Cursive. I think they're from, I don't know, I forgot where they're from.
It doesn't matter.
Anyway, yeah, it doesn't matter. They have a album called The Ugly Organ. They're like they write, concept albums.
They were phenomenal. The only band outed on that Ashley Madison thing, and the entire band signed up together. Chris, have you ever gone and looked up that list? Because our buddy TR, who, by the way, Ike and Tina was TR's idea today. He sends a lot of wire stories in to the iBang, but he went and found Fez Watley's name on there.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. Well, because we did live reads for them. So Fez had to sign up. He said, there's no personal information. But
never used.
Yeah.
But
so
signed up.
I forwarded that to Fez, but his chest hurts too bad to even look at his mail.
You can put those on his Ashley Madison profile now.
Who showed up on the big Ashley Madison? Only one celebrity, right? The Duggar?
Yes, Josh Duggar is in hot water again. Because that was only earlier this year the story broke that he had, been with his younger sisters. And, this thing, the Ashley Madison thing, I to me is not that big of a deal, but it's only made interesting by somebody who is so vocal about, the sanctity of marriage and why marriage equality was going to ruin America. And he's he had like several Ashley Madison accounts.
I saw a lot of people saying though that they wish they had accounts just to show that they don't give a fuck. People I know go like, we should put our names up there because it doesn't matter. It's so weird. New York Post did a thing of bad behavior will always come back and haunt you. What?
Well, I don't think that's the lesson that this should be. At all.
Well, the thing is, everybody acted like the fappening was a terrible thing to out those girls, but we're ready to do it to Josh Duggar.
Oh, it's easy.
And by the way, I didn't need this to let me know that Josh Duggar was a dick and a fucking hypocrite. I know it because he acted like he could suppress his penis.
And a porn addict. He's also saying that, he's addicted to pornography. And that's what caused him.
Or in other words, he's an American.
Yeah, he's the only one who set up these rules that this is a bad thing. That's the only reason that one is so interesting. And he even came out and said, I am the world's biggest hypocrite. Yes.
Because it works with his religion that you can just say, forgive me, and they have to.
Oh, yeah. You're beloved if you sin and then you're sorry for it. It's even better than living a life of,
Yeah, don't even bother, catching me. Just know that I'm already sorry for whatever the hell's out there. Millie Hatchet says Ronnie bought 27 PBS tote bags during the Ken War Civil War documentary. One time I did go to a Randy Newman show and I kept seeing PBS tote bags everywhere. There's some people that PBS they love. David Sedaris is one of those people that whatever he does, they just turn it over to him. He's the Joe List of PBS. All right, you sent this story in today, Gail, about what we're going to be eating as we take and explore the galaxies on our spaceships.
That's right. In the future, what we have in store for us is space poop dinner. So we're gonna be researching. NASA has put up the money to do some research to develop a way for us to be able to consume our own feces so that for long deep space travel, we'll be able to have something that will replenish to sustain us.
Well, here's the thing. Are you eating your space poop or the other astronauts' space poop?
I hope that we'd only be eating our own.
Why is that so important, yo?
This is actually really good. You want a bite? Ew, no!
That's not my poop you put on spoon and put into my mouth.
Just take one little spoonful.
I just don't want to, travel to Mars and have people laugh at me and call me Dookie Boy.
Yeah, you want to be a hero.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah,
it's
but
bad enough you're already shitting in your pants.
I know.
Now you're eating that shit.
Let's cut out the middleman.
Shit in your own mouth. Remember to shit, let it float around in the spaceship, and then eat it.
Now, would if you had the opportunity to do something like, let's say, it's going to be many, many months, maybe up to a year or something, in order to get to Mars.
Yeah. And then I'm eating
but
my
you
own.
have to be eating your reprocessed space
Here's the problem. Within 3 years, they're going to figure out a faster, better way to do this.
God damn it! Why did we wait? We could have waited this trip.
And yet you'll be the guy who ate your own shit on the way there, and you're never going to be able to get away from it.
God, those Mars pioneers just love eating shit.
Just that one ship. They're the only ones who did it. Space poop. It tastes as good as it smells. Space poop. Available now at Whole Foods. Asshole Foods.
Will it be the texture of space ice cream? Because then I'm interested.
Even Tang tasted fucking terrible. Everything that they had up there tasted awful.
The only thing that's good is the space ice cream. To be honest, it's the only thing I've had. It's the only one
terrible.
I've had.
It's dry, fucking unfun ice cream.
I like the texture, though.
Oh, you're disgusting.
No.
Then you know what? You'll love space poop. It's the same texture.
Even after I got home, I just had a taste for it. I couldn't stop.
Someone wrote, they didn't get your asshole foods. So they don't have to laugh at everything. Just even if they do it every once in a while, it's fine with me. Baron is mad at that Duggar for cheating on his sisters.
That should be a sin.
Millie also said it's still better than airline food. Looks like we're trending in San Jose. Yes. Thank you, San Jose.
Thank you, San Jose. We love you.
We love you so much. You're our space poop.
It's delicious. It's a big old bowl of space poop.
It is so funny, though. John.
Buddies.
Yeah.
Hey, Ronnie, I heard NASA, it's called Soylent Brown.
Soylent Brown is space poop.
No.
Soylent Brown is space poop.
No.
We've been eating that.
Wait, I'm just going to point out that there were no responses to that.
There should have been.
Neither of you saw the movie.
To be honest, I haven't. I've only seen it parodied.
But no one was yelling no.
Why not?
I
think he was just yelling it down an empty street.
From what I heard,
we've been eating that. Yes, that's why I'm screaming about it.
To be honest, I feel like I had the spoiler, and from what I hear, that's the whole premise of the movie.
Well, not only is it the whole premise, it's the only interesting scene. After an hour and a half, 2 hours,
I'm just like, I love Soylent Green. Don't you like Soylent Green?
It is good, except for I found a finger in mine.
Oh, forget that. Have another helping of Soylent Green.
The future, you just eat mashed up people. Space Bison and Shed Boost in a bag sound better than Astro Done. Ben says, I love Tang. Pun intended. That's grass. That's great. You're eating fucking taint. Hard Rock Johnny's out crabbing this morning. How are you, Johnny?
I'm good. I'm only getting little crab bites, unfortunately, this morning.
Sorry.
They're running small.
Well,
and I guess
It's early in the summer.
Yeah, no, it's late in the summer. Usually by August they're done with the fall.
June.
They grew, and now we're just getting tiny little crabs.
Maybe they're falling out of your underwear.
Is that what it is?
I was waiting.
Wait, Sister Chris, you'll never look, Chris.
Angie, come closer to me. I need a soul to bleed on. Yes, I do.
They're not going to play their hit.
They got more play than Alice Cooper.
Look at the size of the Famous Daves at the bottom of that. The Famous Daves takes up the entire bottom of the stage.
I don't know much about music, but this Famous Daves is good.
I like Famous Dave's morning show every Friday. So, Johnny, you're out there in the rain? It was raining a little bit today.
Oh, it's beautiful out right now. And that could be part of the problem. The rain may have scared the big crabs away.
They're underwater anyway.
How could they fear water?
Yeah. No, they don't like the sound of the rain. It scares them. It scares the big crabs. But it's beautiful out down here. Blue sky. It poured like crazy at like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, Stanley was telling me that this morning. He said, he was like, what the fuck?
It was a shit show out there.
Shit show? Did you eat something on your way to Mars? Soylent Brown.
Oh, no, not Soylent Brown.
Oh, my God, no. Army man screaming. No. I got the one voice that I knew. Wasn't Soylent Brown a big fucking band there for a while? Country band?
It was?
I'm thinking of Sawyer Brown.
Thanks
for everybody getting my references.
Sorry. I wasn't there for you on Sawyer Brown.
Or Asshole Foods, if you're going to be totally honest about it.
It's just a little crab swimming across the top of the water. He doesn't know.
Jesus Christ, Johnny.
Thanks for the crab update.
This is as dull as if I was in a boat with you.
Welcome to Crab Talk.
Crab Talk. Crab Talk. Grab your crab spoons, and we're all going to do Crab Talk today. Now, today only the little crabs are running, okay? And here's a little joke I have for you. They fell out of my tidy whities. But seriously, folks. Now, the different ways that you can have crab. You put Old Bay on them and you steam them. Or you put Old Bay on them and you boil them.
Now, you may have heard of a crab cake.
Now, I'm going to crab walk over here to the side. Follow me. Now, for birthday, we try to make it fun and give everybody a crab cake, like a fun thing. This is my one crab I don't eat. His name is Bluey. Now, our first guest today on Crab Talk is my friend Ed Trunk. Eddie, do you like any heavy metal bands? Now watch me crab as I play Jesus and Mary Chain. He just plays videos while he's crabbing. He just plays music. And then every once in a while, if there's a crab on there, he'll turn toward the camera and give a thumbs up. Yay! Now the crab for the bushel, that's 4 crabs. Who are you out with, Johnny?
Just myself. I'm just on the dock right next to my little house that I live in down the shore.
So you're not even in a boat? You're just crabbing off the dock?
Yeah.
You realize that you don't have to be there. You can leave that chick and walk around for a while and come back.
He'll still be snacking.
Yeah.
I don't want him to get too fat. You got to pull him up every now and then.
He's too full of chicken. I'm going to throw this one back.
I wanted to eat crab, not chicken.
This crab tastes just like chicken.
Well, the weird thing about crabs is, right, like you can crab, but then if you fall into the water, the crabs will eventually eat you. You become crab bait.
Circle of life.
What do you mean by that?
Life is like a circle.
Why?
Because we all eat each other.
Oh.
I thought it was like a box of chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're going for
Joe Pooh would be the perfect astronaut.
He would be. Oh, he'd be sucking it out of other people's asses as they're trying to fly that saucer.
Leave some for the rest of us.
Sometimes I wonder if I could crab in space.
Nope.
This is Sniffing the Tears as you're listening to Crab Talk.
Space crabs.
Space crab, mother. Jay Peters said, would astronauts still be considered heroes when they're eating their own shit? I really don't consider an astronaut a hero unless it's been captured and held prisoner for a couple of years.
I like the astronauts who haven't been captured.
Trump talk. Look, Joe's like, you want me to get my Trump songs?
He's ready. He's always
Let
at the
me know
ready.
if you want some Trump songs. I'll get them right up. What's on his shirt today? Can you tell? It looks like baseballs.
Baseball.
What is it, Joe?
It's a baseball shirt, like a baseball invitational shirt.
You got to be invited to baseball?
You got to be invited to baseball.
Is that your formal invitation?
I mean, yeah, the shirt is the formal invitation.
Randy just wrote this. Did you guys know that Abner Doubleday caught the first crab?
Really?
Hashtag useless Gurian Doubleday facts. You know, you guys weren't laughing, but I said Abner Doubleday 3 times. Doesn't anyone get it? You say you're baseball fans.
Yeah, we know who Doubleday is.
Now, I like MMA and I like extreme sports. You just told us you didn't like sports.
None.
Then he goes, but I like watching the Olympics because it's better.
Yes, this is what we're talking about. We didn't say do you like every sport.
Oh. Dentist, I could do without the dentist. Because one day we'll just choke him until he stops breathing. Yeah, Your Honor, he was talking. He said people ate with spoons. You should go see some of his stand-up this weekend.
I would like to do that.
Yeah. Watching his stand-up is like watching Johnny Crab.
He's at the Creek in the Cave tonight, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's at the Creek in the Cave tonight, 8 p.m.
Yeah. He can get up. He can get time there, but Dan can't. How's that happen?
How does that work?
Dan, have you ever seen Gurian do stand-up?
Here it comes.
I actually never have. When I first was passed at the comic strip like years ago, he would host the late night show, but I actually never saw him.
You never stayed that late?
Nah, I would just head out.
He's got so many shows to do.
He does 4 shows a night.
I know. Whenever I'm like, oh, what are you doing tonight? And then it's like a list of 6 different shows.
Places that you never heard of. You said bodegas. You played the Lumberyard 2 weeks ago.
Nice.
That was a great spot.
Yeah. I went in there. I went in to get some nails. Dan was doing 8 minutes.
You can catch me at Papa John's tonight.
I won't catch you there. Not at Papa John's. Mm-mm. I wouldn't thank you for that. Still waiting to hear Sister Christian.
For the love of God.
They're smart, though.
I can't believe how much
They've
more...
got to do it before 9 o'clock. They got to be in prime time.
Yeah. I can't believe how much more time they're getting than Alice Cooper, though.
Well, they're a lot bigger than Alice Cooper. Johnny, you okay there?
Jesus.
It sounded like a red ball just rolled over you.
Johnny?
Very windy out.
Oh, I thought you had gas.
I do, but that's a different kind of wind.
Oh,
Ben Reynolds just said it says 2 girls on 1 spaceship. Hashtag Bennington. All right, talk to you later, Wendy
Bye,
boy.
Johnny.
I don't think he survived.
We call him Johnny Kites.
Everyone knows it's windy.
Bum, 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 bum. Here is a song that sucks all the balls that we sound like we're going down on each other. You can have a hit with anything in those days. It's like if you brought that to a radio station, like, hey, before you gave this, did you ever listen to it yourself? Because it sounds like childish. Sounds like something you would play for a 4-year-old. Make them jump.
Let's do a second pass on those lyrics, too.
And Wendy has stormy eyes. Let's stop that and take a look at it. Her name is Wendy, so you say she has stormy eyes. Does anyone else have stormy eyes, or did you just fucking make this up?
You're lucky the executive is only 4 years old. Inherited the company.
Yeah, there's like 4-year-old anchor man, if you will, little anchor baby. This is a good song. Oh, good. Now you're playing it.
Pulled it.
Yeah. Thanks. That was cool. So we're against the space poop. Not going down at all.
I don't know. If it's for science.
Weird science.
I would do it.
I'll eat shit if it helps us get to another planet.
It also depends on the texture and temperature it's served.
Well, we want to eat a soft, cold one?
I was thinking soft, hot, like a porridge.
Like a steaming hot shit. Disgusting. I wouldn't be able to fucking gag it down. I'd be puking inside my fucking space mask. It would just be filling up with puke as we're traveling along. Till finally I drowned.
Do you take any condiments on your poop porridge?
You know what? I'm a little anorexic, so I'm just going to starve to death on the way to Mars.
I'll crack the airlock open, just end this for all of us.
I'm just going to try to bust my own fucking face open. I saw this that Chris Pratt is doing a fucking movie about they're flying to another planet, right?
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that part's cool. And so you have to be asleep for 60 years, right?
All right.
But he wakes up and everybody else on the spaceship is asleep. And then he has to decide if he wants to wake somebody else up or live the rest of his life alone.
Isn't this already a movie? It sounds so familiar. This is so weird. I swear this is a movie that exists already.
Well, you know, it is today, so they're rebooting it. So you're saying that there's been a movie where you wake up someone else, so just the two of you are awake for your entire life while a spaceship flies?
I feel like either that or it's a dream I had.
Chris Pratt is about to be sued. All right,
By
Chris
my
Pratt just
subconscious.
tweeted this. Chris Pratt going to make you jump. That's weird.
Why did he?
Rich in Michigan.
Hey, Ron, how you doing?
Welcome to Crab Talk. The very little today.
You're on Crab Talk.
You're on Crab Talk. We're crabbing for talk.
Hey, I don't know if dogs are the same as people, but I've seen my dog eat his poop a bunch of times, so the guys in space should be all right.
You just say, I don't know if dogs are the same as people. Let me ask you that. Have you ever seen one drive a car? Vote.
Sir, I'm going to tell you, they are different.
Have you ever heard of a dog express a dream, have a goal for itself, other than getting a bone from someone? I want to put out a product for dogs just called Human Bones, where you take dead people's bones and give them to dogs.
Oh my God, they would love it.
Give your dog human bone. Let it develop the taste of man.
Eventually, we're going to discover that that's all they've been after this whole time. They've just been buttering up for our bones.
Another food product I'm working for is just called Chinese pudding.
Oh, okay.
And it's just puddings, but the different flavors of Chinese food.
Okay, like a shrimp lo mein pudding.
Yes.
Okay.
Chinese puddings. Use them to punish your children. Everybody likes Chinese pudding. Chris, you ever have an idea like that for a food, for a product, something you could do on your own?
I wanted to start making ramen sandwiches, which is where you microwave ramen and then you put it on like a roll. I think people love ramen so much.
Have you ever done it yourself?
I did it once before, yeah.
And it was
good.
How could it be?
I'm a little concerned about a carb wrapped in carb.
See, I think there's going to be a backlash against the anti-gluten thing. So then it'll become like, all right, people like carbs again. Because everything goes back again.
No, everyone likes carbs.
Yeah.
It's just that they stick to carbs are delicious. It's just that you are basically you're biting weight that will never leave your body.
It's carbo loading.
Yeah.
But I'm not even talking just for health purposes. I'm saying just for interest.
Taste purposes?
Yeah,
You don't
and
have
texture.
any carb mixtures?
Well, I think we do, but it's just like a sandwich filled with another carb seems weird.
Well, I've
Like
been working on a bread sandwich.
Okay.
And that's, you take a piece of bread, you slice it, you put another piece of bread inside of it, slice that. Guess what goes in?
What's that?
Third piece of bread, but thinner. That slice is pretty thin.
Any condiments or anything?
Mm-mm.
Fixins as you love?
Well, the fixins is more little bread crumbs. You can just put a little bread. And then there's a bread spread. And it's a spread that tastes like bread.
Sounds so good, actually.
Hold on, let me change it. I just saw this bedspread. I don't know why I fucking mispronounced that.
But I like that you went so far as to make it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You committed.
He committed because he was fucking pilled up.
I was high.
That's the kind of things that you do when you're just fucking whacked on downs.
I had an idea once for a cereal. A cereal that look and taste like little mini fortune cookies.
It's almost like my Chinese puddings, but it's done in cereal form.
Yes.
No. Would you get a little message in each thing?
Yes, would.
I'm worried I won't eat too much paper.
Wait, hold on. Not in each individual one. Maybe you just get one big message in the
By the way, when someone has an idea and they throw baby before it, you know that this thing is not ready for market. I don't know, maybe maybe there's also marshmallows in there. I don't know. What is it that you like?
Okay, you're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Marshmallow, but in the shape of the thin little paper. Very thin marshmallow.
All right, do you,
frosting.
there's another idea I had.
Okay.
You know what a skate fish is? Skates?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want to do them, but you're sliding around on ice. So you basically take the skate fish, wrap it around your shoe, start sliding around on ice. I call it skate skates. I think the kids are going to like it because they're ironic as it is.
Yeah. It's kind of meta.
And it's going to be cheaper, probably.
I think I'm going to really charge a lot of money for it because I want to make a lot of money. And the markup's going to be gigantic.
I think you could take that to Shark Tank.
Yeah, I'm probably going. I had another idea too called a shark bank. And it's a bank, but only sharks can go there.
Okay. I was thinking you were going to go piggy bank shaped as a shark, but
that's a better idea. Maybe I'll do that instead. I like where you're going with this.
I like the first idea better.
I just want to see sharks in a drive-thru. But you know what? Like, I came up with the idea for aquarium hats.
Yeah.
And it's just a hat, but it wears an aquarium.
That's actually great.
Well, the problem is keeping the air pump going.
Right.
You got to have a really long cord.
And it's also going to be pretty noisy.
Oh, yeah.
Right next to your head.
And you're going to be underwater yourself. But I also came up with the idea of putting a piece of coral in your mouth.
But you fill it with beer come football season, go to the game.
I don't watch
put
sports.
a straw.
I don't. Well, I watch MMA in the Olympics.
Those are sports.
Yeah, but they don't have balls in them.
Some of them.
I don't know. Scheme.
I don't know. You know, there is, so many things that we could jump into. I had an idea for a product I call breakfast marijuana.
Oh.
And that you just, when you're having breakfast, you're just smoking weed the whole time.
I'm down with that.
That's great.
I want to do that right now.
Yeah. Also, the idea for weed parks. You know how they have dog parks?
Yeah.
This is a park that you can just go and smoke weed.
And no one will hassle me. I can just go there and smoke weed.
Are dogs allowed in the weed park?
Dogs are allowed anywhere that you're smoking weed.
Great.
If you fucking shotgun that dog. Now, the weird thing is like, if you have a pasta, you definitely want garlic bread, right?
Yeah, sure.
But you don't want to take that garlic bread, put the fucking pasta on it, and then seal it up. Suddenly that becomes disgusting.
Spaghetti sandwich.
But you're eating the same amount, as before.
I'm going to try doing that next time I have some pasta. Just to test it out.
You like the carb wrapped in carb.
Yeah.
That's his thing.
I like carb next to a carb. Much better. Carb sides. Melanie, what's up, darling?
Oh, Ron, hi, good morning. How are you, love?
Hey.
I understand now why Janice loves you guys so much, because I just got in my car. I didn't even know what you were talking about. I have a cup of steel-cut oatmeal in my hand. And Gail says she would prefer hers warm, like a porridge.
Yeah.
And I literally have porridge in my hand. I almost threw up all over my car.
Yeah, I would have too.
Gail, I don't know.
Sorry.
You are so funny. And by the way, I know I've said that I love Chris. You guys don't understand the love I have for him. It's amazing. But you have to know that the ramen sandwich thing is a thing.
What?
It's
that's
a
him.
thing.
He rips off everything.
I don't rip off anything. I thought I made it myself.
He didn't rip it off. Like, when you're really, really hungry or really, really poor, you'll come up with all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah, you'll even steal other people's ideas.
He didn't steal
steal it.
That's good, Chris.
This is bullshit. I made this up myself.
Thank you for telling on him.
Chris,
Thank you, Fat Jewish. You did a great job.
No.
Fat Irish.
No, you just put it together. You find whatever crap is in your kitchen, and I've done that. Where like the chicken flavored with just like 2 pieces of regular bread, and you just kind of mix it together, even with like an egg, like boil an egg, and it's a thing. It's delicious, and it's sustaining. It's sustaining. Chris, I love you. Sorry.
All right, someone else wrote in. He also rips off the way Gail says what.
How so?
You just did it 3 seconds ago. If you just pull it back. Oh, that's what they said. By the way, she brought up Janice. Janice sent me these lovely long cigars.
Beautiful.
Well, see this one cigar? I could smoke this over the entire weekend.
I know.
Before I'll get.
That's your weekend cigar.
I'll be smoking while I'm sleeping just to finish this.
I have some beautiful treats for Birdie, and then I didn't open this one yet. I'm going to open it right now.
Would you save it for the air? Like it's a big surprise for yourself?
No, I
hope it's more treats for Birdie.
I hope it is too. Oh my gosh. Look at this. She is so sweet. I have a nice to-do list because she knows I love writing lists.
You do say that.
And it's to do and to buy, which I normally have to do on my own. And then these fuzzy socks, probably because I'm always freezing cold in here.
Yeah, put your socks on.
I'm going to put them on right now.
Yeah. But put them on your hands.
Okay, that I can
Because that's
definitely...
another thing I had.
Oh my God, they're so soft.
Socks for your hands.
I like them.
I love sweet Janice.
I know you do. Well, that's very nice of you, Janice. And when I get a week off, I'll read your letter. No, this one's actually very thin. Some of her letters go on like novels. Jim has a little spy report for us.
Yeah, the busiest news aggregate site, Drudge Report, has the one and only naked cowgirl Sandy Kane in all full frontal nudity right on the top page.
All right, let's take a look at this, Chris.
Here it is. Times Square turns into human circus, and there's the picture of Sandy.
Well, make it big so we can say it. Oh, that's the only one?
Yeah, it's the only one. That's the picture he chose to use for Times Square.
She's something else. Sandy Kane. Yeah, they're really bitching a lot about Times Square lately.
Yeah, because of the tit paintings?
Yeah, the tit paintings, as they call them. It's not a painting. It's actually the tits are themselves are painted.
Here we go. Here's Night Ranger.
Sister Christian.
Oh, my God.
Let's go.
Has to be.
Shed juice! Oh, that was amazing. That was worth waiting all day for. That's part of the Bennington Show summer concert series that we play across the street at Fox.
And it's only 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
We've already done so much.
Yeah, now we got to kill another hour before we run down Obama.
That old dude in the front row was just as bored during Sister Christian as he was the whole show. Why did you get in the front row if you don't like the song?
I thought it was funny that it's such a small crowd that he mentioned Elizabeth. Come on, Elizabeth.
Come on,
Sing
Elizabeth. I overheard you say your name was Elizabeth.
Hey, Gordon, what's up?
I have heard bar bands do that song better. That was brutal. The mix was brutal. That's the worst version I've ever heard, and that was Night Ranger.
Yeah, that was the Night Rangers.
That was awful.
That's Fox's
Awful.
fault. That's on them.
I felt like it really picked up.
They're
I
not-
felt like it got stronger and stronger.
They're not called Morning Ranger. They're called Night Ranger, okay? Give them a break.
This is the wrong day part for them. You know, it's really tough for us to be out here. We burn up in the sunshine.
They're nightmen like me and Chris.
Yeah. We fly by night. Oh, they're probably the greatest band of all time, Night Ranger. Unfortunately, they have to break down their own equipment. They're driving it away in Rambos.
The guitar player made a really smart move with those sleeveless vests.
Yeah.
Showing off those guns.
He needed that for the Lumberjam.
Good call, dude. Show off your assets, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, if you got the gun show. Personally, I thought it was the greatest song I've ever heard of all time.
Me too.
Wait a minute, Joe changed shirts. What are you? What the fuck?
What just happened?
No,
This is so weird. Why did that happen? And I swear to God, when nobody saw you leave. So you changed just there.
Oh, crap.
There's a fire down the street I had to put out real quick.
He's actually Batman. He
is now wearing a Batman shirt.
A 1989 Batman shirt, too, by the way.
Sweet Janice sent it to me.
Oh, sweet
She knows that you love Batman.
She knows that I'm Batman. All right, guys. I'm actually Batman. I'm also a Night Ranger.
Sure you are.
Yeah.
Chris, what did you get? Anything that fits?
I got something that fits. One of a Carton Marlboro Reds. That fits just right.
That's what you give to your uncle who's retired merchant marine who fucking lives. He has his own room at grandma's house.
Just my size.
This has a great dollar value, especially here in New York City. This is a very nice gift.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Thank you very much, Janice. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it'll all be gone by fucking 3 today.
Smoking
That's
forward
how
to time.
fast he smokes.
Dan got a really good gift, too.
What's that?
It's 2 bags of chips.
She knows that you love chips, and they're free.
Yes,
It's your favorite.
Thank you very much.
You
Janice.
want your new nickname to be Chip?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay. That's easy enough.
Same last name, Chip Perlman?
Yeah, let's keep the last name.
Oh, yeah, you got to. That's his brand. We're going to be saying goodbye to our buddy Anthony today, too.
I know. I can't believe it.
He's going on to the promotions department. Oh, he got something from
a gift, too.
Janice.
Oh, Janice.
Oh, sweet Janice. John Lennon. Awesome shirt.
Let's see.
Aww.
The famous New York City shirt. Yeah.
Awesome.
And it's like in very Inception. It's him wearing the shirt instead of you wearing the New York City shirt.
Wow.
This is so great. Janice.
She's the best.
We should go pick her out something and send her stuff.
Seriously. Something really good.
Mm. What could it be? What do we get for the lady who has everything?
I know.
I could give her 2 cigars. You could give her some doggy treats.
I can send her a pack of cigarettes.
Pack?
Hey!
I'm going to send her a couple of Lucy's. Smoke up, Janice. That's for you. Because you're the best.
Calling single cigarettes a Lucy.
Why can't people just say, "Can I bum a Lucy?" Oh, I'm just out here smoking a Lucy.
Every time I light one up, I go like this. I love Lucy. Wait, that isn't her song, is it?
Yeah.
I don't know what that song was. Was that it? Was
I thought that was
Wait, hold on. No. I think that's a different one.
I don't know what it could be then. I don't know what I was singing.
Certainly another black and white show.
Eating shit on a spacecraft.
You're right.
I did perfectly. All right, I can name that tune in 17 notes. Welcome back to Everyone on This Show is Dead Now.
Oh.
How can you laugh when you know they're all dead?
I can't.
We're dead. Dead, 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 dead. Dead, 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 dead.
Why did they have to change to these lyrics?
We all died before you were born. That should be the Hall of Presidents where they're just going like this. I died in the 1800s.
What? How are you saying this?
Robotics.
What are you?
They've uploaded my life essence into this machine. Trump.
Oh, Trump.
My favorite part of Sister Christian is when we were all just singing Fat Joe.
It's better lyrics.
I know. I couldn't fit Fuck Jerry into it. I wanted to.
You tried, but...
I tried. Oh, look. Captain Jack just said of somebody with a lighter going, no one does the lighter bit at concerts anymore. They hold up their phones.
I know. I did it, but I didn't have a lighter while I was listening. So it was just really a crook.
I was just shooting video of the TV.
Are you kidding me? Look at Joe.
What?
Look what he's wearing. He's not wearing a third shirt.
He's on his 3rd shirt today. Now,
That's his gift. Give that back to Anthony.
I don't know what you're talking about.
God, you're fast. What are you doing back there?
No one sees him do it.
Everyone's got a skill.
All right, this was tweeted to Dan. I thought Dan's gift from Janice would have been humor.
Oh, I don't like that.
He does 4 shows a night. Uniquely Philly said that hashtag Bennington is is trending in Philly.
Fatherland.
Liz Has Fire said, I just started lighting firecrackers in my cubicle. That's better than light them in your cuticles.
Ouch.
I don't see Liz as a cubicle person, do you?
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought. She seems like she wouldn't be contained.
No. It seems like she should have a job just making out with Shrek and Love. Well, a guy sat around and throw money at that. Anchor babies, and whether or not you can say it is everywhere today. I love it.
I guess yes, you can say it. Is that the consensus?
No, there's but you've invented a slur. Like the word itself didn't even exist before they started saying it, and now you can say that that's a slur.
So it got created to become a slur. Like it was immediate. So weird.
You just make up anything.
TR sent me this thing where I guess, I don't know whether it's a YouTube or whatever, but it's a Chinese girl who speaks Chinese, and someone sent her the most racist song that you've ever heard, and she was playing it, but she didn't understand the words, which he found out to be the funniest thing. And I'm like, Chris Stanley would laugh at this horrible thing, but I'm not going to forward it to him.
Oh, come on.
Because it would feel like, it's not so much that the song, which is ridiculous and childish, is funny, but just the fact that someone doesn't know they're being racist and playing this filthy, terrible song, and like kind of like moving around like a little Chinese girl to it, almost like the Asian McDonald's goddess. It's just funny when people don't know they're being racist. That's the funniest kind of racism. All right, so a little later on today, Chris, who are our guests when we do the Bennington show on Raw Diggity?
Mr. Tony.
He's got his push.
This one's a button down.
Do you take the other shirts off, or do you just keep loading up?
I just keep loading up.
You know you're tiny.
Get ready
when you
for
can
winter.
wear 4 shirts. First of all, Chris has worn 4 shirts over the past month. And now you're doing it all in one shift.
Just throwing it in my face.
It's been minutes.
I love your visual humor for a radio show. It's very helpful.
It's like cracking up, Gail.
Yeah, I know. I was already laughing because you look like a young Navy cadet.
Hey, sailor.
So what were you saying, Chris, when you and I were trying to promote a radio show?
Tony Hale will be on the show.
Love Tony Hale.
Oh, I'm so excited.
He's back from Army, mother. He's one of my favorite people on this planet.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot of people on Pluto I like better than him.
And Jack Tempchin. Musician Jack Tempchin.
Very exciting.
And we're going to play an Unmasked today, one of my all-time favorite, Cheech and Chong.
Man, that's going to be a great one.
Yeah. I've known Tommy Chong for many years, but I think this was the first occasion that I met Cheech, because he's been on a couple times since then, right?
Yeah.
But one time, this was one of my favorite memories. So, like I said, I remember Tommy, I've known him for years. He used to come in and do my comedy club, and he's just the sweetest man. But he and Cheech were broke up for like 20 years, the whole time they knew Tommy. So they both get back together, and they're touring as Cheech and Chong. So they come in here, and like Tommy's hugging me and stuff, and I just see Cheech like, hey, all right, yeah, and he's like, man. So then when it's all over, like Tommy's giving me a hug goodbye, and then Cheech just walks over and he goes like this, I remember you from L.A. And I was like, yeah, of course. Back in our L.A. days together. But it was the funniest shit to me. Like, Cheech is like, where do we know this motherfucker from?
Gotta know him from somewhere, right? I mean, we'd both be friends with him, right?
How can we not? Break, Chris?
Break.
Right back. Bennington Show.
Yeah.
The Great Ike and Tina Turner. And I'm sorry, Phil Spector, but that fucking blows your arrangement out of the water. Dig that. Think about that.
Can you dig it?
While you sit in fucking jail with your crazy wigs on. And you even putting that out with Tina got her an extra smack.
You know that.
That is, that's the end of our summer concert series today.
Thanks so much.
Next week, I believe, is Blue Oyster Cult, at least across the street. And is that their last one of the summer, Chris?
Probably is,
Look it up.
right?
While you're typing away constantly, type it up.
Since you're already typing, why don't you type that?
I'll type those words.
What?
Kara says that she chose her cubicle for her best reception of the show. It's nice. Liz says she's turned down a different job because she wouldn't be able to listen.
Aww.
And Holly says in her new office, she has to listen online with a 10-minute delay. All these people are so nice.
Bunch of sweeties.
Yeah.
Blue Oyster Cult is the finale of the summer concert
Well,
series.
sure, no one can fucking follow them.
And then afterwards, just say, see you next summer.
We'll be there, dudes.
Don't you worry, Fox friends.
You know, they went from being like all country artists to just all classic rock by the end of the summer.
There was more country on the Today Show than it was on Fox News.
Yeah, but they do current country. They do Who's Got Hits now. The Today Show is all about who's the flavor of the month. Fox goes old school. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You got to have, you know, they're like what the, who's got this week's number one. SNL became that too. SNL got very much who has the number one song of the week.
There were a couple of weird ones. There was like a one band that was just really popular on YouTube that Lauren brought on that you got slammed.
But you know, they pay to get on there. They play that beer ad where they go, you know, this is who's actually buying the spot. Because when he started SNL, he would have like the Roaches and all these fucking people that weren't known anywhere, you know? Then when he did a little of, and I wish they would have done it more, is like he would have people that didn't even have projects together come out and sing together. So it would be like George Harrison and Paul Simon. I'm like, oh, this is weird.
Cool.
This is cool. But he got out of that quick and became about the hit songs.
It's all about the hits.
Yeah. Got to beat that competition. Got to make that cheddar.
Got to beat that competition.
Bank it up.
Did you just yell Banksy it up?
Bank it up.
Banksy it up.
Banksy it up.
What's up, Banksy's latest stunt that you're obsessed with?
Dismaland.
Okay, it's witty.
He's created his own theme park in Britain, and he's opening it up today, actually.
By the way, Healy says that this is first time listening. Great fucking show. Hashtag Bennington.
Oh, thanks, dude. New friend.
Listener by listener, we're building this thing.
One by one.
Until finally we'll have 390 million listeners.
Yes, that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. The only way we'll lose listeners is when they die. What are you doing petting and rubbing your socks? You're like a lunatic. My God, that's fantastic.
It feels so soft.
Because Chris was doing the same thing with his cigarettes. He was just rubbing and touching his cigarettes. And something. Later, in 35 minutes, I'm going to light one of these cigarettes.
I'm going to inhale you.
Excited.
You're going inside of me.
Come on. In your butt?
Then when I eat it, because we're going to Mars.
He's going to eat it with his asshole.
Stop eating your butt cigarettes.
It's time for him to feed his asshole.
Oh.
Now try to guess this person by their laugh.
Okay.
Does your name start with a J?
Yay!
And end with an anise?
Are you the sweetest thing?
Oh, thanks. It's awfully nice. I love when Chris says he goes out for fresh air when he has a cigarette.
He
It's
does.
so fresh for him.
Yeah.
Tastes good.
His air tastes good.
Hey, Chris, while you're typing, could you find out about the Yoko Ono exhibit and if it's permanent and
Is
when
this in
it's gonna
Chicago?
be?
Please type.
Yeah.
Yeah, she put an apple on top of a ladder and wants everybody to give her money for it.
I saw it rolling down the street.
Yeah.
It's too big.
What's the Yoko Ono thing?
All right, it says it's going to be permanent in this press release. Public art exhibition in North America to Chicago. It's called Sky Landing.
Oh.
It's going to open in June 2016.
What's it all about?
Get
to the bottom of it. Is it her artwork? Is it visuals? What is she doing? What's her connection with Chicago all of a sudden? She moving there?
It's a cherry tree blossom installation.
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
How's that art then?
It's called the garden, really.
Yeah.
It's art if I say it's art.
Yeah, that is true.
Good point, Janice.
Boy, PBS ran a thing on John Lennon's murder the other day, and oh my God, it just kills me that that motherfucker's still alive and well in jail.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's been a long time gone now, too.
Yeah.
Long time gone.
Heartbreaking. Oh, and Gail Ann, Mike was a polar bear, so I always liked fluffy. In the summer, I always had fluffy socks and a big sweater.
Oh, nice.
Mike would have
He likes
jeans
to
and
keep it
no
cold.
shirt. We'd both be happy.
Yeah.
But I didn't send you the big sweater, sorry.
That's all right.
Don't you dare give her a sweater.
Don't you even think of it. I'm going to wear these socks as a sweater. I just keep petting it. It's so soft. It's my
rolling?
naughty pet. It's your naughty. You're naughty.
Why don't you walk back there and make some of those chicken wings?
Tommy want wingy.
Hey, Ronnie, is there a favorite shorter burn time cigar?
No,
you
no,
like?
I was teasing. I love it.
He loves it.
I love it. I love just saying crazy things.
He always says the longer the better. I don't know why he says it, but he does.
Well,
cool.
Janice, are you believing in the Cubs this year, or can it happen? Are the Cubs finally going to do it?
I gotta say, I kind of keep an eye out, and it's like, well, I don't want to get too excited.
You never let yourself believe. That's what my parents taught me as a child. Never believe too much.
Nope. You'll be disappointed.
At one time, we were down in Florida, and the four of us were watching when that kid Bartman interfered
Bartman, you
with
motherfucker.
And all four of us just looked at each other like, oh my God, we just felt the year just go.
Sure.
It's over.
You just woke up from a pleasant dream. Now, if you had a gun and one bullet, who would you kill, Bartman or Mark David Chapman?
Gotta pick.
You gotta pick. Look, Gil.
Oh my God. Is this shirt 5?
It's Dan's shirt. I stole Dan's shirt.
What's Dan wearing now?
He's shirtless.
Dan's just sitting with his nipples out. Nothing to do.
It's cold. A lot bigger than I thought they'd be.
He's man-sized.
So funny.
His fetus kept growing. Oh, write that down. Fetus sweaters. No idea for a business.
Oh, that's a good idea.
For Eskimo fetuses. Or feti.
Mm-hmm.
Do I love or anchor babies?
Either way.
Holy shit.
Who are you?
The other day.
Yeah.
The other day he was talking in Iowa, thinking, holy shit. The crowd cheering him on just scared me.
What are you gonna do? Who are you gonna vote for? Daley again? Is that what everybody from Chicago just votes for? Daley no matter what?
It's so funny. When he died, I was living in Colorado, and it came across the TV, and I just looked in shock. What? Daley dead?
How could that
you
happen?
elect mayors?
How could God die? Couldn't happen that way.
Now what do we do?
Who's to lead us now? Where will we get our food from?
Provides it.
Daley brings us food in his giant head like Zardoz. All right, Janice. Talk to you later, sweetie.
Bye, Janice. Thank you
Thanks
so
for all
much.
the presents.
We
everyone.
love you, Janice.
But no more. Don't ever do another nice thing, okay?
Oh.
Stop being nice.
It stops now, Janice.
Bye, sweetie.
I love you guys.
Yeah.
We love you.
Bye.
She's so nice.
She's the sweetest.
Well, it's funny how like you say nice things to her and Chris never does.
I know.
Thank you,
guess-
Janice.
Well, it's from the heart, Chris. Not like
Say
one
it.
of your live reads.
Oh, okay. Janice, I appreciate so much these cigarettes that you gave me. Thank you.
And
That doesn't sound like you though. You're not speaking in your voice.
Oh, okay.
Say it
Hey,
in a Stanley way.
hey, Janice, thanks for the cigarettes.
See, that actually sounds a little nicer, doesn't it?
and what else?
I
Ooh.
love you, Janice. And I love cigarettes.
You never say that to anybody, right?
Say it to my girl all the time.
What do you
Do ya?
say?
Say, baby, I love you.
You call her baby?
I love you
I
way
love you
every day.
Every day.
every damn day.
I want to be with you night and day.
Shadows on my cigarettes in the night.
This guy loves cigarettes.
Far away. I'm eating pills now.
Oh, God.
Pills, alcohol, cigarettes.
You love
It's a
them.
good combination.
Is there a vice that you do not do? Here's what you do. You smoke,
Yeah.
you drink,
Yes.
you take drugs,
Occasionally.
you run around with hoes.
That's for sure. You're a hua master.
You're whoring around again.
You buy whores 2 at a time. You and Jared Fogle going on.
Do not associate me with that.
Jared Fogle, it's me, Chris Stanley, the spoon master.
The old spoonman is called.
Give me another spoon of Coke, would you please? I like to smell it up my nose with a big silver spoon. Sometimes I wish the fucking Nazis would have won when I hear some of that shit, you know? Well, you see this, this thing is coming out. It was, it's about what if the Nazis, it's going to be a TV series.
Yeah, it was a Philip K. Dick novel.
What is it? The High Tower?
The Man in the High Tower.
Yeah, The Man in the High Tower, which was also from the Police Academy movies. It's basically what if Police Academy had won World War II. But the country is divided somewhere, it looks like around the Rockies, between the Nazis and the Japanese. And it's based, you know, what if we had lost the war?
Which side is which? Just want to know
who's
where
ever
I'm living.
closer to their side.
Okay.
Like California belongs to the Japanese. East Coast, we're all under German rule.
And it's coming out on Amazon. It's like their big. It's a
When
big,
though?
We'll find out.
Yeah, tap your way into our hearts.
Tappy. They let you smoke in here now?
Yeah.
Oh, please.
They're great that way. You know what? If these assholes don't show up on Fridays, we should just start smoking.
No one here to stop us.
Yeah.
Looks the first episode is available already.
I don't have time for it. I'm still working on my other hobby right now.
What's that?
What's that?
I don't want to say because I don't want anybody to ruin it for me, but I am totally going in for the Better Call Saul sequel.
You're the prequel.
Yeah. No.
Oh, it is.
The
It is.
prequel was Better Call Saul.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Loving it?
It's unbelievable.
Loving every minute of it?
I think it's why I hate Mr. Robot.
Because you're...
Because I'm...
Oh, God.
Every once in a while I'll break up this thing and turn on a Mr. Robot.
Breaking Bad just beats the shit out of fucking Mr. Robot.
Well, it's also better than, Friends. But, you could go a long way for stuff that's better than.
What season are you up to in Breaking Bad?
I think I'm finishing season 4.
Damn.
Do
That was a
you...
binge.
Oh, yeah, I've been binging.
Do you love binging?
No, not necessarily, but I'm so wrapped up in this, I just can't stop.
But that's the great thing, is that there's nothing to hold you back. You don't have to wait for another week.
Time doesn't apply to you anymore.
It's serious.
You can.
You guys are screaming obvious things at me.
But you're acting like you don't love to binge. But you don't have to wait a week.
No,
you have no commercials.
No, first of all, I'm not a binge watcher, but this show was so good that I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm going to watch another one. You
Right.
know? But somebody just put out a thing why binge watching is bad for TV. Why it's better to have that thing to do every night on like Thursdays, and then you discuss it with people. You're just not
Right.
sitting there like a fucking crackhead watching one article after another,
Alone.
chasing the fucking
More.
fucking Walter White dragon.
More needed. My one gripe with Breaking Bad was, this isn't any spoilers, but I feel like there was too many montages of them cooking. It seemed like every episode there was a cooking montage, at least 3 or 4 seasons.
I actually enjoy it. I like to see them cook. Like, it's really interesting to me because it looks like such a fucking blue collar job. Like the whole thing about them being, chemists and shit and being an expert at it. You're still in there scrubbing. You
Yeah.
have a fucking mask on.
There's a lot of
It's still
monotonous
shitty.
work.
Well, my father did that kind of job
Chemical,
his whole life, and he always worked in plastics. And he honestly, I don't think he's been happier anywhere than being in a lab.
Yeah.
Coming up with stuff. And a lot of it reminded me, because if there was any fuck up in these things, that he wouldn't let stuff be shipped out, and other people would be like, no, let it fucking go. He would be crazy, but like he was like Walter White, but about plastics and meth.
He was just telling me when I went to go visit him, he was just telling me a story about an explosion that happened in the lab of something that had gone wrong that just completely obliterated like all of their equipment.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the same exact concept of what happened with the Challenger. So he said, like, when that happened, he was watching and he said it like clicked to him. Like he immediately knew what the problem was.
Because it went so fast
Yes.
and there was nothing to do about it.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, when I was a kid and all those guys worked in factories, there used to be explosions all the time.
Yeah.
Like those men could and would die. My sister's husband, his dad blew up right in Philadelphia there in one of those things. They never found anything of him. It was one of those oil
Right.
refineries. He was just gone.
Yeah.
That happened a lot back in those days. Now people are like, work was a bitch today. But I remember when I was a little kid, those guys that were like 40, 45 years old, they were fucking old dudes, man.
Yeah.
They were beat down.
Well, that kind of work ages you so fast.
Yeah.
You're just like zaps you.
Yeah.
Not to mention, anytime you're going into work, you're like, hope everything works out. You know what I mean? Like, it's a different type of stress.
Yeah, sure.
Your life is on the line.
Well, I remember we would be like taking the bus, and you go past any of the bars in Marcus Hook, 8:00 in the morning, whenever your bus is coming in, there'd be fucking dudes just heading into the bars. Now, a lot of it was shift work, so a lot of guys would get off work, go in the bar, but a lot of guys could not walk through those factory gates without doing shots first. They would have
Right.
shots on their way in the morning just to put up. And then, like later, they're just, you go to see your friend at the house and this old man would just be sitting there in front of the TV, just smoking, never even looking up at you. And I just thought it'd be like, all this for a fucking row house in Linwood. Great. This is what I've given my life, my lungs, because all those guys ended up with all kinds of weird chemical, shit happened to them. None of them could hear worth the shit either.
Oh, yeah, because they were just deafeningly loud. And there was no concept of like ear protection was not thought of yet.
Mm.
Or masks not to breathe fumes.
No,
or...
you just did, just went in there. Oh, fuck, it stinks. It's loud, huh? Well, whatever.
Hard to work under these conditions.
Yeah. I knew guys that had jobs like, you ever see those big fucking oil tanks?
Yeah.
They would fucking lower them down in there and they'd just be scrubbing the sides of them.
Oh,
and then they'd
thanks.
be like, oh, this fucking pays good money. And you're like, does it? It seems like you're inside of an oil tank scrubbing. Seems like there wouldn't be
millions
enough. Eric in Colorado.
Hey, buddies. Yeah, I grew up in Youngstown, Ohio, and my grandfather worked in the steel mills for 33 years. And there was some documentary we were watching about 10 years ago on TV, and he just started crying. And I just looked, and I was like, why? And it was showing these guys, several guys who had died in an accident at a steel mill. my grandfather's like, I have seen guys fall into the molten steel.
Sure.
Oh my God.
You know,
all the time.
Yeah, you know, and the drinking, he never drank before going to work because he ran a crane, but every night after work, he and about 15 other guys would stop at a bar, have a beer or a shot before he came home. And as far back as I can remember, every night my grandfather came home and had a highball.
Yeah,
to
my dad was
relax.
the same way.
Yeah.
My mom would have a highball for him at the door. But you know, when you think back about that crane work that he did, and that was the stuff with the bucket on the end of it, right?
No, he started off doing that, and then later on he was doing it, loading the coils onto trucks and the rail cars.
If you look at that stuff with the molten steel in the bucket, and this Jinxie used to do that, he would have that stuff in one bucket, take it across to put it in another bucket, pouring it like that. The fucking concept of being able to pull that off.
Yeah, they would take incredible skill.
Yeah, it's incredible skill. And if they get it wrong, molten steel is spilling all over the place.
Yeah, no pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the way he described it, he said, all we would do is pull whatever they fell into out and set it aside. And when it cooled enough to where they could address the issue, then they would address the issue. And he just left it at that. He didn't, go into detail. And, looking back on it, I'm probably glad he did, as to, how they would deal with it. But could you imagine being, the person who has to go and tell somebody's family, oh, by the way, so-and-so fell into a cauldron of 1,200 degree metal.
Yeah. And it was just one of the things that sometimes happen. Well, even if you go back and, there's stuff with Mickey Mantle and he was like, oh, he was so happy because his dad got to see him play. And his dad was a miner, so he had the black lung and shit. His dad was like fucking 39 years old, and you can see how old and beaten down he looks. He's sitting there with like a fucking blanket around him and shit just to watch the Mick at Yankee Stadium. And no one was like, hey, this is weird. They're just like, hey, he had a long life. He's 40, worked in the mines for 20 years. All his kids always ate. People would say that like it was a normal thing. 5 minutes left in the show?
5 minutes, yep.
Wow.
Whoa, what happened?
What happened to the goddamn show today?
It flew.
Weirdo. What a weirdo. You're a weird kid sometimes. You know that? Like a real weird kid.
Strange thing that was. You were like an effeminate kindergarten child.
It flew.
It flew.
Hello, Mrs. Pettatimage.
I love Miss Pettatimage.
50 states. All right, so we got to wrap this up. What's coming up next here?
Accelerated will be coming up next.
Accelerated.
Ooh, accelerated.
Everything so accelerated.
You'll hear all the great stuff from Opie Radio, but it's accelerated all in one show. And what about young E-Rock? Who does he have on his program tonight?
I emailed him. He didn't tell me who he's got. So it's a mystery. It's a mystery on the E-Rock show tonight.
He told me his guest for next week, though. He's all-star guest.
Wow.
When he's doing, Opie's off next week, so all the other shows are coming in to do 1 day a week. Race Talk is getting a day.
Yeah, Race Wars.
Sam is getting a day. Sam Talk.
Sam Talk.
E-Rock Talk.
E-Rock Talk.
The Rock Talk, actually.
Yeah.
Rich and Bonnie Talk.
Rich and Bonnie Talk, and then Bennington Talk.
Or Crab Talk, whichever.
Crab Talk. They're just little crabs biting because the big crabs hate to hear rain on the ocean.
I'm not just sure why we decided that Johnny's an Algerian, but that happened somehow.
He is.
We don't have a Johnny impression, so we just went with the Jeffrey impression.
And how good is Crab hearing anyway? Feels like a bunch of bullshit reason about why.
Just relax, dude. He's our friend.
I feel like Johnny's lying to our faces.
But you know what? Let's let him go.
We tease in a gentle way.
Let's see. Coming up in 2 hours on the Bennington program, who do we got today?
Tony Hale.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Love.
Jack Tempchin.
Love.
I want to definitely sing Peaceful Easy Feeling with him.
Do you think that we can get him to sing it with us all together?
I'd rather he didn't sing it at all and just listens to me sing it. That's why I sing it very sexily to him. I like the way Jack Tempson's earrings lay. Look at me when I'm singing to him.
Sounds comfortable, though.
So brown, Tempchin. I hope I'm not that weird when he gets here.
And then we're playing the Cheech and Chong Unmasked.
Well, you know what?
That's a
To
great
me, two of the greatest of all time.
Amazing. Being in the same room with them
Peace,
was crazy.
Peace.
Peace, guys.
Peace, dude.
Peace be with you.
Peace.
Yeah, and also with you. All right, so that's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Over on Raw. Is it Raw Dog 99? Raw Dog
Comedy Club.
99?
99.
99.
Got 99 problems.
Raw Dog is one of them. I got 99 problems, but Wickling ain't one of them. Hit it! I never understood that song at all. Is he saying he has a nice girlfriend?
Yeah, is it tricky? Like he doesn't care about these bitches, and that's why they're not a problem,
He's got
or
bae.
he got a bitch, and like that's not a worry for him because
Yeah.
he's got that taken care of.
Yeah.
I guess that's right.
I like to think the latter, because his bitch is not a problem.
If you got female problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one.
Hit me.
She's at home going like this. What's he saying?
Excuse me?
This bad?
This is why my sister doesn't get along with you on the elevator.
That's why she kicks you on the elevator.
It flew by.
It flew.
It flew.
What a fucking cunny. We'll also be saying goodbye to our friend Anthony. Why doesn't Anthony, sit in with us too?
All right.
On
Yeah.
the second show today. Because he won't be here for temp meetings next week. What do we call that again?
The trial meetings.
Trial meetings.
Let the trials begin.
All right. That's it for us. See you guys in 2 hours over on Raw Dog 99. Straight up noontime. In the meantime, enjoy Accelerate It right here on Opie Radio. There it is. The mess around the great Ray Charles. It's 2 for day today, the Bennington Show.
Back again.
You heard us just a little while earlier today on Opie Radio. Now here we are on Raw Diggity 99.
About to double up.
We're saying goodbye to our good friend Anthony today. Well, we're saying so long.
So long.
So
We'll
long.
see you again very shortly.
Yes, you will.
When you get a gig in the promotions department.
I have an announcement.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah! Yeah!
I wanted to wait till I was on the air. It was me and Joe's idea to wait till I was on the air to announce it.
God!
Way to go, buddy.
They called me at 5:45 when I was on the bus yesterday.
I love it, man. I love it.
That is so awesome.
When do you start?
I got to do the background check and all that stuff, so we'll see.
Hope you're
Go.
squeaky
Oh
clean.
yeah, I gotta check everything out before I send it in.
Check it all out, though. Yeah, you can't make even the slightest mistake on that. But do you know exactly what your job's going to be?
Pretty much like doing everything that the promotions does, setting up for the fishbowl whenever they
Dude,
need
you're
it.
going to have so much fun in that
can't
job.
wait.
You're gonna meet so many cool people.
I've already met cool people.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's like one of those deals where you're in charge of the person when they get here.
Yeah.
So
You're gonna
it's
be the
like,
guy.
who's your favorite celebrity of all time? I'm gonna guess Joe Pesci.
Let's take a look at you.
De Niro.
Is it De Niro?
It is De Niro. No,
Well,
it's
this-
actually Al Pacino.
All right. Well, Pacino's been here before.
I heard he was
And-
like playing the drums in the fishbowl once.
Yeah, he was amazing. And like it'll be a deal of you'll be in charge of Pacino when he comes in, and like today you were in charge of us. You brought us some of your mom's beautiful sausage,
Hot and
flakes.
sweet, as
So
promised.
beautiful.
Dude, I'm so happy for you. You got
Thank
to make
you.
sure
I
you
couldn't
get
have done it
those-
without you guys.
Well,
Couldn't have done it without you guys.
We know that. Now, and your mom bitched all that time, and now she's satisfied and happy, right?
And when I walked in, she was like, "Oh my God, you're sweating from the bus stop. Are you all right?" And I was just smiling at her. She's like, "What do you want to eat tonight? Are you gonna have some chicken cutlets?" I was like, still smiling at her. She goes, "Why the fuck do you keep smiling at me?" Oh, you got the job. So it was like really exciting for her. My father's like, "Good job, man."
That's good, though. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I am so happy for you, Anthony.
Thank you.
You got to get those Zito gigs where you're on the road.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fly me out to wherever.
Fly me to the moon, June and Spoon.
Spoons.
Well, I love it, and your mom's food is absolutely terrific.
I told her to start baking.
But you're a North Jersey guy, so you understand food.
I have to. It's in the DNA.
Yeah,
it's on the.
I remember we did a thing on the iBang back when they were when the Super Bowl was at Giant Stadium, and people wanted to go where to go to New York, and I said, why go to New York if you can eat North Jersey food? Because North Jersey is a lot of people that came from Brooklyn and they live in North Jersey, and that's both Jews and Italians and Polish. There's great Spanish food. It's amazing. North Jersey is phenomenal.
It's a hotbed.
I will say this: it's worth the vacation. If you live in different parts of the country and you like to do road trips for foods, it's well worth it.
And the road trip segment is presented by Wyndham Hotels and Resorts. Wyndham Grand, Wyndham Garden. Earn up to 2,000 Wyndham Rewards bonus points when you book at Wyndham.com. Terms and conditions apply. There's a Wyndham waiting.
Where's your favorite North Jersey pizza place?
It's got to be Ralph's in my town, Nutley. It's the best.
Let me see Ralph's there.
Very old-fashioned, old school. Been around since the 50s.
I have a favorite spot over there. Wow, let's look at Ralph's.
Okay, that looks beautiful.
That looks fantastic.
It's a work of art, really.
That is beautiful. That's a beautiful pie right there.
And we have a lot of coal fire pizzas too, which is good. There's so many goddamn pizza places in my town.
Well, there's a place called Star Tavern that has the thinnest pizza I have ever had, and it's so look how thin that is.
Holy
and believe me when I tell you, it's so tasty. It's unbelievable.
It's like a little cracker.
I never really had. I never had thin crust before. This will do it.
Yeah, this is a great spot for you.
Right.
I'm not normally a thin crust person either, but I love their pizza.
You like a nice medium crust.
I like a medium crust.
Yeah.
I'm not a deep dish guy, but this is paper thin, and it's out of this world.
I like a thin crust.
Here's another thing too. They do Italian hot dogs over in North Jersey, where it's a hot dog, but then they put potatoes, peppers, and onions
Holy
on it.
crap.
Where's that place, Chris, I'm thinking of?
That's at Jimmy Buff's in West Orange.
Wow.
That sounds
And I think they deep
phenomenal.
fry the hot dog. They'll drop it in a deep fryer.
So you're getting crunch on there.
Yeah, you're going to be able to, and you got the half moon Italian roll. So you're just splitting this big roll.
Sounds amazing.
And now normally I would eat that with like Italian sausage, but they go with the dog.
I'm intrigued by the dog.
I'll tell you my favorite, one of my favorite, this is a Jewish deli sandwich. They call it a sloppy Joe, which most people think of like a loose meat sandwich. But
Sure.
this is different. We can have some of these brought over one day. Chris, where do we get them from?
That's at Town Hall in South Orange, New Jersey.
See, I don't even remember the name of that. But what's on it? It's turkey, slaw, what else?
Corned beef and roast beef and Russian dressing, which is ridiculous.
Russian dressing, first of all, is so goddamn good.
It's so good. You know what? It brings a sophistication to a sandwich.
I didn't even think of that. I just thought it was soaked in delicious goodness.
But if you're at home, you're not thinking.
No, you never put that on.
But if you were to do it, you'd be like getting a nice sandwich for
But
yourself.
see, here's the thing. I don't think like a Russian dressing in a bottle is a good thing.
You like
I think
a
it needs
house-made.
to be homemade. And that's what they pull off there.
It
That
looks
sandwich
incredible.
right there is out of this world.
That looks so good. I didn't even know that would be considered a sloppy Joe.
Yeah, they only call it that, maybe even in that town. No one else calls it that. It's a ridiculous name. Well, also, of course, North Jersey is known for their Taylor ham and egg sandwich. Well, first of all, a lot of people in Jersey, and I never saw this anywhere else, they like a hard roll in the morning.
Yeah.
A lot of people even have a hard roll and butter
Interesting.
when they wake up. But they do a hard roll with their Taylor egg ham. That doesn't get play anywhere else outside of North Jersey.
So it's like a thick sliced ham, or it's like a thin cut.
It's a pork roll. What it is it's
That's
straight
what,
pork roll.
it's not. You're not allowed to say that in North Jersey. It's Taylor ham. You're not allowed to say pork
But it
roll.
is the similar thing to like that South Jersey calls it
pork
like a
roll, South
Yeah,
Jersey.
they call it a pork roll there. But it's, and I don't know why, but it doesn't get play anywhere else but that area. And then those people in that area swear to it. But I just gave you things there. I even gave you enough right now to go to North Jersey and have a great eating vacation. Now I'm just going to throw this out there. These are the best diners. I don't care. You're just driving down the road. A nondescript diner kicks ass in Jersey.
I had friends who lived in Jersey, and every time I was there, it was like I felt like we spent hours upon hours in diners. And I'm like, that's what we do here. This
We
is like a
love
hang-
disco fries. We love them.
Oh, so good.
They really are the best.
But it's like a social scene. It's not.
It is. People go to the diner too. And, I guess that was an American thing, I don't know, 50 years ago, but it never has given out in Jersey. Jersey stays with it. They love it. They cherish it. It's always funny to me that the Jets and the Giants, the guys that play for them, are really just North Jersey guys. They never come into the city. If they come into the city, they come in on a bus together to eat steaks. But all those guys live and eat constantly in North Jersey.
Yeah, and I think it's funny. Like everyone is still like trying to find Little Italy, like the Italian food there. North Jersey. That's where you got to go.
That's where everybody moved. That's where everybody moved. What's the Hoboken scene too? What is that? It's like a roast beef sandwich that we had brought over to us.
Fiore's.
People stand in line, and it's one of those deals like when he's out, that's when the place closes.
What are we talking here? Like a hot roast beef sandwich?
Yeah, with mozzarella cheese. It's so good. It's ridiculous.
So it's a mozzarella hot roast beef sandwich?
Yeah, and then
Au jus?
you get gravy and onions.
Au jus? Au jus.
And really good bread. What do you call the place though, Chris?
Fiore's.
Fiore's, yeah.
Fiore's Deli in Hoboken.
Very, very famous. And everybody, we had some brought over here. The mozzarella is made by hand every day.
Eating this sandwich blew my mind.
Well, I heard about it so many times. I said, bring me one. It can't be as good as they say.
Yeah.
Because it's roast beef. How good could it be?
Sure.
It was out of this world. And it's the mozzarella, I think, that makes it.
It puts it
like
over.
a fresh mozzarella.
Yeah, it's
house-made.
unbelievable. And this is what Anthony's going to be bringing us from North Jersey.
Oh,
every single
yeah.
day.
That's part of promotions.
part of the promotions now.
Whatever you want.
I'm
going to bring
so
in a big
happy
pie.
for you.
Me
Thank
too.
you.
You
Thank you.
deserve it.
Thank you.
And let me tell you something else. I consider this a feather in my cap.
You
that
should.
My guy is so good, he gets a gig here. I want a thing to go out of all the people who ever been interns. And Chris, you're one of them.
Yes, I am.
That went and became, part of the company. It makes me feel excellent.
Done. Well, not done, but it will be done.
When did you finish?
Over the weekend.
See, he knew.
Everybody knew. Everybody knew that you were
Everybody
gonna do
knew
it.
except me.
Now you're the pride of North Jersey.
My mom was like, "Oh, they didn't call yet. They said it was going to be a week. I doubt you got the job."
Is that what
Thank you.
Yeah, she goes,
Like
"Let's try to move on. Let's try to maybe find somewhere
Just get
something in
inside your
Poughkeepsie."
head, dude. Just fucking with you.
She's like, "There's a board op job for 2 hours in Poughkeepsie to be the morning man." I was like, "All right, Mom, we'll see."
That actually sounds pretty good, though.
Poughkeepsie's nice.
You know what else I like we're talking about North Jersey food, but so many of those Spanish places in Newark that you can go and get a paella and
is
you
that
just
right?
put the thing in the center for everybody. Everybody just digs in. And I've gone over there to places with people, and I'm like, you sure this neighborhood's all right? You sure it's okay? You just go in these little nondescript. It looks like you're going into a dark bar. It's the type of places they'll throw ice in the urinal, and you're just like, I don't understand why we're here. And then the food, these older, Spanish ladies will bring out this food, lay a ridiculous amount of food on your table, and you just start eating, and you're like, I would be happy to die right now.
I love
It's
a paella.
good. Yeah, it's unbelievable, right?
now I want to go to North Jersey. I want to do a day trip, road trip.
Well, why don't you
day tripper.
I think that you need a weekend in North Jersey where you get there on a Friday, you eat some nice food.
Okay.
Get up a Saturday eating.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday, get up, get a ham, egg, and cheese, and start to head back to the city.
That sounds beautiful.
Yeah, you beat the traffic back to the city.
I got a good place for Italian food.
All right, give it to me.
It's called the Belmont, and I believe it's on the
Why do I know this?
It's been around forever, but it's got the best chicken savoy, shrimp marsala, clams oreganata. It's one of the I've been going there for 20 years.
Let me tell you something. I'll go into a place like that. You know what I say to the waiter or waitress? Just bring me whatever's good. I'm not
We don't even order off the menu anymore.
You just say that. Just bring me.
Just give us the usual. It's very like small. It's intimate.
Yeah, I like that.
It's like old school.
Sometimes somebody gets murdered at a table next to you.
It's very possible somebody got rubbed out.
Let me see their Chris. Let me see their sign. The place looks cute.
Yeah. Stretch's Chicken Savoy.
Belmont. What? Belmont Tavern.
What town's that?
I believe it's on the Belleville-Newark border.
It's Belleville.
Yeah, it's Belleville. It's on the Belleville.
That's right on the border. What do you say?
It's Belleville.
It's on the border.
Why are you leaving it? Where'd your attitude come from, Chris?
Because I looked it up on Google Maps. It's solidly
so
Belleville.
what?
Solidly.
I mean, you're talking about talking to the real guy here, the real deal, Holyfield,
All right,
Mr.
you know
North Jersey.
what? I have been there before.
Is that why?
Yeah, I knew it was familiar to me, and I ate and loved it. Every time I go over to North Jersey, too, I'll see some listeners like, what are you doing here? Like, what do you mean? What am I doing here? This is a place for me to go.
I'm allowed to go wherever I want.
I went to a steak place over there that Eddie Trunk holds court at. A real old school steak place that seriously, it felt like you were in, it's called Arthur's.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Oh, you know the place?
I heard of it, yeah.
And like you're in there, and I almost started laughing because it felt like I was in a movie.
Really?
Yeah. And they just bring out these steaks. Everybody over there in Jersey loves it. It's so fun. It's so neighborhoody. It's in Morris Plains. Oh, Johnny goes there when he's not crabbing.
Right,
in the winter,
sure.
He's not spending the entire time at the shore. He'll go and have a steak at this place.
He goes to Arthur's for some turf.
Yeah. Eddie Trunk rolls in there, and they treat him like he's a god. They're like, oh, Eddie's on VH1 too. Well, what's his thing? Is it VH1 too or
VH1
something?
Classic.
Or VH1 Classic. He owns that channel. Like it's 24 hours heavy metal Eddie Trunk.
And he's from that area originally, right?
Yeah, of course he is. No, all those people. No one moves there.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
You're born there. You buy a house down the street from your mom. You'll have your children. Then one day you die.
Nice.
That's it.
A North New Jersey life.
That is. It's a Jersey life,
It's scary.
Somebody says something bad about Springsteen, you start swinging at them.
Yeah.
That's it. Don't want to get anybody starting shit with you. Somebody says The Sopranos is not good. That's it for you.
My father actually refused to let The Sopranos film in his law office because it depicted Italians negatively. I said, "Who are you, Joe Colombo?"
I have a friend's family did the same thing. They were from Staten Island, and they were like part of the big Italian Americans against The Sopranos.
Yeah, I was like, who cares? Just let them film.
Let's point this out. The Italians are negative.
Yeah, but
that's it. That's their thing. They brought crime to
They're
this.
criminals. They're
We never
bad
had
people.
we never had any crime here.
They didn't realize.
Except for, in Columbus Day in New York, they never let The Sopranos walk. All these years later,
nope.
They still hold a grudge, and everyone knows that 99% of Italians law-abiding people, and then 1% are incredibly interesting.
Yeah,
and they're the ones we pay attention to.
And they're the ones we should lift up.
Yeah. Now, not all Irish are, I grew up Irish. Not all Irish are drunk and street fighters. I've never met one that wasn't, but I've heard stories.
I'm sure there's definitely
like a unicorn Irish that doesn't drink.
They probably exist.
Yeah.
I was so mad at him for that. Like, he told me like a couple weeks ago, too. Because we were watching The Sopranos, and he like watches it, and he was like, "Oh, well, they tried to film in my law office." I said, "No."
So
what? I was so mad. I was so mad at him.
Yeah. Well, they tried to say that I raped someone. So.
Cover that one up.
Yeah. So never gonna have mother. Dude, you made this a happy day today, Anthony.
I tried.
Really did.
I brought sausage bread and good news.
I can't believe
and
it.
you even promised a sausage bread before you knew.
Yeah. You didn't know this.
Oh, she made it already.
Oh, I just thought of something. I feel so bad for V.
I saw her in the whole. She seemed all right. I mean,
she's up for a music job.
That's why I think she's all right.
So that she's hoping for that more.
She's more into the music type.
Yeah, she would
deal.
be terrible at that other job.
That's Anthony's bread and butter.
Can I tell you something? That's what I told the people in that department. I go, she'd be terrible at it.
Good. You too?
Yeah.
They're like, well, it's
You too.
Yeah. That's right.
She used to be the best when she answered the phones. All right, I'm going to put you up.
Dude, I am so happy for you, man.
I'm so excited.
I couldn't have done it without you guys. I'm
You're
serious.
getting full time, right?
No, it's part time for now.
Okay.
But hopefully,
Can I tell you something?
A year.
Such a small place. When they say your personality is perfect for this, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
This is by the time you're done, you're going to be booking shows up and down the East Coast.
That PT is gonna turn to FT in no time.
You know, I had to think of that for. Oh, I thought you were giving me a high five.
I'm giving you a high five.
I missed by a foot
because he pulled away.
I was trying to say you're.
No, it turns
he's
the
gonna-
white now. I think right.
He's gonna get the official.
Yeah.
Turns the white.
All right.
I gotta hand these in today.
Hey.
I gotta hand these in today.
You know what? You do it to Anthony. I pull back on you now. We got to take a break here, Chris.
No, actually, Mr. Tony Hale is coming up.
Oh,
Tony Hale.
I can't wait.
We love him. You know, he's not just doing his regular Veep show, which is hysterical.
The best.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the Veep herself, I love.
Yes.
Julie Louise Elaine. But here's the deal about this, and I want to get this out because I don't want it to come out in front of Tony. I just don't love her. I'm in love with her.
I believe it. A nation is in love with her.
I don't care about the rest of the nation. I love her. I love Veep, too. It's a very fun show.
Great show.
It's a show that is all about the vice president, who's now the president.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to ask about that because Tony's like a buddy. Now.
I know.
You know what I mean? He's been in and out so many times. All right, so he's also got a movie.
American Ultra.
American Ultra. Stay away. American Ultra. That's what I'm saying. I don't want your beat machine. All right, he's standing outside. All right, let's welcome our buddy. It's American Ultra opens this weekend.
Yep, that's right.
And Veep is restarting again in the near future, I'm going to guess. Let's welcome Mr. Tony Hale. Tony Hale in studio with us. It's a brand new season of Veep. It's good to see you again, buddy.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me. I love that your table is like a galaxy.
It is.
I'm glad you enjoyed that.
Just reminds us that we're spinning on a planet and none of this matters.
You see, so your problems are small. Just by looking
Very
at this, just by looking at this table, you have nothing to worry about.
You don't.
You're not even just a big TV star, now a big movie star too.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Big movie star. Bigger than Brando.
Really?
Look at the table. You're fine. Look at the table.
Neurotic Brando.
The neurotic Brando.
No, yeah. Well, yeah, American Ultra, yeah, is coming out this weekend, and it's kind of a twisted Born Identity, and it's really fun. It's a really fun watch.
Jesse Eisenberg, Gail and Jesse went to school together.
We went to high school together.
Oh my gosh, I met him for the first time Tuesday night. He's a very nice guy.
And Jesse's doing a lot better than you, Gail. I just want to point that out.
He's doing very well for himself.
Hey, we're not going to talk like that.
Very happy for him.
You have tremendous value. Tremendous.
No, he was one of those talents that even when he was young, it was very clear that
in
he
the
was.
school play, it was
Guess
ridiculous.
what? You're one of those talents that is
Thank
very
you.
clear that you have tremendous
Thanks so
value.
much.
And we are on a speck in the universe, and we're on the same playing field. So let's just acknowledge that truth.
But see, when you talk that way, some people are driving, and it just sounds like they're going to be hypnotized or start meditating.
You have tremendous value.
Yeah.
And God
just
loves you.
Close your eyes as you drive. Forget all your
That would
problems.
be my dream. I just love to listen to that over and over.
So does it always feel like you're jumping into a whole different thing when you go from TV to a movie and now it's different crew, different cast?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's nice to be on a show where you kind of know everybody and you kind of have that familiarity. And sometimes when you go onto a new project, you're a little bit of like the middle school kid in the cafeteria, just like, oh, like me.
Right.
But then, like with this movie, I was there 2 weeks and I didn't work with Jesse or Kristen or anybody. I mainly worked with Connie Britton and Topher Grace. And so you kind of get to know these people. It's very quick and you kind of just hang out. You know, it's kind of like a gypsy lifestyle. Like, well, we're in this together, so let's become friends and then never talk again.
I guess that's so much better than screaming at them, we don't do it like this on Veep.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so different.
My gosh, we are so gifted compared to you guys.
It really is a gifted cast.
No. Well, it's a cool cast, man.
Yeah.
And it's with comedy, I mean, you know, you have to have that trust.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you throw the ball, they're going to throw it back. And so that's what I'm really thankful for. Big time.
Well, also, everything on that show just moves so fast.
Really fast. And the thing that they give us is they give us like 2 or 3 weeks before we shoot a rehearsal, which is pretty you don't hear of in television, because you got to figure it out if it gels, if it works, and then when you kind of it morphs into what it is, you have that confidence going into what you shoot that we worked this out. Then it's gonna be good.
And you guys do a fair amount of improvisation in the moment as well.
We
right?
do a fair amount, and that's what these writers that we work with. They're not so precious with their words, which I appreciate. They write it, they do a lot of work on the framework, and then they kind of show it to us, and then we're able to say this works, and can we kind of stretch this out? And they're not so, oh, those are my words. They allow for it to morph, which is great.
Well, the framework too tells the story, and then whatever you guys are doing, as long as you're getting from A to B, I guess it makes sense. You know?
Yeah, and it's fun because in the room we kind of come up with stuff. I remember one time, I think it was this last season, she was really sick, and it maybe came up in the room that it's like, yeah, I think she'll be in bed the whole time while everything else is going on, and that kind of stuff comes up in the improv space, and so that's to be able to kind of be a part of that process is fun.
That was one of my favorite episodes too. I just love.
She does sick really well.
She did it so
really
well. Well, she does sick well. She does anger well. She does panic well. It's
and like 6-inch heels.
Yeah.
Like that's not easy.
Yeah, she stays sexy, incredibly sexy throughout, no matter what she's dealing with. But you know, when you look at Veep and you're like, oh, okay, this is this parody, and now we have Trump running, and you're like, maybe Veep needs to go further.
It looks subtle compared to the reality.
It's kind of, those SNL writers are just salivating with what's coming up.
I don't know where you can't parody though.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's when I talk about Veep, I always say, hey, listen, if there was hidden cameras in DC, this would not be too far from the truth.
Right.
Like, we see all the kind of perfect pictures sometimes, not with necessarily the last debate, but it's like, but there's so much insecurity, there's so many breakdowns, there's so many fights going on behind the scenes that you don't see. I mean, that because they're human.
Yeah.
The stakes are so high.
Well, there's always the thing too when somebody new, a new president, so half the city is fired. You know what I mean? Half the power people in Washington are like, I'm going to lose my job. Where do I scramble next?
Yeah. Where do I position? How do I spend this? How do I stay ahead? All that kind of stuff. But I mean, the whole Donald Trump thing, I mean, it's hard to get past. Like, he was on a reality show for, how many years? I mean, I think he is a really smart man, but it's tough to kind of get that picture of it out.
Well, I saw him in New Hampshire, and it was on every network at the same time. This is just the other night. Everybody's going crazy. And then if you just listen to him, he's talking like Donald Trump on The Apprentice. You know how he would just act like someone was fired because they didn't bring juice, and how, he would start to, well, he's winding up like that. And instead of everybody going, oh my God, this is nuts, they're jumping out of their seats.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's just, I kind of love it because I feel like maybe America will get the president that they deserve, and this train will finally go off the track, and we can all be in it together screaming.
And then the universe will collide.
Yes.
The meaningless of it all.
I think what's funny is if 5-10 years ago somebody said to you a reality star billionaire would be running for president and pitched you that as like a movie or something, you'd be like, well, that's a little extreme.
Yeah, one of the Real Housewives is going to be a senator next. Something's coming up.
Well, I never
Naked and Afraid's going to be the next vice president.
I never heard even a candidate being so bold to talk about their brand. You know, my brand is very strong, and he's saying these things that maybe you should say backstage, and yet no one is reacting to it.
Yeah. There is an appreciation sometimes of the bluntness of it, where you just kind of go, the whole political correctness is thrown out the window. I do appreciate that somewhat.
Yeah.
But just, it's sometimes the character where I'm like, leading the country.
Right.
You know, but I don't know. I mean, I even though I'm on a political show, I don't know that much about politics. I'm still learning myself.
Is that right? You've never been political?
It's just, all that information coming at me, it's hard for me to process. I do. Have you heard of this thing called Daily Skim? It's like this, my wife got me into it. It's this email that you get every day, and it kind of summarizes the political events and just kind of what's going on in the world. And that's good. Like, it kind of gives me a Cliff Notes version each day. Cause if some people who watch CNN all the time, and like my in-laws and Aniston have Fox News playing all day long, and it's too much for me.
Right.
It's too much information.
My folks, her grandparents are the same exact way. Fox News goes on in the morning. Yep. And then this is the thing, and they call it the news. They'll just say, "Did you watch the news?" And I'm like, "Come on." I'm like, "Pop, I love you. It ain't the news."
Yeah. No, it's also, I just don't feel like being depressed.
No.
You know, I don't want to be, I watch CNN and just be like, well, now I'm terrified.
Right.
Now there's already enough fear in this world. I don't want more of that.
Yeah, they do a great job of selling fear. And it's an amazing product to have, because I don't know, like horror films, I guess we're attracted to it.
But why that's my question though. Cause I mean, granted, I've got plenty of things that I should not be, I mean, like movies or like even, some comedies, whatever. But it's like, horror is not my genre.
I'm the same way.
It's, I to sit in a room and I've already got enough fear in my life.
Yeah.
And the fact is, that shit can happen, people. Like Paranormal Activity. I believe in that shit a little bit, you know? And it's also, guess what I also believe? I believe someone can put on a mask and kill me. So why am I going to sit in the room and watch it?
Yeah. And now in a movie theater, which has become scarier than they used to be.
Yeah. Now it's like 4D where you're feeling it sometimes.
Yeah. And they just said one of the movie chains is going to start and check bags. And I'm like, none of the women are bringing guns. Pat the dudes down.
Yeah.
It's the guys that are crazy.
I don't know. It's not my thing. And my wife can also watch things like Homeland or stuff like that. And she loves it. And I'm like, it's going on somewhere. It's going on somewhere. I'll go watch Wizard of Oz and check out a little
bit. Tony Hale is in with us. Not only is Veep coming back, but American Ultra, and a great cast, and already terrific buzz for this.
Yeah, and it's Nima Nourizadeh directed it, and he's this kind of like childlike director, and it's just really great personality and a great director, and it's so fast paced. There's a lot coming at you, and this your friend Jesse, he just like I love that he's a kid who you wouldn't expect to have these skills. I mean, it's one thing if like, you know, Matt Damon breaks out like, oh yeah, I know how to kill people with this, whatever. Here's like a kid who he discovers it himself, and it's unbeknownst to him, and that's fun to watch. Kind of the stoner, quirky kid turn into like a, you know, ninja.
And it looks kind of like wild and chaotic as well.
It's really wild and chaotic, and it's shot really fast paced. I mean, it's a ride. It's a total ride.
How much time do you have in between seasons of Veep to know that, okay, if I can do a movie, here's the time it needs to finish?
We finish shooting this year. We'll probably finish around March, and then I've got the time after that to do films and stuff. And I'm always thankful for a gig.
You've had like crazy things happen though. There's been so many. I mean, how many people get to hit TV shows?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm very grateful. I mean, when Arrested finished in 2000, I remember, in 2006, the same month that Arrested got canceled, I bought a house and my daughter was born. And I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And then there was like a good 6 years where I was kind of doing small parts here and there, and then Veep came around. But I've learned a lot of lessons, and one being you got to stay present, because I was always looking like, afraid of what's coming next, because in this business people are always like, oh, what's next for you, you don't go up to a lawyer and say what's next for you, like for some reason in our business, what's next for you, so you're always looking ahead. And it's really hard to stay present, so I'm just trying to kind of stay here right now.
And really, if you want to bring anxiety, the best thing to do is think
just
about
watch
the
CNN.
Yeah,
exactly. Totally.
I'm sure even Brad,
because it's uncertainty.
Yeah.
And anybody who says, yeah, I figured it out, you haven't figured it out. We're all trying to figure it out. That's why college students, I love talking to college students, because when they're, a senior in college, there's so much pressure to have it figured out. Here's the deal. No one's figured it out.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure it out. I mean, anybody who says, like, I got it, you don't have it.
Right.
We're spinning on a planet.
Yeah. The only planet we know that works, too.
Yeah,
That's the other part that gets
exactly,
you.
the massive galaxy.
Yeah. And in the meantime, we're screwing that planet up. We really, seriously, we really have got to be the wildest species that's ever existed.
Bunch of cowboys.
Yeah, we are. We're just out of drunk cowboys, just going like this. There's only a thin air, a thing of breathable air in the known universe, and we don't give two shits about it, man. We're just like, whatever. Right? Throwing water. Well, the one precious thing. Oh, everyone needs water. And then I turn my shower on in the morning. Not yet. Just let that run for a while.
Yeah.
God.
I'm gonna flush my toilet 5 times.
Yeah. No wonder
in California,
God
though,
hates
man,
us.
you gotta. We desperately need water, and people are starting to wake up to like at the most 5-minute shower. Like you gotta get in and get out.
Well, you also turned into a hot plate this summer. I mean, it's just.
Bad. Do you know those new machines though? Where they're turning salt water, not new, they've been around, the salt water into natural water.
Yeah.
Why isn't California? I don't understand why that wasn't in development. I mean, I know it's incredibly expensive, but it's pretty crazy that they can do that.
Well, how expensive is it to keep a reservoir somewhere and then send it through pipes? To me, that seems like insane.
But I feel like they have been doing that, but there's just the reservoir.
There's nothing there.
Empty,
It's well, they said that there's some kind of crazy storm coming there, though.
And El Nino, but then have you heard about this blob situation? See, this is why I don't watch the news.
Blob
I'm just telling you, I don't need any more fear. But there's some kind of blob that's coming against El Nino, and it's called the blob. I don't know, but it's, again, if I look into it, I'm like, well, we're all gonna die. So let's just call it a day.
This is why Tony Hale doesn't do the evening news.
It's a superstorm.
Stay away. Isolate yourself at home.
If you can still hear me.
Tony, everybody's live, but we're not going to be soon.
Yeah. Well, that has been a character of yours to play the overwhelmed guy, and
sure.
I believe, like, Jack Lemmon made such an incredible career out of it, and I always would love to see you do some of those Jack Lemmon where you start at one point, normal guy, and then slowly start to fray off.
I also was a huge Bob Newhart fan too.
Incredible.
He just kind of could sit in the tension and he didn't have to do anything.
Unbelievable.
And he would just shift his eyes, and you're just like, hilarious.
I did an hour with Bob Newhart sitting in front of an audience, and basically I was his straight man. So I would ask the question, and then he would start, he'd start his answer and then stop, and I would feel that tension, right?
God.
The rubber band, and then he would drop the hammer and the room would explode. And I'm like,
it's that control, man.
Yeah.
That's good.
It was one of the funnest times I've ever had.
I'm curious. And it's interesting that it was fun for you, because I always think I don't mind playing it, but to watch it would make me, that's nerve-wracking.
Well, I mean, I never
to watch, to be a person of, like, if you're kind of wondering what's going to happen and stuff.
Yeah, it was. I had to retrust every single time, and then after he told me, he's like, "Man, that was really fun," because I would, just ask a question. I knew it was setting, something up for him. But to get to that joke, he would just play with it and play with it. But after he told me, like, so many interviewers will just dive in and they won't be able to stand it.
Yeah. And you let him do that.
Yeah, I let him do it, and it was because it was tremendous. You know what I mean? It was the most.
And you trusted that he knew it, and he was in it.
Yeah. I mean, there wasn't a single time that didn't happen, and I could watch the audience leaning forward.
Yeah.
And he's not a young guy doing this anymore.
Yeah, sure.
But the timing is phenomenal.
Exactly. And he gets a rush off that. He gets a rush
loves
out
it,
of that,
man.
leaning forward and just holding people and then letting loose.
That's really great that you picked that up because he's got somewhat of a dark heart. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, I think there's a lot of pain. I mean, that comes from pain.
Yeah.
Like you go through whatever stuff, and then you learn. Well, maybe I can turn this anxiety and this pain into just play, and just I know how to do it organically.
Yeah.
You know?
So that's what that part of that you bring, it is part of your.
Yeah, I was an anxious kid. I was bullied and stuff like that, and I was just talking about this recently where someone would say something awful to me, and then you turn around, and you start talking to yourself. You're like, well, that wasn't very nice, and and you kind of do this self-medicating.
Yeah,
and you learn how to kind of carry that tension a little bit, and then it kind of grows into. I mean, at the time, you don't think it's awful, awful, but then somehow it's used to your, whatever you do.
But see, that's where growth comes from too. Like if you could if you fix that stuff for kids, like we all want all the kids to be normal.
Yeah.
Now, we go out of the way and make this as normal as possible.
Yeah.
But real street sense is, there's, they always say fight or flight, but there's also dance. You know what I mean? If you're the guy who can come up with something silly, people like, you know what? That dude is kind of cool.
You know what's hard though is, this as being a parent, like watching your kids go through something, because we all went through shit, but to watch your kid, it's like you want so bad to protect them, but they gotta walk through it. They have to. And man, that is the hardest thing. I have a 9-year-old, and just like even if one of her friends said something, or she's going through her own insecurities, it's just like, oh, you just want to put them in a bubble, and you can't.
Yeah.
Because they don't grow. That's what, this is a total tangent, but that's like when addiction comes in, like when people get addicted because they've medicated challenges and they don't emotionally grow. That's why they're stunted in their growth. Like you have to walk through these challenges to grow and mature, and you have to let your kid. Anyways, I'm going on a tangent. But
no, I what's always funny is like whatever generation there has the wrong information for the next generation because things change so much. So, when it comes up to like, how do you be online? I would have no idea to tell a kid what to do if someone writes something on your Facebook. I would just be like, what do you care?
Yeah. Do you remember slam book? I don't know. Slam books where they would would have this book and they'd write a question and it would pass around. No one knew who started it. And there was these awful things that could be said about you or someone. Now that's online.
Right. That's
like
constant.
Online slam books.
Yeah.
Awful.
It's almost like they never leave the playground now. You know what I mean? Like it used to be, okay, you run home, then you're watching cartoons or,
Right. You had a safe space away from that kind of.
Yeah.
And you know what? I don't know who was talking about this recently, but kids don't learn empathy either, because when you say to somebody, if a kid says to somebody, oh, you're ugly or whatever, the kid sees the reaction. And even though they're still like, whatever, they still see the reaction. And so they kind of can learn a little bit of empathy. Now online, you don't see the reaction. So kids have not learned empathy.
Because it's almost fake to them.
It's fake, but they don't know the power of their words. So they just throw it out and they don't see the reaction. So they don't learn that kind of trait. And that's scary to me.
And even adults I think are experiencing that, because these are people who probably learned maybe that lesson as a child, but forget it now that they're adults and they're in a different realm and they're able to say it and not see how it affects people.
Oh, totally. Twitter is terrifying.
Yeah, particularly, I think, we were talking with Amy Schumer's co-creator of her show, and he's like, every day they're just whatever weight that she's at or whether or not. And that's why she did some of those great bits this year with like the last day of Fuckable and that 12 Angry Men. And it was just really brilliant.
That music video she did with milk and
milk lemonade. So funny.
So good. And it's all the obsession with like butts. She's like, this is when my poop comes out.
But see, I think that's real comedy. It can that's the teaching angle of it.
And she had to walk through a lot of stuff in her life to get to a place where she can freely do that.
Yeah. But also the rocks are coming out of the dark. No one's saying, here's what I look like as I make this comment whether or not this, beautiful woman is sexy enough for me. You would never be able to do that in real life. You would never be able to sit there in front of someone and judge them.
I'm sure most of those people would walk up to her and be like, "Oh my God, I'm so excited to meet you."
Yes, of course.
This is a thrill.
Could you sign this?
Exactly.
It's great to see you. And here's the thing, Tony. You could always do me a favor and not do radio because you're too damn good at it. You just walk in and just.
That's
start
so good
talking.
to hear because I always one of my big insecurities is my voice. Like I always
really.
I always just I hear myself voice and I'm like, oh God, who turned on the animated character? They've got a fun cartoon chipmunk that they're talking to. Exactly. Somebody bumped that up. So, anyways, that's
all
nice
right. So, good luck with the Emmys again this year. That's coming up soon. Great to see you
Thanks,
again,
guys.
pal.
Good seeing you.
Tito's Handmade Vodka. It's America's original craft vodka. In 1995, Tito Beverage had the idea.
Tito, don't you worry. The man is not that hard to understand. Yes, that is a parody of a television show called Chico and the Man. I am radio's Ron Bennington, and I want to just tell you something. I just interrupted Chris while he was saying this because I want to put some soul into this. I just don't want to be another drone reading copy. I want to tell you from the bottom of our hearts, myself, Gail Bennington.
Yep.
And even a guy that we call Tits Big A, Chris Stanley.
Well, my tits at.
We all are gigantic admirers of the Tito's vodka and Tito beverage. Gail, what's your Tito's moment? A time in your life, just like with Tito, where he goes, I'm going to stop the path that I'm on and go on a new path.
For me, my Tito's moment is when I went out to lunch with my dad, and he said, "Why don't you do a show with me?" And it changed my life since then, since that very moment.
Is that right? Is that your...
That's my Tito's moment.
Tito's moment?
Was when I joined the Bennington show.
Well, my Tito's moment that changed my life... Sometimes it changed... I'd say this, it changed my life for the worst. Chris Stanley got hit by a train and lived.
Okay.
And I had invested some money into a life insurance scam, I consider it. Because I already know he's busted up inside. So I thought I'll go in short term and I put down, I guess it's insurance, more of a bet. I took the under. I took 6 months and under with him. And when I say he was hit by a train, he was pushed in front of a train. No one knows by who. Me.
Okay, that was you.
But if you wouldn't have been strong enough to play that off, I'd be drinking margaritas by the sea right now, Mamacita.
Sorry? I don't know how to say this. I guess I was pushed into a train.
By the way, anybody know where the line is I just did that from?
I didn't.
Thelma and Louise. Thelma and Louise. The SS Minnow.
Minnow.
But anyway, those Tito moments, and one of the cool things about this, I've had a lot of chances to talk to people about those life-defining and life-changing moments. And it's always interesting to me. It's always interesting that everybody goes back to that point where they're like, oh, the safe road was this way, here to the left, but I took a right. That's why we all like to go to Tito's website,
Tito'sVodka.com.
Because you find a lot of like-minded people. Yeah, we enjoy drinking Tito's vodka, but at the same time, we enjoy the songs, we enjoy the recipes, and being around like-minded people.
We enjoy the community.
It is a community, isn't it? I always say this, you can't have a community without immunity.
That's true. You do say that.
Why do I say it, though? That's what I don't understand.
Not sure. I never really got it.
By the way, my Tito's moment is when you came in.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. We have the same.
We have the same Tito's moment.
That's why I've always called us the Tito's twins.
I didn't know that you called us that, but I like it.
Not when you're around, but I'll say, the Tito's twins are doing a show today. And everyone says, what?
Would you ever consider calling us the Tito's triplets and adding Old No Train. Chris Stanley.
Well, that would depend on what his Tito's moment was.
Surviving that train accident.
Seriously, what is your Tito's moment?
The day a man called Earl Douglas called me up and offered me an internship at SiriusXM. It was, for real. That changed everything for me.
Earl gets the credit.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Well, that was like the literal moment, but you know.
I didn't even read his Filtered Excellence today. Forgot all about it.
He's always filtering.
Nothing but the best.
Yeah, nothing but the best for our Earl.
Just like Tito.
You're right, just like Tito. Going for the best. Click track.
Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn and is naturally gluten-free. Visit us at titosvodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
It's Bennington Show. Friday. By the way, when we were talking about anchor babies today,
yeah.
Shrek, who is our friend from Arizona, let me know that they've been saying it forever out there. It's a big deal.
Oh,
when you live
really?
near the border. Yeah. She also said she tried to get pregnant when she was in Ireland so she could stay there. And then she writes, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I do. I know.
I do know what you mean.
Exactly what that means.
Shrek sent me a very funny tweet last night saying, you're going to do great on the show tomorrow because you're a rock star. Way to go.
Oh, yeah.
Rock star.
Well, she says she uses every one of those terms. Outside of the box, avails, all those things. And rock star at her work. She also wrote to me, this is so bad, but I'm going to just say it anyway. She how bad was the Chris D'Elia UnMasked that you've never run it? What we have 3 that we're saving for the 4.
There's 4.
Yeah.
4 that were all being saved for certain weekends because they've got something big going on
to promote. Yeah.
Bill Burr is being saved until his cartoon show starts.
Yeah, that's later this year.
Brian Regan is being saved
for September 26th. That's when the Brian Regan Live comes out on Comedy Central.
Yep.
And what else is being saved besides Chris?
Sebastian Maniscalco.
Oh, I love Sebastian too. Who was a huge hit in Montreal. People went crazy for him. Yeah. He was playing theater after theater after theater up there. And Chris D'Elia for his TV show.
For the premiere date of Undateable, which will be in October.
Undateable is going to be nothing but live TV. I think it sounds insane to do that, but
it's very intense.
So Shrek, nobody did a bad one.
Everyone was good. There's a method to our
You're
madness.
just being an anchor baby.
Oh God, yeah.
Stop acting like such an anchor baby all the time, Shrek.
Our buddy Sam Morril did some stand up on Conan last night. That's up on the iBang. Love Sam Morril. And there's some duck story up on the iBang that everybody's loving.
What's the duck?
A guy, I don't know, he beat a duck or something like that. You even want to say it? I don't know what happened.
All right,
Does the duck die?
There's a festival in Spain where they, for whatever reason, throw ducks out into the ocean and people jump into the water and go grab the ducks back.
Right.
So if people are protesting, they think it's mean to do this to the ducks.
It's also mean to do it to people.
Yeah. No, it shouldn't happen to anyone.
Yeah.
So during this, activists were mingling with the people who were like pro-duck.
Yeah, because they got GoPros.
Yeah. And then,
so this, by the way, this looks like it was shot in 1964. There's nothing about that looks modern.
So this woman grabs a duck by the legs and starts beating a man with it.
Oh my God!
She's a duck club.
It's a duck club.
Yeah, they call it a duck club in Spain. So there you have it.
You have to have a certain kind of sickness to be able to do something like that. To use a living thing as a club.
You also have the certain kind of sickness to swim around with Spanish people in Spain.
So you're telling me the Spaniards are in the water?
Yeah. I've seen, I mean, you bring that up, but I've seen ducks used as bowling pins at certain cartoons. I guess the only person who knows what I'm talking about right now is Dan Perlman.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the toon business.
He is.
So that woman hates the PETA people so much, she beat one of them with a duck.
You did this to the ducks, PETA. You made her use that
You're
duck as a
blaming
weapon.
PETA.
PETA. Because it's from petting things.
Pedo.
If they're trying to save Pete's, then it's PETA. If they're trying to save pets, PETA.
Why didn't they think of that?
There's nothing modern looking about that picture, though.
Weird,
I
right?
swear it looks like Crystal Beach, 1962. It's like, home movies, everybody.
I think the woman... Wait, hold on. I'm going to go back.
Yeah.
The woman on the left looks like her breast pops out.
You're
And why aren't people
disgusting.
talking about that?
What?
Right there, look, she put the breast back away. Look, I'm telling you, hold on.
That's a duck she put away, you sick bastard.
I will give you a timestamp on this. 39 seconds, she pops her breast back into her bathing suit. Right before the duck beating.
The woman that you're pointing at her breast
Yeah.
is 13 years old, you sick bastard.
Don't bet it!
You son of a bitch.
You sick son of a bitch.
Someone should have been carting these people in the ocean.
Carting them?
Carting. Carting.
I thought you said carton.
Oh, I'm in deep trouble again.
Again, as always, Chris.
Bam, 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 bam. Oh, I forgot to tell you this from earlier, too. So when I was talking to Shreka, the reason that she was interested in Chris D'Elia is that she finds him really sexy.
She fancies him.
Yeah. He's a modern day Fonzie on that show.
Yeah.
Like, everyone is undateable except for him, and he's very dateable.
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh,
I'm going to give this away from UnMasked, though. He said his goal is to be a comedian and action star at the same time.
Really?
And I think I told him it wasn't going to happen. So, that's too much.
It's a lofty goal.
Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah.
There's only a
It's not gonna
couple
happen.
Bruce Willises in the world.
You know what? My goal is I want everything.
I want it all.
My goal right now is to have my own real estate company and be president of the United States of America. I'll be the first to do it. Yeah, when he said that, it was late at night. I was getting a little tired. I'm like, what? Come on, Chris.
Come on.
Shut up with that dream. Wake up. You were dreaming. Bam, 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 bam. So, the people were asking where the duck thing. I told you, it's up on the iBank today.
And then you can see Chris's 13-year-old titty.
Oh,
that woman was amazing.
Christ.
I don't think you guys knew that girl was really 13.
I'm so glad that Tony Hale is in here to see a disgusting prick like Chris Stanley.
I would have been very embarrassed for Hale.
Tail.
Tony Hale, I'm not sure what to call him.
Why you just call him Hale?
Hale.
You still think about that titty.
Hales.
No. Do not. Do you know something? I kept turning around and checking if the on air was on the whole time. I'm so paranoid. I just kept on being like, what if we're accidentally on the air?
Well, we are.
Earlier. During our break.
Oh, by the way, did you see that Burning Man is just packed full of bugs? There's a article up on the iBank. Bugs are the most disgusting creatures.
And these bugs are really creepy. I'm not even sure what kind of bug it is, but look at this picture.
Holy shit. What
They're
is that?
encased on the tire of a car, and they're
You know
everywhere
what?
in the festival.
Years ago in Florida, it's kind of been cleared out a lot, but love bugs used to be that way.
Yeah.
And they used to be fucking.
What's a love bug?
They're just a bugs, but the reason why, the only time they come out is the fuck, so they're attached at the
Yeah, they are
hind
connected.
corners.
So it's like their heads are pointing each way.
Yeah, they fuck.
Oh.
So they kind of look like a two-headed bug, but they're...
But now imagine that, Chris, where there's millions enough that you have to pull off the road.
What?
That they're coming like snow. That's how it used to be when there was more wilderness down there. And people would have these screens on the front because the bugs would come in through the grill and fuck up the engine because they would end up everywhere like boll weevils.
So just swarms of them. That
Yeah,
sounds
swarms.
horrible.
Yes, yeah.
Well, I'd call them ass-to-ass bugs, to be honest, looking at the picture.
Well, if it's
Just
ass to
looking at
ass,
the
they're not
picture
exactly
here.
having sex, are they?
Just looking at the picture here, I'm going to go ahead and call them ass bugs.
They're based on a little movie that I happen to be big fan of, okay? Ass to ass.
Ass to ass.
That's fucking Chris in the background there. Come on, you youngsters. Ass to ass.
Mashed potatoes. Some reason that was being chanted at the same time as ass to ass.
Ugh. Nightmare fuel. Yeah, those bugs are disgusting.
Well, yesterday we were talking about the Philadelphia water bug and how disgusting that is.
Yeah.
And of course the cockroach. But the Florida pimento bug?
Yes. Palmetto bug.
Palmetto bug.
Yeah.
Pimento is something I had
in your olive.
Yeah, my olive was nice.
Oh, God.
It's basically
Why is it so big?
It's an extra big roach looking thing.
Oh.
Yeah, they're disgusting.
They are not only disgusting, but look, you can see their faces.
Ugh.
And it's hard to step on something that's looking back at you.
Yeah.
Like, what?
What's going on? Hey, friend.
If it looks like it's big, it looks like it's strong, too. Like, you really have to put some effort into crushing it.
Oh, it's a tank.
Yeah, you would hear cracking.
Okay, I don't know what that is, but get it off the screen. That's
Yeah, now
disgusting.
you're just getting African and South American bugs, Chris, and it's cheating.
Yeah, I mean, that's not even of this planet, what you just showed me. Now, all of these are disgusting, and I hate a roach, and I hate all that stuff. But when I have this type of bug in my home, I lose sleep for days. And that is what they call a house centipede.
Oh.
Okay, I am not kidding you. They get massive if you don't catch them while they're babies.
Oh, God.
I have had one in my house.
All right. I've never even seen that before. I'm freaked out from it.
I've had a couple in my house this summer. And it
move.
I wish that you look up a video of it because they move in a disgusting way. And I'm not even kidding you.
Brooklyn is
okay,
disgusting.
listen to this story.
No.
This is a couple days ago.
Don't make me look at you while I'm saying I'm just dumping.
Look me in the eyes because I experienced this and I want you to experience my pain. It's early in the morning and I am sleeping.
All fucked up.
No, not fucked up. Regular sleep. And I wake up to the feeling of the fan tickling my leg.
No.
Blowing my leg.
No.
And I open my eyes because I need to pull the covers to cover myself. It's so chilly. And I look down and one is running up my leg.
Oh, God!
And I woke up screaming, tearing my fucking clothes off, going wild. Birdie was just barking, like, what's going on? She woke up out of a sleep. And I'm telling you,
I move out of that house.
I wanted to take a bath in acid. Look at it. Look at it.
No, turn it off, Chris. Turn it off and keep it off.
It's moving.
Look at the way it... That was running up my leg.
I could never even
on my bare skin. On my bare skin, it touched me.
Instead of yelling, you fucking have some control over the video.
Do I?
You put up.
Yes. He's afraid to touch it.
Chris lives in a fucking house. He shares a house with Silverfish.
Ugh. And I
all
talked to
bugs are fucking disgusting. If I was running for president, I'd be like, "Don't worry, I'll kill every fucking bug that's out there. You have my presidential guarantee."
We're nuking them.
Thank God.
Yeah, there'll be civilian casualties, but the bugs will be gone.
So we have an exterminator come to our building
This is a
like
terrible job.
twice a month, and he's talking, and then it keeps the roach situation at bay. And I was like, "Listen, I have these house centipedes, and they're they're making me lose sleep. I saw one on the ceiling a couple days ago that it was like looming, watching me." And he says to me, "Oh no, they don't sting. They usually don't sting, and they eat other bugs, so they're actually good to have." No, they're not. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
but it doesn't give me any comfort.
I still want a monster in my home.
It's
crawling on me.
It's disgusting. What do you think is the worst bug to have in your house?
As a kid, the water bugs always freaked me out because when you kill them, they shout all that white stuff.
Oh God!
If you crush them, there's like a white stain on the ground. And I was like, what? Why is
cum.
this? Why is this bug?
It was your gum. It was your gum.
Oh my God!
Oh no!
Oopsie.
There's seed everywhere.
It's blue.
Bugs. Why would God create bugs and fill them with semen?
It's getting worse and worse.
Oh,
I think I win, though. That house centipede is going to be like the most disgusting.
People from the Amazon are growing stuff by you right now.
I mean, luckily it wasn't one that was that size. It was a little bit smaller, but still.
I'm going to vomit.
I wanted to vomit. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't go back to sleep. That was it. I was up.
That's what the people at Burning Man are, but they're rolling face and have to bugs crawling all over them.
I think they should take this as a sign.
Well, every year.
This is the first of the curses. This is the locust.
It's time to end Burning Man anyway. That was stupid.
It's silly. Burning Man's a silly place.
A silly place for silly people.
I think it's just for like tech guys now. They just go out there.
If it was up to me, I would just launch missiles at it. Well, good, we've got them all together. Let's just fucking drop one.
We're burning the man and everyone else around it.
This is Burning Man. All right. Yeah, 25 years ago, I guess it was cool.
I got
Even that, I don't know.
I got my Burning Man costume together.
Yeah.
Just gonna be goggles, combat boots, tutu, titties out.
We're like a complete city here, except for we paint our dicks when we walk around. It's just like, this is stupid.
No, that's how society should be.
And we only barter. Like, you can get this weed if you sell me some of your dick paint.
The way I barter is, I've got Molly, so blow me. But be careful. I painted my dick with a lead-based paint. So you've got to be really, really careful. What do we got coming up, Chris?
Mr. Jack Tempchin.
Now, explain some of the songs that Jack has written over the years. He's written a lot with Mr. Glenn Fry. He wrote You Belong to the City, Smuggler's Blues, which were big 80s hits.
Peaceful, Easy Feeling.
Well, even you throw that out, but that's the biggest of them all. Peaceful, Easy Feeling.
Love that song. Who doesn't?
Yeah, it's, I want to lie with you in the desert tonight with a million stars all around. Who doesn't like that idea? And boy, he also said with a million bugs all around. It's the fucking desert.
Wouldn't like.
They all come crawling out.
Oh.
With a million bugs all around.
This is not giving me a peaceful, easy feeling.
They're gonna crawl on us when we're sleeping and into our assholes and mouths. Seriously, you're laughing that hard at assholes and mouths. That's where we are now. You're going to ruin this, Jack Dempsey.
Please. All right, I'm going to take a deep breath, and I'm going to be ready for this.
Are we doing them now? We got to break first.
No, we're doing them now.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I'm not ready. I just parodied this fucking wonderful song.
He ain't here.
He ain't here?
He didn't hear.
Okay.
He ain't here. His new album out, Learning to Dance, is available in stores now and online.
Why you get an album called Learning to Talk, where someone can help you through it? Hey here! Why don't you just yell out Chicky May May?
Chicky May May.
May, Chicky May. Tay and a win.
What was that?
Tay and a win, and a win and a tay.
Why did everybody consider that so genius?
So good.
Did she win the Oscar for that?
I think she did, yeah.
Yeah. God, wipe your tears away.
I know. He's going to think I'm a mess. I'm very emotional.
You're going to ruin this.
I think if I just take a deep breath, I will be able to get myself together and be a professional about this.
Good. Good, you should. So as we said, Jack Tempchin is one of the great songwriters of that whole kind of California sound, the Canyon sound that had the Eagles and Jackson Browne. This was his running crew. You know, these were his boys. Now he's got another album out now, Chris.
Learning to Dance, available in stores.
Learning to Dance.
Available online now and in stores. Go to jacktempchin.com for more information.
Let's welcome him to the show. And this is his song, Learning to Dance, Mr. Jack Tempchin. That's Learning to Dance from the album Learning to Dance, and Jack Tempchin is in with us. And Gail, I saw that you just got a nice bottle of wine from Jack coming in.
Dude, this is beautiful. This is your wine?
My wife painted the label, yes.
This is incredible.
It's peaceful, easy feeling wine, which is, of course, one of your greatest hits, as well as exactly how people want to feel when they're drinking wine. So it works out for everybody.
That's why I thought it would be a good product to put that on.
Well, you are one of the architects which kind of became known as the California sound or the Canyon sound. And, you know, wine ties into that. It's a lifestyle, ties into all that. But when you look back on that now, what was it like at that period? So many talented people hanging together.
It was fabulous. I mean, the whole culture was totally exploding. You know, the television had replaced our parents as the ultimate authority on things.
Right.
And there were so many things going on, so many changes, and we were just kind of swept along. And with it came tremendous hurricane of creativity on all fronts. And so every day you'd say, oh, what's this new album? Who's this guy? Jimi Hendrix. You know,
yeah, right.
Oh, Cream. Oh, you know. And then I was a huge fan of all the old blues guys, Mississippi Fred McDowell and Mississippi John Hurt. And I got a chance to see them while they were still alive. And I was in the folk scene, which is a scene that used to exist. And they had what we called coffee houses, and everybody just played acoustic guitars. But there was always somebody coming up with a incredible new song, or Country Joe writing Fixin' to Die, or, I mean, it was just an exploding time. So I was just kind of a guy who, I was born a little bit ahead of the curve. And so I kind of went through everything first, and then everybody else, you know, was a year or two later. And this is an incredible time as well, but, you know, partly it was just the time I was in was amazing.
Well, that's the, you know, to say that you were ahead of the curve is always interesting, because you've got to be awake and aware and curious first before you start creating, you know? And the fact that you were a young man playing folk, but digging blues and being open to Hendrix, which was a totally different sound from both of those. What do you think it was about you, Jack, that made you ready for the time?
Well, by ahead of the curve, I meant I was just born, I was just a little bit older. And then the whole curve, you know, of what the 60s or whatever that thing was. So that's why I felt I just encountered everything a little bit first, you know.
Yeah.
By the time the other guys took LSD, I was onto something else.
Right, you were always
I'd already done
one
that.
step ahead.
And then, I don't know, I liked language, I guess. I like words, and first heard Bob Dylan and just flipped out. And I didn't play an instrument until I was 18. I started on harmonica, which is really late for a musician.
Sure.
Usually in high school, they've already had bands and groupies and learned all the songs and stuff. So, but, you know, it just worked out for me that I was fortunate enough to find my own little spot where I could be part of this huge thing.
Sure.
And it was just fantastic.
Well, yeah, that's the amazing thing. If you were just even there to see this happening, it would be a hell of a story.
Oh, yes.
But then the fact that you were one of the creators and involved in it, it becomes really amazing.
And I'm also always interested when somebody's a part of a scene, are you aware of how significant or how important maybe the music or the scene that you're a part of? Did you feel like you knew?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought I was at the epicenter of everything. And then you go up to the Troubadour Bar, and Joni Mitchell comes through playing there. And I saw Elton John, first gig in the United States there. And we all just knew that it was happening at that place, and that every moment history was being made. And, you know, we'd see somebody great. And of course, we were the musical people, so we would hear somebody and we would know who was incredible and who was not. I just saw something that's going to be. But yes, the answer is really felt it was incredibly special and that was really happening.
Well, you know, the other thing, and this is always amazes me about music, is no matter how great a person can play, it doesn't mean that they're going to be a good songwriter. And that is always fascinating to me, that sometimes, no matter how well you know an instrument, some guy who kind of comes in like Dylan, where he's just slapping at it, but the music flows through him.
Yeah, I think they're completely different things.
Yeah.
To make an instrument talk and say what you want it to say and have it move people. I don't feel that I've ever really gotten to that point with the instrument. But the writing of a song is just a completely different thing.
Well, this is the other thing too, Jack, when you look at your life. There are a lot of people who you'll go back and go, they wrote a lot of wonderful songs when they were in their early or mid-20s, and then for some reason, it's either the work or that they'll just put it beside them. But you never got off of that path. You stayed with that path.
Yeah, for some reason, I just it just keeps going for me all the time. And I'm really even more excited about writing stuff now than I ever was. It's just kind of accumulated, and I really don't know. I don't know why. It's kind of a thing with artists where you go, you work all your life trying to get better. Let's say you're a songwriter, but were Van Gogh's later paintings better than his earlier ones? Maybe not.
Yeah.
Were Bob Dylan's later albums better, or the Stones? Well, maybe not. So the artist is there from the beginning, and you're working and working. You think you're getting better, but really maybe you're not. And then some people, I don't know what happens. They start repeating themselves or they lose interest or something. But it may be because I was mostly a writer all the time, although I've been playing all the time.
Sure.
But it's just, that part has just continued for me, and that's what I'm in love with.
Well, some people will find it frustrating, writing itself and coming up with original material. It's not an easy thing to do, even for the people who do it really well.
Yeah, that's true. Some suffer through every word.
Yeah.
That's very true.
And well, with you've written by yourself and then you've written with other people. How does that change?
Well,
how does that change?
I realized that I really like to co-write with people. And I seem to, some writers do not, and they cannot, because they're so, the words are so precious, they can't share them. When you co-write, you have to say, nah, I know that's your favorite line, but I don't like it.
Right.
But I just felt, a guy could be a great player and he could have a great idea and I could help him put it together. Boom. And then it was good for me and it was good for him and I enjoy it. So even though I write solo a lot of stuff and always have, I really enjoy co-writing. It's led me to meet a lot of extremely crazy people.
Yeah.
And fascinating, wonderful people.
Now, what about when you're writing a song that you intend for someone else entirely, that you're not co-writing? Do you think about a song in someone else's voice, or are you still approaching it from yourself?
Well, it kind of has to come from the heart of me, because when I've tried to, like a guy has a hit and they say, well, write him another one, and then I try to do it, and it usually doesn't work. It's more like when I write a song, I get an idea for myself. The only time that really works, like if all the songs I wrote with Glenn Frey, we would sit down and he would have ideas of a title or something, or we would have a movie to write for. We use the bigger project trick. It's hard to write a song, but if you go, oh no, I'm writing 6 songs for a movie. Let's start on that. This one's not important, but then you get the flow. But when you're writing with the artist and they know what they want, then you focus the song for them and it helps.
So when you write with Frey, you're like, well, I know this is going on his album. We know we're going to make this.
Yeah, and that's a wonderful thing too.
That feels good.
Yeah.
When you look at that Eagles documentary,
yes,
that you watch, which by the way, when a lot of people, all the California guys say they hate that it's called Laid Back because they were so intense and all. I think Peaceful Easy Feeling had a big reason why people thought of it was laid back sound.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
that song feels like, you know, you brought your wine in, but that song feels like, okay, end of the day, and I'm not letting anything bother me. And for some reason, the California guys, I think it drives them mad that being called laid back is somehow not.
Yeah, because they're full on rock and roll as much as anybody.
Yeah.
You know? But of course they wanted that sound and they wanted that feeling in that song. But to lump their whole thing into that, they're going, no, we were right. And then they don't jump around on stage either. They said, no, we decided to stand and burn.
Yeah.
You know, the other guys can run all over, which is cool, but we're not like that. You know?
I love that you mentioned Joni Mitchell because I think she has so much to do with that same thing. And it is one of the few performers and songwriters that I would say yes, and Dylan, you know, that I would compare to Dylan or Leonard Cohen or any of the great songwriters. Where does that, for you to look at it as a songwriter, how does somebody else's voice come in and phrasing come in that's so different from everybody else's? You know, how does a unique person like that suddenly writes and sings uniquely?
Who knows? You know, she just would sit there with a dulcimer, and then really she didn't even need that because just her voice. And then just holding one note would be so extraordinary. Mm-hmm. And then she doesn't she doesn't sing like anybody else, really, when you think about it.
Yeah.
She's got her own complete thing. And then when she did stuff like the album Blue, I Wish I Had a River I Could Skate Away On. So she had all that in this incredible presentation and the voice, as well as her lyrics just being like way better than anybody else. And somehow she could tap into what guys thought.
Yeah.
And somehow get behind that too, you know. And so, you know, why is somebody able to do that and somebody else not? And then you can have a person that sings incredibly well and has all that focus and everything, but they don't quite have the something to say that you want to hear or are able to. And I just, it's kind of like, where do songs come from? Hey, you know, the same place that everything else comes from, and I don't know.
There's a certain spirituality involved in it, whether you want to believe in that or not. You have to just the thing. Well, songwriting is always beautiful that because the fact that no matter how hard you work, it doesn't mean that you're going to get a great product. Everything else in life, you expect hard work to lead to it.
And sometimes I've decided to discipline myself onto a schedule. Mm-hmm. You know, so for 3 weeks, I'd get up at a certain time, go in the studio, write songs. And then after 3 weeks, I'd look at all the stuff I wrote and say, you know, this isn't any good. I'm not sure why, but doing it as an office job doesn't work for me. I have to go out. And of course, I always have somebody else do the bulk of my writing, of course, which is this guy, El Blurto. And so I get him high, and then he blurts out a lot of stuff. Then I come along later and see what great ideas he's created for me. And then I have a cup of coffee and get a yellow pad, and I start working on it, you know.
So your first pass, you've never had that first pass where you're like, oh, I love this song.
Yes.
Yeah, you've had that as well.
I'm kind of, well, one of my process techniques that I use is I just turn on the tape recorder and start making things up. Mm-hmm. And then I have a place in Hollywood right by Selma, and I was walking by one day and there was a store had gone empty and they had a sign saying for rent by the day. So I rented it for 2 nights and called it a pop-up club. And people walk by, they could come in for free. They look in and I'm in there playing, and I just said, I'm going to make up all the songs on the spot. I'm not going to do anything I know or anything I've ever heard. And so they'd ask for something. I go, well, how about this? So, and the song, let's see, what is that thing it's called? Ain't Nobody Like You on my album was something I just pretty much made up from start to finish that night and just recorded it. And I've got other songs on my other albums that happen like that as well. But most of them don't. Of course, you have to really take the kernel that you get and really tweak it around a lot.
But you think that you were able to do that because you backed yourself into a wall at that point?
Well, that was part of it.
Yeah.
But that's just part of the way that I can just kind of do that anytime. And other people who write songs just as well as me, they have completely different ways and they don't do it like that, you know, but That's what works for me.
Well, that, I guess, takes us back to that finding the muse thing. The muse shows up for different people in different ways.
Yeah.
All the time. We're talking with really one of America's greatest songwriters, Jack Tempchin. His new album, Learning to Dance, available in stores and online. And as we said, you write this material for where you are in your life now.
Yes.
When we listen to this, it doesn't have a nostalgic ring about it, and it very much has a 2015 feel about it.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the album Learning to Dance it turned out to be all love songs about the different phases of love in my life. That the euphoric first part, the part where the reality of the world comes in. There's a later song called What If We Should Fall in Love Again? And then I think when people listen to it, they're going to go, hey, you know what? I've been through every one of those things.
Sure.
And I did the album. I found a producer, Joel Piper, lives in my neighborhood. He's 29. And so that's part of the reason the album sounds more contemporary, because his musical life and mine are so totally different. He wasn't really aware of some of the Rolling Stones hits.
Yeah.
And I wasn't aware of all these people who are on YouTube with 800 million hits. I'd never heard of them.
Yeah.
And so we got together but he has all the technology, and he said, I'm not going to bring you into the EDM thing. I'm going to take my technology and use it to amplify your songs. So that's kind of the story of that album.
Well, the technology makes it interesting, because think of how many times, even to have a recorder around years ago was a big thing to be able to get up and turn it on. Now somebody could just, while they're doing something, put their phone on real quick.
Yeah.
But how many songs didn't get caught? You know what I mean? How many songs were coming in that were bits and pieces that never got grabbed because, there was no one recording it.
And then there's the attitude. When I first started playing guitar, my friend Joe and I would sit on the beach and then look at the ocean for a while. Now we would make up songs, just start making them up, and we'd make a song up for an hour and a half, and they were kind of really the best songs I ever heard. But one day I said, Joe, perhaps we should write these down, or so, he goes, oh no, man, that would ruin it. That's not the way. That's not the way, man. So
thanks, Joe.
So a lot of songs go out in the air and they just disappear.
Back where they came from.
Yeah.
Or maybe somebody else caught them a couple years later.
Maybe
Who knows?
so,
I think it's, like I said, I think one of the most interesting things about what you're doing now, Jack, is to still be doing it, but there are people, Paul Simon still is there. Those, the newest stuff that he has, still fantastic. Paul McCartney, still sweating it out.
Oh yeah.
Every day. But it's always interesting to me, the people who were given the gift and they decide they don't have it anymore, or they are no longer interested in it.
Partly maybe like the Eagles, they go, why, how come you guys are on tour for 3 years? And they go, well, people want to hear it.
Yeah.
People still want to hear it. And it's kind of when I got this new album deal and I realized, oh, well, somebody cares. The same thing with these other folks you're talking about. You know, if there can be 10 years where really nobody cares because they're into some other kind of music. And the more somebody cares, then that'll draw something out of you, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, man.
Thank you
very
much.
Really cool. Jack Tempchin, check out the new album, Learning to Dance. It's available in stores and online. JackTempchin.com for more information. I'll see you the next time coming through, man.
All right. Thanks.
Gail, Chris, get in here, you two.
Yeah.
I just got a telegraph sent to me from Hollywood.
What?
Yes, Hollywood tells me that Saturday night, on August 22nd, this Saturday night, Starz is bringing us a new outrageous comedy called Blunt Talk, starring your favorite actor, Chris, Patrick Stewart.
Love him.
And your favorite writer, Gail, the one and only Jonathan Ames.
Yes.
So both of you should be very, very happy about this.
I am very happy.
I cannot wait to watch this.
Now, do you get Stars on American cable?
Yes.
We do.
Well, this show is about American cable and a nightly interview show that, oh, by the way, Seth MacFarlane, everybody's favorite cartoonist,
yes,
is the executive producer of this.
Huge.
He did a show called Family Guy, which I saw when I was overseas in Japan, called Family Guy.
Really?
Yeah, I guess they have trouble with that word. But anyway, you got to check this out. It's going to be all about this dysfunctional, crazy guy, Blunt, starred by Owen Patrick Stewart. And it's really, really funny. Sex, drugs, a string of entertaining, strange characters populate the world of Blunt Talk. That's why I want you guys to watch it.
I'll be watching. I'm there.
I can't wait. I'm so excited.
I know that you guys love sex and drugs and entertaining
much.
characters.
God,
I can't get enough of it.
Yeah.
Fill my life with those.
I don't even know which one I like more.
It's almost addicting. You don't want to miss it.
I won't miss it.
Do you remember the name of it?
Blunt Talk.
Do you remember what network it's on?
Stars.
And you remember what night it comes on?
Saturday.
So, kids, it's
Blunt Talk
on
Stars
on Saturday, 9:00 in the East. That's Blunt Talk
Stars.
Right, goes back to me. Blunt Talk Saturday, 9:00 on the television.
The television.
Stars Network.
Got it.
Yep.
Starring Patrick Stewart, created by Jonathan Ames, executive produced by Seth MacFarlane. Blunt
Talk.
Saturday, 9:00. August 22nd. Only on Stars. Cheech and Chong. First of all, guys, thanks a lot for doing what we've been begging you to do for the last couple decades, and that is come back together and take our money. It really is.
Well, it works out really good because it cuts out 150 hours of court-mandated community. So it's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah. I wonder if we would have bet years ago which one of you guys was going to do time. I don't know which way we went on it.
Really? It was a coin flip.
But
he's faster than I am.
I don't leave a mark.
But we really have been standing around with money for a lot of years going, when do you guys want to come out and take this? What do you want to do this?
Yeah, it almost happened a bunch of times. We kept trying to get together, and then something would happen, and then we actually were working on a movie when Tommy got popped, and then he went to the big house, to the Rock, and then we started putting it back together slowly after he came back.
Yeah.
But it had to be a little while because I couldn't hang out with a convicted felon. It was part of my deal.
Bring the immigration done.
You don't want those people nosing around.
We should have had everybody here dressed like cops today. Just be... It's like one of those things where you think you win Yankee tickets. All those guys show up together with their kids. This is great.
Build a better mousetrap.
So it was really, this would have happened earlier if it wasn't for the Boston. That, I guess, took years, right? But,
well, I had a problem. I was trying to get back with Cheech, and then I was trying to find another Cheech, And so I even had a show called To Catch a Mexican.
Used to hang out in front of Home Depot.
When I find a Mexican that looked like Cheech, I'd hire him, It didn't work out.
His job was to get high with him.
Just to have a Mexican guy to sit by the pool with.
Yeah. But it's all worked out for the good.
Yeah, sure it did. It's timing.
Yeah.
It's really timing. But, a lot of bands get back together and people,
they hate each other.
Yeah, right.
That's what they find out. Sting and the boys,
Well, I think that you can only spend so much time with someone that you're not having sex with before you go, this is
even if you're having sex with them, it's tough,
Oh, yeah, I forgot about your guys' track records with marriage as well.
Yeah.
Cheech?
I'm on track right now. Yeah, the thing is that when you get bands get back together and they can just sit there and hide behind their instrument or sing, or they don't even have to talk to each other. We got to be 2 inches from each other all the time, talking to each other and really making that come alive. And that was the question in the back of my mind: can we do that? And yeah, but we can't fake it.
Right.
So it's either we get along and we do this, or we don't.
Well, our problem was not being together. When we were together, we had no problem, and back in the day, we had to share a hotel room, or when we did our first movie, we shared a trailer, and then as we got successful, that's what brought us apart, and all of a sudden we each got our own lawyer, we got our own camp, and that's really what caused the friction,
Yeah, comedians don't really do well in meetings. The whole reason to become a comic is to not have to go to meetings. But then when you have money, meetings have to...
Well, comics, we like to talk, and we don't like to listen to people talk.
The best meeting we ever had is early in the career. We're on a record run. I think we made 2 or 3 records that we were doing. And TV the guys from TV were coming after us. They really wanted NBC. They wanted us to do a show, and we had no intention of doing it. Going on TV at that time, it was lame. It was like we were underground FM artists, And so I just moved out to the beach, and I had scored a big block of hash. And every morning I would get up and light it, and I look, there's waves, and I go out body surfing every day, come home for lunch, have some more hash, go to sleep, get up, and I did this for 3 days, and then they called me and said, we got this meeting with NBC, and it's a big deal. And I was okay. And so I came and I kind of put on some clothes and went there, but my head was full of water. So everybody's like, in this meeting, well, we got to do this, we can offer this, and a 3-year extension here, and blah, blah, blah. And I was just hearing everything in echo, And so they said, well, what do you think, Cheech? And so I leaned forward just to say something, and about 2 gallons of water came out of my nose. Glug, 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 glug.
And little fish came out.
Seaweed. And so we don't like...
Well, they did the TV show without us. This guy named James Colmax followed us around for 3 months. And tried to get us to do a show, and we wouldn't do it. So they ended up doing a show called Chico and the Man,
right,
with Freddie Prinze.
Now that was kind of based on
our one of the old bits that we did, the Old Man in the Park.
So did they feel like they needed to pay you for this, or
they didn't feel like it?
No. I talked to Colmax on the phone after, and he just apologized. He says, "Yeah, I know, sorry." That's all.
Yeah, well,
we didn't care.
Just a giant success. Why would I want any of that money?
No. Well, yeah, but then you look at what happened to Freddie Prinze. That's why we never. That's why we never did television, because it was too controlling. They would try to fix our show for us. And the beauty of Cheech and Chong was that people would ask us, do you guys? What are you going to do? And we'd tell them the truth. We don't know,
right.
Until we got there. Until we had to do it.
Yeah, it would be hard to think about you guys on TV at that time because you were the thing that everybody wanted to hide from their parents.
Exactly.
You did not. It wasn't family entertainment.
The only TV that we could do was the straightest TV, like afternoon shows. We talked about that. Yeah. Saturday Night Live would never have us on, because we were just too radical for them. But Virginia Graham or Mike Douglas,
Dinah Shore.
I remember the Dinah Shore.
Merv Griffin.
Yeah.
Helen Redding had us on. And Dick Clark.
I remember the Dinah Shore. Didn't you kind of bring up getting high with her daughter or something during the show?
Her daughter discovered us.
Yeah.
Was one of the instrumental in the discovery. Her Melissa Montgomery, and she was Lou Adler, who was our producer, sent her to us. She was the emissary. He says, "Oh, Lou Adler's in the crowd," and she was the girlfriend of Danny Hutton. Danny Hutton, one of the Three Dog Night guys at the time.
Yeah, I just remember Dinah Shore when you said, "Yeah, we get high with your daughter." It looked like somebody had hit her in the face with like a pizza pan, just real quick. She did something like, "Are you joking?" It's a little joke.
Outed their kids.
Now we're at the age where people tell us, hey, you got high with your daughter. Okay.
Hey, you know your daughter?
You talk about groupies. When we went back together, we had a girl come up and say, "My grandma used to go out with you guys."
No, she said my grandma used to do you guys.
Well, I'm trying to be nice.
No, don't worry about that. You're fine. But Cheech and Chong was probably the last great comedy team that America had. I mean, comedy team.
Oh, there's a new one coming up.
Yeah, what's that?
Glenn Beck and Bill O'Reilly.
Now I want to see those groupies, man. The groupies are those.
We were on Bill O'Reilly last night, and he was. Bill says, "Yeah, we're going out on tour too. Who's we?" And he's Glenn Beck and I.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
I want to see that show, boy.
Well, they would have been great to play the bad guys in any of your movies.
Oh yeah. Oh no,
comedy teams are hard to keep together and hard to do because it involves a compromise and coordination, and so generally stand-up comedians have their own particular voice, and it's hard to. But we came out of a musician first. We were musicians always, and then an acting background, improv acting. So that was our natural rhythm. So we didn't have any act that we were kind of trying to get together.
Well, we always thought we were a group. We never called ourselves a team. What's the name of your group? Yeah, we were a group. And it was Cheech and Chong because we decided, I'd been in groups. And then I got fired from my own group, So I didn't want a group. And so when Cheech and I decided that, we discovered that we could do a comedy, just the two of us, then we decided to call ourselves by our names so we wouldn't be replaced.
But Tommy actually, that was one of the things he insisted, his name being, at first it was Tommy Chong and the City Work. And I was the city work, I guess. And then we changed it to, Tommy was asking, we were driving down one night, and we were kind of getting ready to come to L.A. And he said, we got a name, Richard, my real name, Richard and Tommy now, Marin and Chong. I said, do you have a nickname? And in my nickname in the family is Cheech. And he goes, Cheech and Chong. And it was never Chong and Cheech, it was always Cheech, because it sounded absolutely perfect.
And that's probably the musical ear, too, being able to pick up what sounds right lyrically.
It just worked out fine. Cheech and Chong. We had a linguist expert in UCLA one time explain what what we had done by naming ourselves Cheech and Chong. It was like his first name, my last name, a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't understand.
There's only one other team that has a first name and a last name. Do you know which one?
No.
Penn and Teller.
Oh, Penn and Teller. Yeah. And one of them doesn't speak.
Yeah.
It still gets half the money? Is that how it works?
A lot of times when you hear those silent guys speak, you understand why they don't speak.
So really a big part of what you guys comes down is this, whatever the mystical timing is between you. And then I think the other thing that's really interesting is that there's no reason for the two characters ever to be together before that moment. Even in your movies, you didn't start out like, oh, we lived together, just boom, you guys came together.
Yeah.
Was that thought of, or was that just made sense to you?
It's just the way that happened. We had this bit we had been doing about the guy hitchhiking.
Yeah.
And it just seemed natural that that's the way it was, and how these guys, why would these two guys be together? It's the same question. Guy picks him up hitchhiking.
Yeah.
And they have common interests. They want to form a band together.
Right.
In the first minute, they're together.
And the reason, like, we weren't like two Mexicans or two Chinese guys or two white guys in that, is that we're two opposites.
Right.
Like, he's from, he's Chicano from Mexico, kind of, from, East LA. I'm from Canada. And so Cheech really, literally was the first Mexican I'd ever met in my life, And in Canada, when you go to school in Canada, they teach you Mexicans, they show you a guy with a sombrero and a donkey, This is Pedro, and Pedro sleeps all day, and this is Pedro's donkky.
Yeah,
that was my concept of Mexican. And Mexican food was like what do they call them? Tacos.
Tacos.
Yeah, you can have a taco.
Canadians ate tacos.
And so getting together, he had to kind of explain his culture to me and his, Pedro in the character, and I would ask questions that every guy that doesn't know Mexicans would ask, and that would cause the comedy. That created the comedy.
That was our decision. That influenced our decision to come back to the States. Yeah. Either go to New York or LA. You had to go one of the two if you wanted to make it. New York was cold, and LA was warm, and I knew I was from there, so we made that decision.
It's just crazy to think that Cheech, I guess, from a Mexican standpoint, discovered Canada.
Yeah.
You got there.
Well, the Vietnam War helped.
They thought I was Indian. I mean, American. I'd be hitchhiking. I first went to Calgary, where he grew up.
Yeah.
I went to Calgary, and I'd be hitchhiking. They go, "Hey, hop in, Chief." Chief.
So you were in Canada because
of initially because of the draft. Actually, it was a 50-50 proposition. The draft was after me. I was involved in the draft resistance movement with David Harris and Joan Baez, and we were causing a little upset for the people in the States. And so it coincided with I was a potter at the same time as my last year of college, and I discovered pottery, and it released my inner Mexican. and I go, so I wanted to be a potter. So my teacher says, I got this ex-student who's opening up a pottery in Canada. Maybe he needs an assistant. That's all I needed. And so I left there, and then in the interim, I got drafted while I was there. Illegally, I might add. My case went to the Supreme Court, actually got thrown out.
Yeah.
And so I was there in Canada, okay, to Calgary, Alberta.
Yeah.
Which is like I was expecting Sergeant Preston, and it looked like Bakersfield,
That's where I grew up.
Yeah.
Grew up in Calgary, and Cheech moved right next to where I grew up.
I met a lot of the people that he grew up with, and I kept hearing this legend of this guy, Tommy Chong.
Right.
In a lot of different contexts, I got to meet people, and they go, Tommy Chong. Oh, he's with his band. He wrote "Does Your Mama Know About Me?" There was a Motown, and it was this legendary character, and I actually discovered his song. I was in Banff. I was living in Banff, and I turned over the Supreme's Love Child album, and there was this great song called "Does Your Mama Know About Me?" And I go, oh, it's a really beautiful song about interracial love. And I turned, what brother wrote this? T. Chong. Okay.
Tommy was black for a while, I guess, during the Motown years.
Yeah.
You really kind of lived that lifestyle. And like you said, you both were, even before you put the Cheech and Chong thing together, you were both kind of anti-establishment at a time where that was really the right thing to be doing because civil rights. And, I mean, there was righteous fights to fight.
Big time, yeah, big time. Calgary, I grew up in Calgary. I tell this story a lot. I lived in an all-white area, ended up in an all-white, low blue-collar kind of area. And the guy next door to me, he had two black, what do you call them, water dogs? Black dogs, anyway.
Black dogs. Portuguese water dogs, yeah.
Yeah, and he called them, one was called Nigger. And every night he'd go out and he'd go, hey, nigger, come on here, boy. Come on in here, boy. Nigger, get in here, boy. Every night, man. That's what I heard. And then they had these Brazil nuts in the stores that they called nigger toes. And I've been in stores, and there's a black lady standing in line waiting, and there's a guy saying, "Hey, give me a pound of those nigger toes." And I looked at the black lady's face, and she just got all mad. You can see her mad. The guy had no idea what he was saying. And then they had little candies. Yeah. They had candies in a jar called nigger babies. Little licorice babies, I'll give me a couple of those nigger babies, too, with a nigger toes.
Yeah, hop in, Chief.
I grew up there, man.
I had no idea that my uncle must be Canadian.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
They would. I always got that question when I went to Canada. Like they'd take them like a minute, and they would. You see them studying, you're like, What are you? Yeah. I'm Chicano. What's that? It's Mexican derivative, Oh, wow. I never, like I landed from Mars or something, right?
So with both you guys having a music background, you're both doing improv theater. You were in a full group together at first, or? Uh-huh.
Well, when I landed in Vancouver, made it to Vancouver. Tommy had started this improv theater company in a topless bar that his family owned. So it was Topless Improv. That was as much fun as you could have.
It was weed inspired, by the way.
Yeah, sure.
What happened? I got fired from Motown. They found out I wasn't black, and they fired me. I got fired by a white girl, Barry Gordy's girlfriend. She fired me, and then Barry hired me back, but it was too late. I was ready to get out of there, and so I went back to Vancouver with my girlfriend, and I was looking around for something to do. I didn't want to start a band. I ended up, we had this nightclub with the topless girls and that, and I worked the lights. I'd be the light guy, and I'd watch the show, and then it was boring. But I noticed the girls were so beautiful when they come in off the street before they put on their costumes. They'd be in their street clothes. And so I thought it would be great if they got on stage and took off their street clothes. That's much sexier. And so then I thought of a skit, and I wrote a skit for them, and they did it, and it went over really well.
Tommy had seen improv committees when he
the committee in Second City
when he was on the road.
And so I started doing that, and then I had a tap dancer named Taps Harris was MC, and so I said, well, and Taps just used to say, hey, okay, here's the next girl, here's another girl, and here's Sally, give her a nice round of applause. But I said, you're called Tap, so you can tap dance. He said, yeah. So I wrote him tap dancing in the skit. And not only he was good, but he'd get an encore. He performed, and he'd get an clap. Hey, let's see some more of that. He quit, man. He quit. He said, "Man, I can't do this. Too hard work."
It was in the hippie days. It was in the late '60s and Vancouver, which was like the San Francisco of Canada, and so anything went. And so we had this kind of street theater. And then I met up with Tommy, and I joined as a writer. I told him I was this great improv actor writer from L.A., which was an improv in itself, and said, "Okay."
Yeah, well, when Cheech joined, we had a straight guy. We had the way I got onto the stage, I was directing it, and then when Taps quit, I had a doorman that was a very funny looking guy. I said, "Dave, do you want to do this?" And Dave says, "I'll do it if you do it." And so, oh, okay. So then next thing you know, Dave and I are on stage, and then we hired a straight guy, a magician named Rick Lenz.
Yeah, Rick Lenz.
And he was very straight. He played all the cop parts. We played the hippie parts, and then we'd do these skits. Then,
but they all ended with girls taking their clothes off.
Then Rick's wife found out what he was doing, because we got press right away, and the press is great, and they had Rick Lenz's picture, and so his wife found out that when he was working with these naked girls, she thought he was doing theater, and so she hauled him off. And so I was looking for a straight guy, and then this friend of a friend mentioned this guy from L.A., Richard. So I met with Richard. Then he came down and saw the show, and then he joined the show, and it was like an understudy. Cheech was an understudy.
To everybody in the show. It was hippie burlesque.
Yeah.
That's what we were doing. We were doing hippie burlesque, and we were the first ones doing it. But all the great comedians. Let me tell you, that was at that age. It was I was getting paid $5 more to hang out with naked chicks, smoke dope, and do improv than to deliver carpets. So, I don't know. All right, let me see the girls. Well, okay, So it was.
And we got so many bits because the people that behind the scenes, we had a kid named Strawberry, was a homeless kid I saw on the street, and he ended up living in the club, in the light booth, and that's where he stayed. And then I taught him how to do the lights. And he was our best critic, and he was like a writer too. We'd do a bit and it would be real bad, and we'd come back and Strawberry would go, "Oh man, you guys really suck, man." And that's where I got my character from.
Yeah.
When we started doing things, it was right off Strawberry.
Strawberry, blackout. Blackout, Strawberry, blackout. Oh, yeah, anyway.
So at this time, it's all fun. You're not really thinking about taking it out of the club. It's just,
it's weird how we are, because we really don't think that far ahead. We never have. We're just at the moment. We think we had to work. We did 2 shows a night. 2 almost like 2-hour shows, and we'd take suggestions from the audience. And then the audience would leave, and the new audience would come in, and we'd sit there and say, "Okay, here's for your suggestion." But that's how we created the material. Yeah, we had to.
Yeah.
And we had to do it for like bikers and horny businessmen, and and then we changed the crowd, and that's why we ended up losing our job. We changed our crowd from bikers that would spend money, any kind of money, to theater goers. We'll sip a wine, then we'll have a wine, yes. And the club would be packed with these people that weren't spending money.
On booze.
The girls aren't
so my
getting
brother
tips.
fired us.
Yeah.
And so when we got fired, Cheech and I started a band, and then the band didn't work. In fact, the first night we were supposed to play, we never played a note. We just went up and did comedy, and went over so good we never played.
Yeah. Left for LA the next day.
Yeah. No, not the next day. A week.
Was it a week?
A week, because we did
with Ronnie Smalls.
We did Ronnie Smalls.
Yeah.
We did a show with, or we went down to this little club because I wanted to try us out in a little club first. And there's a little jazz club, blues club actually, and we saw T-Bone Walker. The legendary T-Bone Walker. And T-Bone was so drunk, man. He was so drunk. They had to sit him down, and then they give him his guitar. And his guitar was so out of tune. They had been on tune for the road, but they never tuned it up. And he's in the middle of a tune, and strumming, and he could sing, couldn't do anything. And so finally, at the end of the number, they stopped the music, and everybody applauded like it was the greatest thing they ever heard. So we got another bit out of it.
Another bit, yeah.
Everything you guys were running across at that time, you put into your act, and nobody had kind of found these characters yet.
No.
I mean, these characters were really 60s characters.
Yeah. They were cosmic characters. I mean, they really lived in the moment. And that's, like Tommy was saying, that we didn't really think about the future. We looked, okay, we got to find a joint. Okay. Before we actually do what we're going to do, we got to find a joint first. And that would be that would be their consuming journey. They would try to find a joint, and then it would lead them from one thing to another. We'd eventually there was a plot there.
Yeah.
Because we put it in after. Yeah. But it was living in the moment.
Well, even we came to L.A., like I was kind of separated from my wife, but we had nowhere else to live, so we moved in with my wife and and 2 little girls, my 2 daughters, and then and she put up with us. Cheech is on the couch, and I'm,
It's really crazy how much Cheech and Chong are a Cheech and Chong movie. I mean, the whole thing is, your stories are already, we kind of know your background from these fictional characters in your films.
Yeah, that's very true.
It's just a matter of repeating what happened earlier that day.
I mean, it really is.
Yeah, and that is a big way, the way you guys write is just, hey, this funny stuff happened to us.
Well, that's it. When we did our records, the same thing. When we signed with Lou Adler, we're going to do our album. And so Lou said, "What do you need?" And we said, "A couple of $1,000 and a tape recorder." Okay. Yeah, baby. Give us a tape recorder. And the first bit we did, it's burned into my memory because Cheech went outside to he was going to be his character. And no, we were recording it, but on the tape recorder. On the tape recorder. I'm inside this nice air-conditioned room. Cheech is out in the outside, and it's in LA. It's hot, about 110 degrees outside, and he's got a coat on, a hat, because he's in costume, and he's knocking on the door. And every time he'd knock, I'd go, "Who is it?" And he'd say, "It's me, man. I got the stuff." And I looked up at the door, and then I looked down at the tape recorder to see if it was recording, and there was no one talking, so I couldn't tell. And so I was staring at the tape recorder, wondering, well, is that on or not? And then Cheech knocked again, and I saw the needle jump. And so I thought, well, I'll do the bit over again and say, "Who is it?" And then I heard the anger in his voice. He goes, "It's me, man. You know, let me in." So then I just sat there and waited. waited. He knocked again. Then I said, "Who is it?" Then he said, when he said, "It's me, Dave, man." Well, Dave was the first partner I had, and I knew he just grabbed that name out of the area. "It's Dave, man. Let me in. I think the cops saw me." And then when I said Dave, and I could hear in his voice, he goes, "Yeah, Dave," you know. Then I said, "Dave's not here." I swear, man.
Well, he
starts banging, he kicking the door. "I'm Dave, man. Come on now, let me in." I opened the door, and Cheech literally was mad. He threw off his, "It's hot, man. I could have died." I said, listen. I played it back. I swear to God, Ron, we laughed ourselves.
Roll on the floor. It was just.
We kept playing it over and over again. It was so funny.
Then we took it up to our producer, who was upstairs. He had laughed on. So then we had to go in that night into the studio and recreate it, because we just had a little Sony cassette recorder, and it was nowhere near what it was in the original, but it still became famous.
And you were pissed off at him, and then of course all of us have had to relive that with our fucking friends over the years.
Anybody who's named Dave.
I met a friend, a guy who's a professor at a university, Arnie, and Arnie tortures his wife. They got a door and it's glass and it's locked, and he'll be standing there and she'll be with groceries, and she'll knock on the door, and Arnie will go, "Who is it?" And if she doesn't say Dave, he won't let her in. And she looked at me, "Oh, I hate that bit."
Simple bit.
Well, the thing is, doing that kind of material, you're doing it in the studio, it's much different than most comics have to work, where you're actually, I guess, doing it somewhat like a show, but you don't know how it's going to go over with the audience at first, I guess.
No. We don't even think about it, man.
Yeah.
You know, our thing was, if it makes us laugh.
Yeah. Right.
And we'd get into our own world. Right after that, you know, Lou had the big studio, you know, and the engineer, and they're sitting there, and we're doing, okay, we got that one, but okay, now we need another bit. Oh, okay, what is another bit? So we did, I think it was Blind Melon Chillin', I think was the next one. And I remember, Cheech is playing Lou, basically, you know, blind baby. he's playing the, "Hey, blind baby," you know. And we hadn't written the bit, so I'm Blind Melon Chillin', and I'm trying to be blind, so I'm in the character, and I'm kind of wondering and talking, and Lou says, "Is that part of the bit?" What's he? What are you doing? And then after we did Blind, we got through it. We said, you know, we don't need a big studio, Lou, and we don't need a producer. We just need an engineer, and that's all we need. You know, because the way we write, we'd show up and say, "Hey, how are you doing?" "Yeah, good." "Okay, what's up? How are you? How's everybody?" "Yeah, fine." "Okay, you want to go eat?" Then we go eat, and we come back to the studio again, you know, maybe light a joint and sit around. Then one of us would have to go to the bathroom. And then we'd either me or Cheech, and one of us would, then we'd come out and say, "Hey, I got an idea. and then we do it.
Yeah, it was. We improv'd all those albums right in the studio as we did it. You know, we were just we didn't know any better. You know, this was our process. We just come in. Okay, you're this character, and I'm this character, and here's the situation. Go. And then we'd make a pass. Oh, that worked. Okay, let's do that again, and let's add it. And then we had the magic of the studio where we can add layers. You know, the first we looked at it, had a 16 track. Oh my God, we can, you know, I mean, you look at those, you listen to those albums now because we're in the process of animating the early albums. Yeah, that's right. And the tracks are so much more sophisticated than the animation. I mean, the tracks are really layered. There's a lot of background, there are noises, there's voices, there's, you know, there are a lot of stereo effects, and they're very sophisticated. And the animation is flash animation, very kind of simple, and it's interesting juxtaposition. But we had nothing but time, right. And we just, you know, we got influenced by everybody we ever heard, and every radio play we ever heard. Ken Nordine was a big influence, and we just kept layering these bits and making them really rich.
You know, for the folks who don't know who Lou Adler is, he's like the biggest movie producer at the time.
He was a record producer. He was the biggest record producer
in the world, and then started doing movies. But I mean, when you watch a Lakers game, he's the guy sitting next to Nicholson, even today.
You can only see half. You can only see half of his face because that's what they cut it off. You know?
He looks like Blind Chillin. He wears dark glasses and a white suit and a beard.
But I mean, to hook up with this guy when you guys, you know, come from Canada, there, every star is at his parties, and you guys were pretty much immediately.
Well, Lou was born in East L.A. Mm-hmm. I mean, he wasn't born there, but they lived there in Boyle Heights. You know, so he knew when he heard us doing our bits. I recognized that right away.
And he was the only one. We had messed around with like Three Dog Night management, Red Foster, and those guys. And there's Ted Templeman from Warner Brothers. You know, he was going to. In fact, the one show that we did that Lou saw us at was for Templeman. But you know, none of the suits knew what we were doing. Lou did.
And then immediately you guys started opening for big rock bands and stuff, right?
Right away.
Which is really a difficult thing to do.
Well, actually, we started before we met Lou. We were working for these gangsters that owned a club called PJ's, and they would have us open for Cannonball Adderley, all the jazz groups.
It was the Uptown Black Club in Hollywood, and we were the house comedians. And so it was like Carmen McRae, Ray Charles, Little Anthony, the Imperials, the Isley Brothers, the Whispers.
And we were the first act. And a lot of times, you know, like the Pimps and that, they didn't want to hear no comedy, so they'd turn their back on us, you know. And then as soon as we get out there, not even halfway through the first bit, their women are telling them, "Shut up! I want to listen to these guys." And then we catch
them.
And people like Peter Sellers immediately started being the.
He was one of our biggest fans.
Yeah.
We went to England. In fact, he brought us to England. And when we got to England, all of a sudden they just got us right through immigration like nothing. And all of a sudden, boom, it just went through. They didn't even look at our passports. And next thing you know, we're in this courtyard, and there's a big white limousine there. And we walked up to the limousine, and all of a sudden a hand came up with the biggest piece of hash I'd ever seen in my life. And the corner of the hash was burning. He had lit the corner of the hash. And that's what greeted us.
Peter Sellers.
Yeah, that was Peter.
and then he took us around for a couple of weeks, and came to all our gigs, and
he was funny.
Kept in touch with him.
He had an alcohol problem, so he'd get really drunk, and just before we went on stage, we look out and there's Peter, and he's got his head down, passed out on the thing, but as soon as we got on stage and started doing his favorite bit, he'd sit up. And he was like,
He would never answer the phone in his own voice. He would call us, and he always leave the code name. Leslie, one of our characters, Leslie Horwinkle called, and I'm in town. Call back. Okay, that's Peter. And so we'd call back, or he'd call us, and then he would answer in his houseboy's voice, who's Filipino. I'll tell him, Mr. Sala, no home, he call you back. Okay, cool. All right, Peter. Well, I know it's just you there. And then you go to his house, and it had a really nice house on somewhere. And then you, hi, Peter, it's me and Tommy. Oh, Mr. Sala said come in, and you come in, and it was just him. Okay.
Funny man.
Yeah. But was he doing that by choice, or could he not help it?
Nah, he was doing that by choice, but I don't think he could help it either.
He was from a different planet. He was weird. He was into the I Ching. He was into the feng shui. Mm-hmm. He would go into a hotel room and have him change the bed so it faced a certain way, and he was weird.
He was funny though. But he knew all our bits, and he and his buddy would drive us around London in their Mini Cooper and do our whole album. Yeah, and we'd be sitting in the backseat. Peter Sellers is doing our album.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well, Peter was a drummer originally, and he was like one of the best. He would go on the road by himself. I think he was 15, 16 years old, and he was one of the best jazz drummers in England. You know, and then he evolved into the Goon Show, and then he started doing that. That's why, and he loved comedy. He loved to laugh. And he loved Cheech and Chong.
Yeah, I mean, just such a brilliant mind to be into you guys so early. It had to make you really think. All right, this is more than just fun for us right now.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know, we never really. I don't think. At least I never reflected on what we were doing at the time.
No.
Yeah, you know, we just did it. It was like we're on the ride, and if you stopped and thought about it, it would scare you.
Yeah, it was just like climbing this ladder. We just kept. We never looked down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just kept
That's
going.
how we made one album after the other album, and we were on the road constantly. We'd record on the road, and then when we stopped that, we only just stopped it to write a movie. And then started making movies the same way, 6 in a row, one after the other. We'd be in pre-production and post-production. It was just like
constant.
I mean, we put together like a 17-year run where we didn't stop working almost for a day.
And when you guys went on the road for the first time, you had fans. I mean, a lot of comics, have to go out and build this up. But you guys had the album, showing up at every, I guess, FM station.
We broke, and different parts of the country, like L.A. would go for the lowrider,
right?
And New York went for Dave, for this paranoia.
Yeah, I guess the East Coast, the lowrider character was the first chance that people had to really understand that culture at all.
We learned what drugs not to do.
Not all drugs are fun, are they?
When we were in New York one time, we partied with everybody and did a little cocaine, and the trouble with cocaine, it makes you think, oh man, everybody's gonna love us, And then we went on stage at the bitter end. I'll never forget it, man. We bombed, basically. They weren't into the lowrider, and we'd come from L.A. They're laughing at everything we did with Mexicans. That in New York, they're just staring at us. It was, and I remember we weren't even off the stage and we were having an argument. Oh man, we shouldn't have done that coke. Then we put that in the movie, Yeah. Coke. And I said, oh, come on, man. Every time I do coke, you give me that. Every time I do coke routine, man.
So we decided that we were allergic to coke.
Right.
And so we never did. It shrinks the membranes around your wallet.
Especially when you're a timing act like you guys are. The coke just takes your timing off a little tiny bit.
We decided
and
not to do it, and we never did it after it.
Yeah, we never did. No, we stopped. That was the bitter end. That was a good place. And then we started having an East Coast kind of act, and then we had a West Coast act. And
so you guys would actually adapt when you came
had to.
East. That's interesting.
What the process was, we called it finding the Omni Burger. It was the burger that worked everywhere. In the South, East, Northwest, and it's just this much meat, this much tomato, this much lettuce, that little bit of mustard, and they would get it everywhere. And it took a process of years to find that. Okay, they didn't laugh at that. Well, how can we?
It don't take you long. Well, as a comedian, if you don't grab them in the beginning, it can be a long night.
Particularly with you guys having set material, you don't get to suddenly go, all right, what else is? You can't start talking to the audience. You're really locked into these routines.
Well, that's why the routines can be very flexible, especially in the clubs.
Sure.
We were really a theater act. Yeah. We weren't really a club act, because a lot of times we'd have to. Our big bit was getting on our hands and knees, and the criteria was, could they see us? And it's a lot of clubs that you get on your hands and knees, you disappear. And one time when we were in England doing what was it, Ronnie Smalls?
Ronnie Scott's.
Ronnie Scott come out. We did the first act.
The dogs.
The first act we did our whole show, and then Ronnie Scott comes in the dressing room and said, "Very good, boys, very good. Here's 50 quid. Don't do the dogs."
Not to do that's worth 75.
It's nice to grease you a little bit before you hear the bad news.
Very, very elegant the way you
very,
did it.
very, very gangsterish.
Yeah, you guys, you talk about working around the country, but most comedy acts haven't worked overseas the way you guys have. You've been to Australia, Europe, everything.
Well, England, it's a trip. England, we the worst show we did in England was a all-girls school show. I'll never forget it, man. It was like a fire drill. We got up, we started doing our first bit, and all of a sudden they got up very orderly and started marching out. I said, "Hey, wait, you haven't seen him where I plunk him in the butt yet."
Who booked that? All girls?
Peter, the booker. Well, that's the trouble when you go to England. You play these
you don't know
country places. You don't know. Yeah.
So you move the albums are really successful. The tours are really successful. Everybody's coming out to see you. Richard Pryor thinks you guys are great.
That was a trip, man. We did the Comedy Store. This is after we did the movie. We did Up in Smoke, and then we they misplaced our money somehow, and our credit and the fact. And so Cheech and I we're broke, and so we had a #1 movie, and we're out there hustling gigs, and back on the road again. And we did a Comedy Store. We did a week at the Comedy Store, and every night Richard Pryor would be at the stage. When we walked off stage, he'd hold out his hand and help us down and say, "Man, you guys are great." It was nice. That was the biggest. It was the biggest compliment you could ever have.
Was it tough for you guys to move into the movies? Did Hollywood kind of at first act like...
Well, they didn't know what they had no idea, and they couldn't get it, and so we had to basically put up our own money, which we didn't know about. We didn't know it was our own money, and do this movie, and then they knew, and then they never knew.
Even then, we had a #1 movie, and Paramount wouldn't even meet with us, and we were with Paramount. Yeah. And the reason, they wouldn't even meet with us, And Warren Beatty, I remember we were on the Paramount lot, and Warren Beatty stopped his car, and he called us over, and he goes, "You guys have no idea what you've done." Meaning that our first time out of the gate, we had a #1 hit movie.
Yeah. This is before it was released. He'd been in the screening room watching it with Lou Adler, who was his buddy, and Pauline Kael, who was the critic of the New Yorker, and they saw what it was. And I said, "You have no idea what you've done." I said, "Well, thank you very much, Warren, and you're not as dumb as you look either."
But he's always had a really great business mind about Hollywood.
Yeah.
And, we almost at this time forget how shocking, but when that movie opened, the opening scenes there, you'd see people stand up and run through the theaters. People were going crazy.
Yeah, it was amazing.
You'd never seen anything like that.
Well, if they'd seen the Rough Cut, Rough Cut was probably the worst movie ever made. Because what happened, Lou Adler was directing it. And we're kind of there, telling them what to do. And a lot of times we had to say, no, don't strike the set yet. We got another bit we want to do. We were writing like we did our albums. And then there came a point in the movie where Lou said, "Okay, I got it." And now he's a director. And so he put a cut together that, I swear to God, it was so bad, Paramount, the screening, all the Paramount guys were there, and they walked by us at the end of the screening like they were viewing a coffin. They just looked at us. And when you do a bad movie, they don't want to go near you. They just kind of look at, and they didn't even give us, "Well, a nice movie." They just looked at us and just filed out the door, because his ending was all a dream. The worst thing you could do in a movie, all of a sudden it's all a dream, and none of that was real. And so we told Lou, "Hey, we got to rewrite the ending. The ending sucks, man. We got to rewrite it." And so we did. We rewrote it, and and I directed it, and then, you know, and that's when Lou and I fell apart, and it was the ending that we fixed that made the movie work, because it didn't take any, it wasn't fantasy, it was for real, and it was two guys, and the ending was very simple. It was just us driving down the road saying, hey man, that was pretty good, man, you played good, we had a good time, yeah. And then he drops a piece of hash on his crotch, and the next thing you know, he's you know, and that was the end, and that just fixed the movie. That and then they fixed a lot of the other jokes that weren't working.
Was the dream ending to kind of apologize for all the stoner humor leading up to it?
More or less. Stacy shows up in a cop uniform. And he's looking through the window, and the smoke clears, and he looks in, and he's laughing. And it's like, it was all a dream. It all happened while we were parked at the car.
When I was a sophomore in high school, I had an English assignment. The teacher said, I want you guys to write a one-page short story, just one page. The only caveat is that you cannot end it with, and then I woke up. So, like, you know, it's the most hackneyed cliche of any kind of writing.
And Brian, you have no idea. It really was like viewing a baby.
Sure.
And it's deformed, you know. So especially with all the work we put into it, you know, we knew that it was there.
We knew it was there, yeah.
And so after that, we parted ways, but you know, everything worked out good. You know, we never pursued, we never did any illegal thing or anything. You know, we basically got screwed. But karma was so good. We had such good karma that next thing I know, I'm being sued, or we're both being sued by our accountant. You know,
who'd been robbing us.
Yeah, who he got screwed. And so he's suing us. And so in Discovery, they found out all the hanky-panky that had been going down. And so then we got awarded, first we got awarded $1 million for their lawsuit. And then the insurance company that had to pay us, they sued Adler, the lawyers. They sued the lawyers. And we ended up with like $5 million. So we got our money.
Yeah. Now, the thing there is you keep making movies, and you guys are starting to make real money, and you're becoming comfortable. Does that get in the way of comedy after a while?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, a little bit, because you don't have time for it. I mean, you're off vacationing, you're off doing this or doing that or enjoying your life. We had never done that before.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
we became rich hippies.
Yeah.
And that's dangerous. You know? Because if you're a hippie and the rent's paid for and you don't have nothing to worry about, you're not going to work.
Right.
You're going to go play.
Right.
And that's what we did. You know?
Yeah, the stoner humor is really slacker humor from the beginning. It's all about what's the least amount I can do. And you guys worked really hard to do that, little. And then once you got it, it had to be like, why do I want to leave the pool in the house? Why don't I
that's what we're on this road so much that our help was enjoying the house. You know, I remember coming home one time and I had an orchard and I had a peach tree. And I never got one peach, but everybody else did. Oh boy, these peaches are great, and I'm going, I want one of those, you know.
Maids, kids are in the pool.
At the end of that run, it was just really, we had kind of run out of steam. We had been together 24/7 for 17 years, basically, and then we kind of.
And Reagan was in power, you know, and it was a big anti. They were busting people for having a seed, and they were seizing yachts for a joint. They'd find a joint on a yacht and they would seize it. The government would seize it. And I moved to France. I wanted to raise my kids and I wanted them to be bilingual so they could be unemployed in 2 languages. You know?
Well, actually, I'm sitting here thinking about it. It seems like after Belushi died, there became such an even anti-drug humor.
Len Bias, too.
Len Bias was around the same time.
He was the catalyst. And he died from an overdose of cocaine, and so right away is a war on pot. You know?
Right, exactly. And so that got tough for you guys, and then just the exhaustion factor.
Yeah, it was mostly the exhaustion factor. You know, kind of.
Excuse me, I got to take this.
Says parole officer. You can't talk about drugs on the radio. It violates your parole.
Hello. Is this Josh?
Oh, that guy.
Josh? Yeah, you got great timing, man. I'm right in the middle of a radio show. say hi to Ron Bennington.
How you doing, Josh?
Yeah, I'll call you back. Okay.
Hopefully later this ends up in a movie.
He attracts these guys. I mean, it's like,
he's the guy that did the documentary.
Oh yeah, the documentary.
He attracts these guys. I don't know how he gets them, but he gets them.
Well, here's one of them.
Yeah. I asked his wife Shelby, how does he attract the guys? He says he talks to them.
Right.
Nobody else will.
Yeah, Tommy never turns anyone away.
No.
And
there you
go. They'll put you in jail for that. Eventually, they'll decide. Do you guys still have people want to smoke pot with you every day,
all the time.
wherever you go?
Yeah, all the time, yeah.
I mean, you couldn't possibly keep up with the amount, though.
No.
We learned very early.
Yeah.
Cheech learned really early. I remember one time when we were, I think it was here. Was it here in New York?
No, it was Akron, Ohio.
I come in, I said, we're having a party. Where's Cheech? Where's Cheech? So I went into his room, and he's in bed. And he's sweating, and he's like this here, and there's this weird-looking guy at the end of the bed. And I said, what happened? He said, well, I gave him some of this stuff. Yeah. What is it? He's, I don't know, but he took it.
You know, in those days, you take anything. You know?
Right.
But then I started, consider the source.
Right.
Oh, that guy's kind of messed up. Maybe I better not do that.
Yeah, as soon as they said this pot is treated, because it always means angel dust.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
I did a shot of angel dust one time. I was riding a scooter.
Yeah.
That's dangerous, man.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out, am I driving or am I floating? I'm not sure. Oh.
Yeah.
You learn, don't you, boy?
When you're young and bulletproof, you know?
Yeah, sure. Angel dust, for the people who don't know, this is the stuff Hitler used to smoke early in the morning before he got his plans going.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
So
you guys are back together again and doing the same kind of, still no heavy plans, or just letting this thing
we have a show that we do, but it's very improv-y inside the show. We're like jazz musicians, okay? It's like, okay, here's the chart from Misty. Let's go C, F sharp, blah, 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 blah. But every night we go out and play it at a different tempo sometimes, you know. It depends on how he's feeling, how I'm feeling. We throw in things. So we'll get there to the ending, and we'll play all the notes that are written there, and some extra ones, and we just keep that process going on.
The Live Nations, you know, the people that are putting on the tour, they sort of they're directing us a little bit. You know, they need a new name for the tour, so we thought of this "Get It Legal," you know, because it's so close to being legal now, and so we might as well, you know, if we're going to promote something, why not promote the legalization? And that's working really well. You know.
Just a few years too late for you, too, I guess.
Not really. No, Mary Beth Buchanan resigned, you know. And her last words, they said, do you have any regrets? She said, my only regret is that I accepted a plea from Tommy Chong. I felt so proud of that, man.
Hey, I promised these people they could ask you some questions, too. Sure. We'll let some folks ask questions for Cheech and Chong.
Hi, Cheech brought up before that you guys are doing animations of your old CDs, and I know you guys have done some voiceover work for animations and film. Are you guys as fulfilled when you do that, or do you like the live action stuff more?
Oh, I love animation. I love doing that. It's a whole different kind of acting. It's like carving with a chainsaw. You have to describe the character really loud because and big arcs, because it has to come across screen and go through this filter of this drawn character. I love it a lot. I think it's a really particular art form, and we've been doing a lot of it now.
And you've done some major Disney things, and
Lion King and Cars.
I turned down Lion King.
Smart.
I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to. Well, Disney. I got kicked out of Disneyland one time. Because I was wearing a T-shirt of Bluto being humped by Mickey Mouse. So I had a thing about Disney, but I love animation. Animation is great because you don't have to, go on the road, just collect the checks. Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm a big fan of the South Park episode you guys did.
Oh yeah.
I was just wondering how Trey Parker and Matt Stone convinced you to do the show.
Oh, they called us up and they said, "Hey, we were big fans of yours, and would you do this? So what is it? It's like a Indian hair tampon." That sounds good. yeah, sure, we'll do that.
Yeah, I'm a big South Park fan too.
Yeah.
Love them. Love those guys. They're crazy. We feel, in fact, we know we inspired those guys.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the challenge and the joy of it, is going to the studio not knowing what you're going to do, and then kind of being in that moment and creating. My hero in that process was this guy named Wilton Felder, who was a saxophone player for the Jazz Crusaders, but he was a studio bass player. And I was hanging out with Joni Mitchell one time. She was doing an album. We were in the studio, and Wilton Felder comes in to play bass on her track, and he walks in. He has his bass case, and hey, how you doing? This is Wilton. Hey, how? He opens it up, and he listens to they play him the track. Listens to the track. And goes, okay, takes out his bass, plugs into the board, doesn't even go out in the studio, plays the song, listens to it, okay, thank you very much, unplugs, and leaves. I want to be that guy. That's the guy I want to be. That he was so in tune with it, and then not even a second take. And Joni said, would you want to do it again? Oh, no, it was good. When you know you have it, you have it.
And I think that is also the thing too, like you said, of people that you inspired, that I don't think most people watching would get it, but there's certainly a lot to do with the improvised type material, and just it doesn't have to be perfect to be really, really funny.
Well, you don't want it perfect.
Yeah.
The perfection. There's a lot to be said about perfection. It's like if you're looking at fine art, if you're looking at Monet, that's not really a perfect flower, but there's some soul there, you see, because the soul isn't really perfect. There's little blurry things around it, and that's what you want. You want the feel more than the perfection of it.
And you guys knew that from the beginning.
Yeah. Well, that's what actually opens the door for the audience to be part of it, as they put their interpretation on it. I think all great art should have some degree of abstraction in it, so that the audience is joined. And so, okay, I'm going to put in the definition of what that means to me, how to make it personal. And so there should be some ambiguity in art, and that's the door that lets the audience in.
It's so interesting, too, because with your characters, no one ever says, I'm like Cheech and Chong, but they always say, my friends. I have these friends that are like Cheech and Chong.
My dad. I always get that. You remind me of my dad, man.
You know what's odd? Some of your biggest fans, I found out over the years, are cops. Cops always, you'll talk to them like, I just picked up Cheech and Chong last night. Yeah. They always feel like those characters.
My dad was a cop. My dad was LAPD 30 years.
Is that right?
My uncle was the highest ranking Chicano in the in the force. He was the first Chicano captain in the LAPD, and Captain Hollenbeck.
Well, how did they feel about you being part of the loyal opposition?
They loved it. It was his entree into the juvenile delinquent community. Really, because he worked juvie, and he'd pull over these kids. Hey, you kids ever heard of Cheech and Chong? Oh, yes. Well, he's my son. Come here, talk to me. And they would. When he wanted some information, and so it was okay. Hey, son, can you sign these? Or sign a little bit more. Sign these things too. I'm going to give them to the kids down there. So that was his deal.
That's amazing.
Hey guys, good to see you. I read somewhere that Dan Aykroyd visited the set of Cheech and Chong's next movie.
They did. Dan and Belushi.
Oh yeah, and that Dan ended up directing a scene.
He directed one scene for us. It was next movie where we're peeing out into the neighbor's yard, and you could, if you slowed the film down, you could see the extra with a hose.
Yeah,
But Dan said, "Leave it in. It works." And Okay, and he saved, the little things like that saves you a lot of money because you don't have to shoot it again. You like it, Dan? Yeah. He said, yeah, no, leave it in. That works.
They were making Blues Brothers at Universal the same time we were making the next movie, so we were on opposite sets. And so we hang around with those guys a lot, and they had this big budget Blues Brothers movie where they were, everything, and we were this little film that cost $7 million, I think, which was, highly inflated.
Yeah, I was just curious. Could you guys envision yourselves making another Cheech and Chong movie to sort of tell where these characters, were going to end up? That kind of
we're in the process of it now.
We got a script. We're just sort of, smoothing it out.
Smoothing it out, yeah.
We were going to call it Grumpy Old Stoner. We still might. I don't know. We got a lot of.
It is picking up those guys, many years later, but they still have the same energy, and they just fall right into it again. I don't think we have this line about this line of thought that goes through the movie where we have been split up for a long time, so we're telling each other where we've been, and we don't really tell each other what we've been doing, just where we've been. and so hopefully the audience will, what were you doing in Bangladesh? And same thing with me, so but it's very Cheech and Chong. There again, it opens the door for you to supply the personal meaning for you, and that's why you can watch these movies and hear these bits over and over and over again. I mean, it's not to get to the end, where the payoff is. The journey is the reward.
Hi guys. Of all the Cheech and Chong movies, which are you most proud of?
I'm proud of all of them, really, to tell you the truth. But Up in Smoke is like your first time making love, so you always remember that, And it was a culmination of a lot of things everything we'd been doing up to that point, So, and it was just a magical thing. Everybody was into it. Everybody, every single character was into it, and they were operating at 100%.
Yeah. It just seems like it's going to be just as easy as getting the act back together too. I mean, the magic's here. You can see it today. Yeah. It's
we try as we may to get in the way of it. We just really can't.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of our DNA. The chemistry and that we have together. It only comes on once around generation, or twice a generation, or once every other generation, and why would we be together? Why would a half Chinese, Irish, English, Canadian come with a Chicano lowrider from LA who's hiding in Canada? How would that work? And how would those guys be the representatives of the hippie thing? That's the one that always cracked me up. Is the representative of the hippie thing was his Chicano lowrider and his half Chinese partner.
Well, it's because we don't have an agenda.
Yeah,
that's what it is. Nothing's planned. Just let it happen.
We have a common frame of reference. Because our dialogue consists of being together 24/7 for all those years, and we're always talking, and we always understood each other's frame of reference and our field of experience. I grew up in a black neighborhood. Everybody was black, and then I moved to an all-white neighborhood. Everybody was white the next day. And he was in the black community for a long time with Motown, and even in Canada, just hung out. And so we had that frame of reference, and then our musical references were the same, and now philosophical references where we understood it. And so we had the shorthand that we still do. And we can look at something and go, oh yeah, and it sets off a series of memories that it's a shorthand, and we don't have to think about it at all.
When I started smoking pot, for instance, you were not supposed to smoke pot. And I was a Chinese guy gave me a joint and a Lenny Bruce record, and that joint lasted me a whole month, and that's where I got my pot habit from, where I was very selective. I learned from the masters. There's a jazz singer named John Hendricks, Lambert, Hendricks, and Ross, and I watched him before he went on stage. He'd roll up a little bit of hash, and then he'd smoke that, just a tiny little bit, and that really helped me, respect, what, say, pot could do. Because if you smoke too much, you just fall asleep. If you smoke just right, it will ignite the creative juices. It'll take you into a whole other world. And that's what really got us focused in on it. The pot would just, like the Beatles. The Beatles smoke a little bit pot, and then they'd write these great songs. And that's the same as Cheech and Chong. As soon as we got into the studio, we got stuck or something. It wasn't here, there was no tension. It was always relaxed, laugh, take it easy. Here, take a hit. Oh, this is good. Hey, I got an idea, and then away we go.
And when it's funny, you recognize it right away. There's no, you can argue all the way up to that point where it comes together, and then, I didn't expect that either. That's funny. And then there's no argument, and you just keep on going. But it's obvious, and it's really apparent when it happens.
Well, here's something obvious to me. I've known Tommy for a long time, and I've never seen him as happy as he is being here with you, and it means a lot to all of us to have you guys back here. The legends, folks, Cheech and Chong. Thanks so much.
Tito's Handmade Vodka. It's America's original craft vodka. In 1995, Tito Beverage had the idea. He was the dude building his own micro distillery, which incorporated the boutique winery concept into the spirits industry. He acquired that first legal permit to distill in Texas, and he put every single dime he had into it. He racked up 19 credit cards. He built his own copper pot stills and condensers, and since then he's done nothing but win awards. He's gotten a 95 rating by Wine Enthusiast. He won the unanimous Judge's Choice Double Gold Medal at the World Spirits Competition, the Chairman's Trophy for World's Best Vodka Tonic, and many others. It's got a modest paper label on a simple bottle. So all that you pay for is the exceptional handmade vodka inside. And Tito still makes it by hand on the same land where he started it all in Austin, Texas. Tito's Handmade Vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn and is naturally gluten-free. Visit us at titosvodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.